Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Mercy. The smell of fermentation usually grounds me. It's the scent of legacy, of crushed grapes and damp earth, the perfume of 3 generations of Boyds turning California dirt into liquid gold. Today, though, it smells like rot. I barely make it to the private executive bathroom before my stomach revolts. I hit my knees on the cold tile, the expensive Italian porcelain biting into my shins, and empty everything I have into the bowl. It's violent and humiliating. I am Mercy Boyd. I am the CEO of Boyd Roots Winery. I do not heave into toilets while my vineyard manager waits outside with quarterly projections. But apparently, my body didn't get the memo. Mercy, you okay in there? Zoe's voice is muffled through the heavy oak door. She sounds worried, which is the last thing I need. Worry leads to questions. Questions lead to answers I don't have. I'm fine, I call out, my voice raspy. I clear my throat, forcing the professional steel back into my tone. Just a splash of bad coffee. Give me 5 minutes, Zoe. Check the pH levels on the Pinot blocks while you wait. You sure? You sound... 5 minutes, Zoe. I wait until I hear her footsteps retreat down the hallway before I flush the toilet and drag myself to the sink. I look like a wreck. The woman in the mirror usually stares back with the composed, icy demeanor of a queen guarding her throne. Today, the rich, deep brown of my skin looks ashy, drained of its usual summer glow beneath the harsh vanity lights. My waist-length knotless braids, usually swept up in a severe, architectural bun, have escaped their pins, a few tendrils falling against my cheek. I look soft. I look terrified. I turn on the tap, splashing freezing water onto my face, watching the droplets cling to my thick lashes. I pat my skin dry with a paper towel, pressing hard against the high curve of my cheekbones, trying to push the color back in. I straighten my blazer, a tailored cream piece designed to make me look wider at the shoulders. My hand trembles as I reach into the inside pocket of that blazer. I pull out the plastic stick I smuggled inside my sleeve. I don't want to look. I want to throw it in the trash, bury it under paper towels, and go back to arguing about irrigation budgets. But I'm a Boyd. We don't run from the harvest, even when the crop is bitter. I force my eyes down. 2 pink lines. Solid, unapologetic. The room tilts. A wave of vertigo hits me so hard I have to grip the marble countertop to keep from sliding back down to the floor. Pregnant. My index finger drifts up, tracing the line of my collarbone, a nervous tic I've had since I was a girl, trying to memorize French varietals. I press down until the bone aches. It's impossible. It's an error. Except it isn't. My mind, traitorous and cruel, snaps back 2 months. To the funeral. The hotel bar in Chicago was dark, smelling of lemon polish and grief. Outside, the rain was relentless, washing away the grime of the city, but inside, the air was thick with the suffocating weight of loss. Judge Prentice was dead. The man who had married me and my estranged husband. I sat at the bar, swirling a glass of amber liquid I hadn't touched. I felt hollowed out. Prentice had been the only one who looked at me and didn't see the vintner. He just saw Mercy. You're not going to drink that. The voice was low, clipped, and irritatingly familiar. I didn't turn. I didn't have to. I felt him. Killian Thorne has a gravitational pull that sucks the oxygen out of any room he enters. Go away, Killian. I'm mourning. I don't have the energy to draft a cease and desist letter tonight. I'm not here as your enemy, Mercy. I'm here because the old man liked you. God knows why. He slid onto the stool next to me. Close. Too close. The scent of him, rainwater, expensive scotch, and the crisp, sterile smell of a freshly pressed suit invaded my personal space. He looked tired. The usual arrogant gleam in his silver gray eyes was dulled by the same grief I felt. He signaled the bartender. 2 whiskeys. Neat. The good stuff. I don't need your charity, I snapped, though the bite was weak. It's a toast, Mercy. Shut up and drink. We drank, and then we drank again. The silence between us stretched, but for the first time in 5 years, it wasn't hostile. It was shared. We were the only 2 people on earth who knew the truth of what Prentice had done for us. The lie we were living. I don't know who moved first. I just remember the shift. One moment we were staring into our glasses. The next his hand was gripping the back of my neck, his thumb digging into my pulse point. Stop looking so shattered, he murmured, his voice rougher than I'd ever heard it. It doesn't suit you. I hate you, I whispered. It was the truth. It was a lie. It sounds like a prayer. I know. His mouth crashed onto mine. It wasn't romantic. It was a head-on collision. It was 5 years of insults, legal threats, and public mockery distilled into a desperate, starving need to feel something other than the void Prentice left behind. We stumbled to the elevator. We reached his room. In my grief, he made me feel alive. It was unprotected, reckless, a temporary lapse in rationality induced by grief and 18-year-old scotch. I shake my head violently, forcing the memory back into the dark cellar of my mind where it belongs. It was a mistake, I whisper to the empty bathroom. A glitch. But the 2 pink lines on the counter don't care about glitches. It's a receipt, a bill coming due. I wrap the test in layers of toilet paper, burying it deep in the trash can. I'll burn the trash later. I can't risk Zoe or the cleaning crew finding it. If the tabloids got wind of this, Mercy Boyd, the champion of soulful, organic tradition, pregnant by the corporate magnate in a bespoke suit known as Killian Thorne, it wouldn't just be a scandal. It would be a brand implosion. My phone buzzes against the marble counter, vibrating like an angry hornet. I jump, my heart hammering a furious rhythm against my ribs. I grab the device, expecting a text from Zoe. It's a notification from the bank. Alert. Loan 404 maturity date approaching. Payment of $2.4 million due in 20 days. The nausea returns, sweeter this time. Panic. I stare at the number. The harvest was good this year, but the distribution costs were astronomical. We're liquid poor. I have the assets. The land is worth millions, but I don't have the cash. And if I miss this payment, the sharks circling Boyd roots will smell blood. They'll try to force a sale. They'll try to take the land my great-grandfather bought with sweat and blood and sheer stubborn will. I can't let that happen. I am the custodian of this history. I am the imposter who is terrified every single day that she isn't strong enough to hold it up. I need money. Fast. My eyes drift to the contact list on my phone. Killian. We have a contract. A prenup that looks more like a hostage negotiation. If we divorce, I get a settlement. A large one. Enough to pay the loan and fund the winery for 5 years. I chew on my lower lip. I intended to ask for the divorce eventually, but doing it now while I'm carrying his accident? It feels dangerous. Killian is a wolf. That's what they call him on Wall Street. He deals in acquisition and leverage. If he knew I was pregnant, he wouldn't just write a check. He would assess the asset. He would calculate the value of an heir. He would try to take over. And Killian Thorne doesn't share custody. He acquires controlling interests. No, I mutter, smoothing my hands down the front of my blazer, rearmoring myself. I do this alone. I get the divorce. I take the money, and I raise this baby on my own terms. He never has to know. It's the only way. He's too cold, too insufferably arrogant to be a father. He'd probably try to schedule the baby's feedings in an Excel spreadsheet. My phone rings in my hand, startling me so bad I almost drop it into the sink. I look at the screen. The blood drains from my face. Thorne HQ. The universe has a twisted sense of humor. I take a deep breath, pressing my hand to my stomach for one brief protective second before straightening my spine. I answer, putting the phone to my ear. This is Mercy Boyd. Miss Boyd, please hold for Mr. Thorne. The assistant's voice is crisp, terrified. A click, then silence. Not the empty silence of a deadline, but the heavy pressurized silence of a room where someone is watching you. Mercy. His voice is exactly as I remember it from that night in Chicago. Low, smooth, and vibrating with an authority that makes hair on my arm stand up. But the heat is gone. It's been replaced by the Arctic chill he reserves for boardrooms and our Twitter spats. Killian, I say, my voice steady, though my knees feel like water. To what do I owe the displeasure? I'm busy running a business that actually has a soul, so make it quick. Cut the branding pitch, he says. He's not in the mood for the game. That's new. Usually, he lives for the banter. Where are you? I'm at the vineyard, where I belong. Why? Pack a bag. I bristle. Excuse me? Pack a bag, Mercy. My plane will be at the county airstrip in a few hours. I'm not going anywhere with you. I snap, my anger finally overriding the nausea. I have a harvest to manage, a loan to... I cut myself off. I have a life. If you want to see me, make an appointment with my lawyer. We have a problem, he interrupts, his tone dropping an octave. It's not a request. It's a command, stripped of all pretense. It's Nana Rose. My hand reaches for my collarbone, tracing the line rapidly. Nana Rose. She has treated me like a human being and not a portfolio diversity hire. Is she okay? No, Killian says, and for the very first time I hear a crack in the ice. A tiny microscopic fracture in his perfect control. She's dying, and she's asking for my wife.
Chapter 2. Killian. New York City looks like a circuit board from the 45th floor. It is a sprawling grid of metal and glass, organized by zoning laws and capital. I appreciate the logic of it. Chaos is inefficient. Chaos is expensive. Mercy Boyd is chaos. I stand at the floor-to-ceiling window, the heavy silver signet ring on my pinky finger spinning against the knuckle. Spin. Stop. Spin. Stop. The friction burns, a grounding sensation that keeps my mind focused on the objective. 1 hour has passed since I terminated the call. I did not lie to her. Not entirely. I merely adjusted the parameters of the truth to ensure a favorable outcome. Nana Rose is the matriarch of this family. Any decline in her cognitive function is, in essence, a death of the dynasty's current iteration. Mercy would not have boarded the jet for a birthday party. She would not have paused her harvest for a request. She required a crisis. I provided one. The heavy oak door behind me opens. I do not turn. I know the cadence of those footsteps. The frantic shuffling pace of Dr. Aris, followed by the heavy, entitled stride of my cousin, Julian. Mr. Thorne, Aris says, his voice thin. I turn then, keeping my face a blank slate. Doctor, sit. Dr. Aris takes the leather chair opposite my desk, looking small against the vastness of the skyline. Julian, my cousin, ignores the seating arrangement entirely. He leans against the mahogany sidebar, pouring himself a drink from my crystal decanter without asking. He wears a suit that costs $5,000, but wears it like it came off a rack. Too much shine, too much swagger, not enough substance. "Well?" I ask. "It is concerning," Aris begins, wiping his glasses. "The episodes are becoming more frequent. She forgets where she is. Yesterday, she thought she was 20 years old and preparing for her husband's return from the war. It is not acute failure yet, Kilyan, but it is the twilight. The decline will be steady." My jaw tightens. A single involuntary tick of the muscle. I force it to relax. Nana Rose raised me when my parents were too busy spending the trust fund to care about the heir. She's the only person on this earth I respect. "And her request?" I ask. "She is fixated on it," Aris says. "She wants the family whole. Specifically, she wants to see you and your wife. She believes, well, in her mind, you two are the great love story of the decade. She keeps asking why Mercy is never at Sunday dinner. I believe indulging this reality is the kindest treatment we can offer. It will anchor her." "Great love story," Julian snorts into his scotch. "That is rich." I shift my gaze to my cousin. "Do you have a contribution to make, Julian? Or are you just here to deplete my liquor inventory?" Julian smiles, but it does not reach his eyes. "I'm just marveling at the fantasy, Kilyan. Nana thinks you and the vintner are Romeo and Juliet without being enemies. The rest of us know you are just two sharks circling different oceans." "Thank you, Doctor," I say to Aris, dismissing him. "I will handle the arrangements. My wife and I will be at the Jubilee." Aris nods, relieved to escape the tension, and scuttles out of the room. The silence he leaves behind is heavy, filled only by the clink of ice in Julian's glass. "So," Julian says, pushing off the sidebar and walking toward my desk. He invades my space, placing his palms on the mahogany. "You are actually going to summon her? I am surprised she remembers your phone number." "Mercy is a busy woman," I say, sitting down and opening a file, signaling that this conversation is over. "She runs a vineyard. I run a conglomerate. We do not have time for domestic performance art." 5 years, Julian says. He drops the words like stones. 5 years, Kilyan. No children, no shared address, no joint appearances unless someone dies or a lawyer forces you into a room. And you even argue on the internet. What a husband and wife. I stop reading the file. I look up. We value our privacy. And have you heard of foreplay? Our arguments are to spice things up. I guess you'll never understand with your lack of a woman who is willing to take you seriously. Nonsense. Julian leans in. I think you value your inheritance. Grandfather's trust was specific. You had to be married by 28 to take the CEO chair. You found the one woman in the world who hated you enough to sign a piece of paper and stay on the other side of the country. I lean back in my chair, interlacing my fingers. I feel the cold metal of the signet ring press against my skin. Careful, Julian. You are speaking about my wife. I am speaking about your accomplice, he sneers. It is a fake, Kilyan. We all know it. But Nana, she is the one holding the purse strings. If she figures out you have been playing her for a fool, if she realizes this marriage is just a tax shelter with a ring... He trails off, letting the threat hang in the air. It is a valid threat. If the legitimacy of my marriage is challenged, the board could vote to freeze my assets pending an investigation. Julian would step into the interim CEO role. He would bankrupt Thorn Media in a fiscal quarter, but he would enjoy the power trip while the ship sank. My marriage, I say, my voice dropping to a register that usually makes junior executives sweat, is a legal, binding union between two powerful entities. Mercy Boyd is not a trophy I keep on a shelf, Julian. She is an empire builder. I do not expect a man who has never built anything in his life to understand the complexity of a partnership based on mutual ambition. Julian flinches. It is slight, but I see it. I struck the nerve. Ambition, Julian laughs, but it sounds brittle. Is that what you call it? I call it a ticking time bomb. You can't fake intimacy for weeks, cousin. Not with Nana watching. She has eyes like a hawk. One slip-up, one cold shoulder, and I will be there to point it out. I will find the cracks, Killian. And when I do, I will take this chair. He slams his glass down on a coaster, at least he has that much training, and turns to leave. Julian, I call out just before he reaches the door. He stops, his hand on the brass handle. If you disrespect Mercy, if you even look at her with anything less than absolute reverence while we are on that island, I will not just fire you. I will liquidate your portfolio and ensure you cannot get a loan for a used Honda. Julian's shoulders stiffen. He opens the door and walks out without a word. The door clicks shut. The silence returns, absolute and sterile. I let out a breath, not of relief, but of irritation. Julian is a blunt instrument, but he is correct about one thing. The margin for error is non-existent. I reach into my pocket and grab my phone. I do not open my email. I do not check the Nikki index. Instead, I navigate to a locked folder in my gallery. There is only one photo in it. It is not one of the stiff, black and white press photos from the courthouse steps 5 years ago. It is a photo I took myself, moments after we signed the documents. We were in the back of a town car, fleeing the paparazzi. Mercy had turned away from me to look out the window, thinking I was not paying attention. The light from the street lamps was cutting across her profile. Her head was bowed, her hand clutching the newly signed contract like a weapon, but her expression was not angry. It was devastatingly sad. At that moment, she looked like a queen in exile. Beautiful, tragic, untouchable. I snapped the photo without thinking. I tell myself I kept it for insurance, to remember the face of the enemy. But that is a lie. I kept it because it is the only time I have ever seen her unguarded. I stare at the image now. The curve of her neck. The defiance in her posture even when she was defeated. Julian thinks we are strangers. He thinks this is a business arrangement. He is a fool. I know exactly how she takes her coffee. Black, like her soul. I know she argues in French when she is losing control. I know the exact texture of her skin under my hands because 2 months ago, in a hotel room in Chicago, I lost my mind and memorized it. That night was a situation I had not accounted for. It was an anomaly, but anomalies can be exploited. "Checkmate, Mrs. Thorne," I whisper to the screen. I lock the phone, place it face down on the desk, and spin my ring one last time. The jet is waiting. The game has begun.
Chapter 3. Mercy. The cabin pressure changes as we descend, and my stomach drops with it. It feels like the plane is landing directly on my diaphragm. I swallow hard, forcing the rising bile back down, gripping the buttery leather armrest until my knuckles turn the color of ash. I hate private jets. I know. It's a complaint that sounds ridiculous coming from someone whose family owns prime California acreage. But to me, this Gulf Stream smells like Killian Thorne. It smells of filtered air, aggressive minimalism, and the kind of money that doesn't scream, but whispers threats. The landing gear engages with a mechanical thud that reverberates through my spine. "We are wheels down, Ms. Boyd," the flight attendant says. She's been watching me with pity for the last 4 hours, probably assuming my pale complexion and refusal of champagne is due to a fear of flying. If only it were that simple. I smooth my hands down the front of my pantsuit. It's an oversized architectural piece in deep plum, structured enough to look like I'm walking into a boardroom, loose enough to hide the fact that my lower belly feels swollen and tender. My body is changing. It's a subtle shift, invisible to the world, but to me it feels like a seismic event. I grab my bag. Inside, tucked between my laptop and a dossier on soil pH levels, are the unsigned divorce papers I've been carrying like a shield. The doors open. The humidity of the tarmac hits me first, heavy and smelling of jet fuel. Then I see him. Killian is leaning against a black SUV, a silhouette cut from the harder edges of the twilight. He's wearing a charcoal suit that fits him with the kind of architectural precision that makes you wonder if he was poured into the wool rather than dressed in it. He lifts a hand, running his fingers through his hair. A chaotic, careless gesture that ruins the pristine corporate image. The thick dark waves fall back against his forehead, giving him a look of disheveled elegance that I find personally offensive. He checks his watch, the silver ring on his pinky catching the runway lights. He looks up at me as I descend the stairs, and I feel the impact of his attention to the depths of my being, and I loathe it. I hate his face. I hate the symmetry of it. I hate the razor-sharp cut of a jawline that looks like it could slice through my excuses. And the straight, aristocratic nose that gives him that permanent air of superiority. But mostly, I hate his mouth. It is a genetic insolence that a man this cold should have lips that full. They are a deep, flushed red, as if nature decided to paint them with a permanent stain of crushed berries just to mock me. It is a mouth made for sinning, flanked by a jaw made for judgment. His gray eyes lock onto me, framed by lashes so thick and dark they cast shadows on his cheekbones when he blinks. They track my movement down the stairs, sweeping over me like a predator, waiting for a wounded gazelle to stumble. "You're late," he calls out over the whine of the engines. "I'm on the ground, Killian. That's all you paid for." I reach the bottom step, keeping a safe distance because looking at that mouth from 10 feet away is dangerous enough. The air around him feels charged, unsafe. He pushes off the car, opening the back door. "Get in. We are going to the penthouse. We can discuss the logistics there." "No." The word lingers in the air, sharp and final. Killian pauses, his hand on the doorframe. His jaw muscle ticks. "Excuse me?" I said no. "I'm not going to your penthouse. I'm not stepping foot into your territory where you control the exits, the temperature, and the narrative." I shift my weight, my finger drifting up to trace the line of my collarbone. It's a nervous habit I hate, but I can't stop it. "We are going somewhere neutral." He stares at me, his gaze dropping to my finger on my throat, then back to my eyes. "Mercy, you look exhausted. You need rest, not a power struggle." "I need a drink," I lie. "And I need a table between us. A wide one." "Fine." He slams the car door shut, the sound echoing like a gunshot. "The Pierre. Le Perrine. It is public. It is neutral. Is that sufficient for your paranoia?" "It's sufficient for my peace of mind." I climb into the car, sliding to the far side of the leather seat. He slides in next to me. The space is massive, yet he somehow consumes all the oxygen. He smells of sandalwood and something crisp, like cold currency. It makes my mouth water in a sickening, traitorous way. The ride is silent. We are two generals from opposing armies sharing a transport, neither willing to reveal a weakness. I stare out the window at the blurred lights of the city, my hand resting protectively over my stomach, hidden by the folds of my jacket. 20 days, I remind myself. You are doing this for the 20 days. When we arrive at the restaurant, the maitre d' greets Killian by name. Of course he does. Killian Thorne owns half the city, or at least holds the debt on it. We are ushered to a private corner table, shielded by heavy velvet curtains and high-backed chairs. It's quiet, expensive, the kind of place where the silence costs more than the food. I sit, keeping my back rigid. I am the only black woman in the room. I'm used to it. The wine industry isn't exactly a rainbow coalition, but tonight, under Killian's scrutiny, I feel the weight of it. I have to be perfect. I have to be the Iron Vintner. I cannot be the sick pregnant girl who made a mistake in a hotel room. "Wine list, monsieur?" the sommelier asks, presenting the leather book to Killian. "Give it to her," Killian says, gesturing to me. "My wife has the superior palate, though she wastes it on dirt farming." I snatch the list, ignoring the jab. "I'll have a ginger ale." I tell the sommelier. Fresh lime? No ice? Killian raises an eyebrow. Ginger ale? In a place that cellars a 45 Mouton Rothschild? I'm on a cleanse, I say smoothly, handing the menu back. My body is a temple, Killian. You should try treating yours like something other than a whiskey disposal unit. My liver is a marvel of efficiency, he drawls. Macallan 25. Neat. As the waiter retreats, Killian leans forward, interlacing his fingers on the white tablecloth. So, you are here. Nana Rose will be pleased. I'm not just doing this for Nana Rose, I say, my voice low. I came for the deal, and we are going to define it right now, before I get back on that plane. I told you the terms. 2 weeks. You play the part. I know what you want, I snap. I'm telling you what I want. I reach into my bag and pull out the manila envelope. I slam it onto the table. It lands between us, heavy with intent. Divorce papers, I say. Uncontested. You sign them the day we leave the island. You pay off the loan on the North Block, $2.4 million, within 24 hours of our return, and then we dissolve this, permanently. Killian looks at the envelope. He doesn't touch it. He looks at me. You are in a rush, he observes, his voice devoid of emotion. Is business that bad, Mercy? Or are you just desperate to escape me? Both, I say. My business has a soul, Killian. It has history. It requires patience and care. Concepts you wouldn't understand because you can't put them in an algorithm. You look at a vineyard and see acreage and yield. I see 3 generations of black hands working soil that didn't want to love them back. And yet, Killian counters, your soul is bankrupt, and my algorithm is offering to pay your debts. Because you need me. I lean in, ignoring the wave of nausea that rolls over me at the smell of the truffle fries arriving at the next table. You need a wife to secure your trust fund and position. You need a prop. I'm willing to be the prop, Thorne, but I have a price. A price, he repeats. He picks up his scotch, swirling the amber liquid. You talk about soul, but you negotiate like a mercenary. I learned from the best. He takes a sip, his eyes never leaving mine. It's unnerving. He's dissecting me. He's looking for the crack in the armor. He knows me too well. He knows I hate red meat. He knows I argue in French when I'm cornered. He knows the sound I make when I shut that thought down. None. Here is the reality, Killian says, setting the glass down. Julian is circling. He suspects the marriage is a sham. If he proves it, he challenges the trust. If he challenges the trust, I get frozen out. If I get frozen out, I can't pay your loan. My stomach twists. So this cannot be a half measure. You cannot just stand next to me and smile. You have to convince them. You have to convince Nana. He leans closer, his voice lowering to a harsh whisper. We have to touch, Mercy. We have to sleep in the same bed. We have to look like we haven't spent the last 5 years trying to destroy each other on the internet. I can act, I say defensively. Can you? He challenges. Because right now, you are looking at me like I am a contagion. You are a contagion. You're a toxic capital. And you are a drowning woman grabbing a lifeline. He extends his hand across the table, palm open. Do we have a deal, Mrs. Thorne? 2 weeks of total immersion, and Nana will be happy. In exchange, I clear your debt, and I sign your papers. You get your freedom. I get my company, but of course we need to keep silent about the divorce until Nana is safely back in her hometown where the word won't reach her until her death. Got it? It sounds cold, but it's the only way out. I nod, looking at his hand. It's large, broad-palmed. I remember the weight of it on my hip, the heat of it on my skin. I take a breath, smelling the citrus of my ginger ale and the danger of him. 2 weeks, I whisper. I reach out and grasp his hand. I expect it to be cold. He is the Ice King after all, but his skin is scorching. A sharp, audible crack of static electricity snaps between our palms. It's not just a spark, it's a shock that travels up my arm and hits me square in the chest. I gasp, jerking my hand back instinctively, but Killian doesn't let go. His fingers tighten around mine, holding me there, suspended over the table. For a second, the mask slips. His eyes widen, the pupils blowing out, swallowing the gray until they are almost black. He looks shocked. He looks hungry. Let go. I breathe, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. You felt that? He says. It's not a question. It's an accusation. He holds me for a second too long. 1, 2, 3 beats of silence where the hate feels terrifyingly like something else. Then his face shudders. The wall slams back down. He releases my hand and picks up his scotch. Get ready, Mercy, he says, turning his gaze to the window. We have a show to put on.
Chapter 4. Killian. The Gulfstream G650 is a masterpiece of aerodynamics and acoustic engineering. At 41,000 feet, the cabin is silent, save for the rhythmic, pressurized hum of the ventilation system. It is a sound that usually allows me to focus, to dissect balance sheets and acquisition targets with surgical precision. Today, however, the silence isn't helping. It amplifies the sound of her breathing. I stare at the spreadsheet on my tablet, but the numbers refuse to align. They blur, rearranging themselves into patterns that make no sense. I minimize the window with a sharp swipe of my finger and look across the aisle. Mercy is asleep. She fought it for the first 2 hours, sitting rigid in her seat, typing furiously on her laptop as if she could solve her debt crisis by sheer keystroke volume. But exhaustion is a biological imperative, not a negotiation. It eventually collected its due. Now she's curled into the cream leather seat, her body turned toward the window. I study her. I tell myself it is a threat assessment. I tell myself I am merely cataloging the asset I have acquired for the next 14 days. It is a lie. Mercy Boyd is distinct. In the boardroom or on a social media feed, she is armored. She wears structure like a weapon, sharp lapels, tight buns, cutting glares. But here, in the unguarded suspension of sleep, the geometry of her softens. Her skin is the color of deep espresso, rich and unblemished, absorbing the ambient light of the cabin rather than reflecting it. Against the pale leather, she looks like a deliberate stroke of ink on a blank page. Her braids have slipped over her shoulder, thick and dark, pooling on her chest. I have an irrational, intrusive urge to reach out and wrap one of those silken ropes around my fist, just to test the weight of it. My hand clenches on the armrest. I force it to relax. I look at her face. There are shadows beneath her eyes, dark smudges of fatigue that makeup failed to conceal earlier. Her lashes rest against her cheeks, long and curled, creating a softness that contradicts the sharp, terrifying intelligence usually burning behind her eyes. And her mouth. It is a problem. Her lips are parted slightly, a sliver of breath escaping with each exhale. The bottom lip is full, a heavy curve that looks painted by a master artist who understood the precise intersection of temptation and sin. It is a mouth made for whispering prayers or screaming curses. I've heard her do both, though usually the latter is directed at me. There is something different about her. The data points do not match the memory files I've stored from our last few encounters. She looks lush. Mercy has always been curvy, a woman built of soft sweeps and dangerous angles, but today, she seems fuller. There is a heaviness to her breasts pressing against the silk of her blouse, a subtle rounding to her face that I cannot quantify. It is not weight gain. It is something elemental. A bloom. It irritates me that I notice. It irritates me that I cannot derive the equation that explains it. Suddenly, the plane drops. It is a violent atmospheric shear, An air pocket that sends the G650 plummeting 50 feet in a heartbeat. The cabin lurches. My tablet slides off the table. Mercy wakes with a gasp, a sharp intake of air that sounds like a sob. Her hands fly out, grasping at nothing, her eyes wide and unseeing in the panic of waking into chaos. Killian! The sound of my name on her lips, frantic, needy, bypasses my logic centers entirely. I unbuckle my seatbelt. The fastened seatbelt light is flashing, the chime pinging incessantly, but I ignore it. I bridge the aisle in a single stride, dropping into the empty seat facing her. I am here, I say. My voice is low, a command meant to override the turbulence. She is hyperventilating. Her hand is pressed to her stomach, her chest heaving. The plane shudders again, a lateral shake this time that rattles the glassware in the galley. Mercy squeezes her eyes shut, her face turning an alarming shade of gray. She looks like she's going to be sick. I reach out and grip her knee. It is a grounding technique. Physical anchor points reduce panic. That is the logic. But the moment my palm contacts her leg, logic evaporates. Through the thin fabric of her plum trousers, her skin is scorching. The heat of her seeps into my palm, traveling up my arm like a live current. My thumb digs in, finding the sensitive spot on the inside of her knee, anchoring her to the seat, to the moment, to me. Look at me, Mercy. She shakes her head, her hand moving to her collarbone, tracing the line frantically. Open your eyes. She obeys. Her eyes are wide, the whites stark against the dark irises. They're filled with a raw, animalistic fear that I have never seen in her. Mercy Boyd fears nothing. She fights Banks, Blights, and me. She does not cower. The pilot is correcting, I tell her, keeping my voice steady, an immovable object against the shaking cabin. It is just air. Displaced mass. We are stabilizing. I hate this, she whispers. She is not looking at me. She is looking through me, her other hand still clutching her midsection as if she is protecting a vital organ. I feel... She swallows hard, her throat working. I lean closer, invading her space to shield her from the disorientation of the cabin. And then it hits me. The scent. It rolls off her in a wave, intensified by her body heat and the confined space. Vanilla, oak, and something underneath it. Something milky and sweet, like cream and warm skin. It is a sensory assault. My brain stutters. The cabin disappears. My work disappears. Suddenly I am back in Chicago. The hotel room. The rain lashing the window. Mercy pinned beneath me, her legs wrapped around my waist, her head thrown back as she unraveled. That scent was everywhere then. In my nose, in my mouth, clinging to my skin for 3 days after I left her. I inhale sharply. My jaw locks. Mine. The word rises from my brain, guttural and possessive. I want to lean down and bury my face in the crook of her neck. I want to taste that pulse point she is tracing with her finger. I want to bite her, just to see if she tastes as different as she looks. The plane stabilizes. The shaking stops. The engines settle back into their smooth, expensive hum. Mercy blinks, the panic receding, replaced instantly by the sharp, defensive clarity that is her trademark. She looks down at my hand. My large, pale hand gripping her knee possessively, my thumb stroking the fabric in a rhythm I did not authorize. She flinches. Let go, she says. Her voice is shaky but cold. I release her immediately, pulling my hand back as if I touched a hot stove. The loss of contact is physically jarring. My palm tingles. We are stable, I say, sitting back, reassembling my mask. You were hyperventilating. It is not a good idea to pass out at 30,000 feet. Mercy smooths her pants, refusing to look at me. She looks pale, her skin missing its usual luster. I wasn't hyperventilating. I was startled. There's a difference. Whatever you say, Mrs. Thorne. I stand up and return to my seat, but the air in the cabin has changed. It is thick now, heavy with the scent of her fear and the lingering memory of my own loss of control. I pick up my tablet. The screen is cracked. I stare at the spiderweb fracture in the glass. I do not remember dropping it. Italy greets us not with a kiss, but with a suffocating embrace. As soon as the cabin door opens at the airstrip in Naples, the heat invades. It is not the dry, crisp heat of California. This is a wet, heavy Mediterranean swelter that sticks your shirt to your spine within seconds. "Welcome to the inferno," I mutter, putting on my sunglasses. Mercy steps out of the plane behind me. She wavers on the top step. I watch her closely. She has put her blazer back on, buttoned tight, despite the 90-degree temperature. It is absurd. She must be boiling in that wool blend. "Take off the jacket, Mercy," I say as we walk across the tarmac to the waiting car. "You look ridiculous, and you're going to get heat stroke." "I'm fine," she snaps, clutching her bag against her stomach. "It's structure. It's professional. Nana Rose is old school." Nana Rose is currently wearing a linen caftan and drinking gin. She does not care about your lapels. We get into the town car. The AC is blasting, thank God, but Mercy doesn't relax. She sits on the seat, staring out the window as we wind through the chaotic streets of Naples toward the private harbor. She looks green. I watch her reflection in the glass. She is pressing her lips together, her breathing shallow and controlled. "Car sickness?" I ask. "Heat," she says shortly. "I'm just hungry. My blood sugar is low. I will have the chef prepare something the moment we arrive." "No," she says quickly, too quickly. "Just crackers or bread. Bland." I file that away. Bland food. When did her taste change? The car winds down the cliffside roads, the azure expanse of the Tyrrhenian Sea stretching out before us. It is beautiful, objectively, but all I can focus on is the woman next to me who looks like she is about to faint. We arrive at the private dock. The Stella del Nord, the Thorne family's vintage Riva speedboat, is waiting, its mahogany hull gleaming in the brutal sun. The driver opens the door. The heat hits us again, scorching me inside and out. I get out first, adjusting my cuffs, grateful for the sea breeze. I turn to wait for Mercy. She steps out. One moment she is standing. The next, her heel catches on the uneven cobblestone of the pier. Her knee buckles. It is a graceful, terrifying collapse, like a statue toppling in slow motion. "Mercy!" I move on instinct. I'm there before she hits the stones. My arm sweeps around her waist, hauling her up and against me. The momentum spins us, slamming her chest against mine. She gasps, her hands flying up to clutch my lapels to steady herself. She is heavy in my arms, dead weight for a split second before she finds her footing. But I do not let go. I have her pinned against the hard wall of my chest. Her face is inches from mine. Up close, the changes are undeniable. Her skin is dewy with sweat, glowing gold in the Italian sun. Her scent, that maddening vanilla and oak, explodes between us, drowning out the smell of the salt water and boat fuel. I can feel her heart hammering against my ribs. It beats in sync with mine, a frantic, double rhythm. Her eyes are wide, locked on mine. The gray of my irises reflects in the dark pools of hers. "I've got you," I say. My voice is a rough growl, stripped of all corporate polish. "I tripped," she breathes. She sounds wrecked. "I know." I should release her. She is steady now. The crisis is averted, but my arm tightens around her waist instead. My hand splays across the small of her back, pressing her closer, eliminating the millimeter of air between our bodies. I can feel the softness of her curves yielding against the hardness of my suit. She feels right. She feels like something I lost and just found. Mercy doesn't push me away. Her fingers curl into the fabric of my suit jacket, holding on. For a second, the hate is gone. The rivalry is gone. There is just the heat, the sweat, and the terrifying realization that holding my wife feels more like coming home than stepping foot on this island ever has. "Mr. Thorne?" The boat captain calls out, breaking the spell. We freeze. The world rushes back in. Mercy rips herself out of my arms, stumbling back a step, her hand grasping at her collarbone. She looks horrified. I stand there, my empty hands still raised, my palms burning where she touched me. My jaw ticks. Get in the boat, I say, turning away so she cannot see the hunger I know is written on my face. We are wasting time.
Chapter 5. Mercy. The Isola di Thorn isn't an estate. It's a fortress built of limestone, old money, and the kind of generational arrogance that thinks it can tame the Mediterranean Sea. As the mahogany speedboat cuts the engine and glides toward the private dock, I shield my eyes against the glare. The villa rises from the cliffs like a crown, all terracotta tiles and white stucco, surrounded by cypress trees that stand at attention like soldiers. It is breathtaking. It is terrifying. It is a cage, and I just walked right into it. Relax, Killian murmurs. He's standing beside me, the wind whipping his dark hair into that chaotic, sexy disarray that makes my teeth ache. He doesn't look at me. He surveys the island as if he personally arranged the tectonic plates that formed it. You look like you're facing a firing squad. I'd prefer the squad, I mutter, smoothing the front of my plum suit for the 100th time. At least they'd be quick. The boat bumps gently against the bumpers. A team of staff is already waiting on the pier. Men in crisp white uniforms, women in slate gray. They stand in a perfect line, hands clasped behind their backs. It's like a scene from a period drama, only hotter, stickier, and with more impending doom. I feel the familiar prickle of imposter syndrome crawling up my spine. I am Mercy Boyd, CEO, landowner, vintner. But here, walking onto this dock as the black wife of the white heir, I am a curiosity, a rumor. The invisible wife, finally made flesh. I step onto the wood, my heels clicking a sharp rhythm. Killian is right behind me, his presence a heavy, warm shadow. Killian! Tesoro mio! The shout comes from the top of the stone stairs. I brace myself for a frail, confused invalid. I expect a wheelchair, or at least a cane. Instead, I see a woman who moves with the energy of a hurricane wrapped in expensive linen. Nana Rose is descending the stairs with a gin and tonic in one hand and a lit cigarette in the other. She's wearing a flowing turquoise caftan that probably costs more than my car, and huge, bug-eyed sunglasses. She looks about as close to death's door as I do to being named Pope. She's dying? I hiss out of the corner of my mouth, my disbelief slipping through. She has good days. Killian replies smoothly, though I see his jaw muscle tick. Smile, Mercy. You're on stage. Before I can retort, Nana Rose is upon us. She smells of expensive jasmine perfume and tobacco. She ignores her grandson entirely and wraps me in a hug that squeezes the air out of my lungs. Mercy, look at you. She pulls back, holding me by the shoulders, her grip surprisingly strong. She scans my face, her eyes sharp behind the dark lenses. You are glowing, child. Finally, some color in this dreary family. The Italian sun agrees with you. Happy birthday, Nana Rose, I manage, forcing a smile that feels tight on my face. You look incredible. I look like an antique that's been polished too many times. She waves a hand dismissively, ash falling dangerously close to Killian's suit. But I'm still standing. Killian, stop looming like a gargoyle and kiss your grandmother. Killian leans down, pressing a tender kiss to her cheek. Happy birthday, Nana. You're late, she accuses, swatting his arm. But I forgive you because you brought her. Come. The heat out here is barbaric. We have lemonade and iced towels inside. She turns and marches back up the stairs, barking orders at the staff in rapid-fire Italian. I stand there, blinking. She seems Sharp. The dementia comes and goes, Killian says, his voice flat. He places a hand on the small of my back. Move, Mercy, before she comes back and drags you. The touch burns. His palm is broad, the heat of it seeping through the fabric of my jacket, branding me. I want to pull away, but the staff is watching. The boat captain is watching. We walk up the stairs, Killian guiding me with a pressure that feels possessive. Inside, the villa is a temple of cool marble and vaulted ceilings. It is luxurious in a way that makes you afraid to touch anything. Now, Nana Rose says, turning to face us in the grand foyer. I have had the staff prepare the master suite for you. My heart stutters. I freeze. The master suite? I choke out. Oh, Nana, that's too much. We wouldn't want to displace you. Nonsense. I'm in the garden cottage. I prefer the quiet. She interrupts. Besides, the entire east wing is being repainted. Fumes everywhere. Dreadful. So I put you in the master. It has the best view of the sunset. Perfect for couples and making babies. She wiggles her eyebrows suggestively. I feel the blood drain from my face. The master suite usually implies one thing. One bed. I open my mouth to argue. To suggest a guest room, a servant's quarter, a sleeping bag in the pantry, anything else. Thank you, Nana. Killian's voice cuts through my panic. He steps closer to me, his arm sliding from my back to wrap around my waist. He pulls me into his side, his hip bone colliding with mine. It is a solid, unyielding impact. I look at him startled. He is looking down at me with an expression that is terrifyingly tender. His gray eyes are soft, the predator masked by the husband. We appreciate it, Killian lies, his voice like velvet. He reaches up with his free hand and tucks a loose braid behind my ear. His knuckles graze the sensitive skin of my neck, sending a shiver straight down my spine that has absolutely nothing to do with the air conditioning. Mercy has been working too hard. A little luxury is exactly what she needs. He leans in close, his lips brushing my temple. To Nana, it looks like a whisper of affection. Breathe, he commands, his voice a low vibration against my skin. Don't fight it. You'll give us away. I stiffen, my hand flying to my collarbone, trailing the line frantically. I am trapped. Trapped by his arm. Trapped by the lie. Trapped by the woman watching us with a satisfied smirk. Thank you, I whisper, the words tasting like vinegar. Excellent. Nana Rose claps her hands. Dinner is at 8. Formal. Don't be late. She sweeps away, leaving us alone in the echoing foyer. Killian drops his arm immediately. The loss of warmth is instant, leaving a cold spot on my waist. The master suite, I say, turning on him, my voice rising. You knew. I suspected. He corrects, adjusting his cuffs. She wants great-grandchildren. Putting us in the same bed is her subtle way of expediting the process. I am not sleeping in the same bed as you. Then you can sleep on the chaise lounge. It looks distinctively uncomfortable, but I admire your commitment to martyrdom. He turns and walks toward the grand staircase. Coming, Mrs. Thorne? I mutter a curse in French, connored arrogant, and follow him. I have no choice. My luggage is already disappearing up the stairs in the hands of a porter. The master suite is obscene. That is the only word for it. It is larger than the entire tasting room at Boyd Roots. A wall of glass overlooks the sparkling sea. There is a sitting area with white velvet sofas, a private balcony, and a bathroom that features a tub carved from a single block of marble. And in the room, on a raised platform, sits the bed. It is a California king, draped in linens so white they hurt my eyes. It looks like a cloud. It looks like a battlefield. It's big enough, Killian says, walking past me to place his briefcase on the desk. He sounds bored. We can build a wall of pillows. I promise to keep my hands to myself. That's not the point. I snap, dropping my purse on a chair. The room is stifling, even with the AC. The scent of fresh lilies from a massive vase on the nightstand is cloying, thick and sweet. The point is boundaries, Killian. We had rules. Rules change when the game board changes, he says, taking off his jacket and tossing it onto the bed. He starts to unbutton his cuffs, rolling his sleeves up to reveal his forearms. They are thick, corded with muscle and dusted with dark hair. I look away, my mouth going dry. Afraid I'll bite, Mercy? He teases, his voice dropping, taking on that smoky quality again. He leans against the desk, crossing his ankles, watching me. Or are you afraid you'll like it? I'm afraid you'll snore. I shoot back, but the retort lacks heat. I feel dizzy. The heat from the boat ride hasn't dissipated. It's settled deep in my bones. The stress of the flight, the surprise of seeing Nana well when I expected something worse, the overwhelming scent of those damn lilies. It's all mixing into a toxic cocktail in my gut. My stomach gives a violent lurch. Oh no. The room tilts. The white linens blur. The smell of Killian's sandalwood cologne drifts across the room, and suddenly, it's not attractive. It's suffocating. Saliva floods my mouth, the telltale warning. Mercy? Killian's tone shifts instantly. The teasing vanishes, replaced by the clinical sharpness of the wolf. You've gone gray. I clap a hand over my mouth, my eyes watering. I can't speak. I can't breathe. I spin around, scanning the room frantically for the bathroom door. Mercy? He steps forward. I bolt. I scramble across the marble floor, my heels slipping, abandoning all dignity. I shove open the heavy bathroom door and slam it shut behind me, fumbling with the lock just as I hear Killian's heavy footsteps reach the other side. The lock clicks. I barely make it to the toilet before my body purges the ginger ale in the fear. Mercy! Killian's fist pounds on the door. He sounds genuinely alarmed. Mercy, are you all right? Open this door. I heave again, gripping the porcelain until my knuckles turn white, praying the sound of the fan is loud enough to drown out the sound of my secret unraveling on the bathroom floor. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks. Dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 6. Killian. The terrace of the Villa Thorn is designed for one purpose: intimidation. It is a sweeping expanse of limestone that hangs over the cliffs, offering a panoramic view of the darkening Mediterranean. The table is set for 12, though only 8 of us are present. The linens are white. The crystal is Waterford. The humidity is 90%. I stand at the head of the table, my hand resting on the back of the empty chair to my right. My family is already seated, a collection of sharks in linen and silk. My mother, Victoria, sits at the opposite end. She is 60 years old, yet her face remains a frozen landscape of Botox and disapproval. She is currently inspecting the floral arrangement as if it has personally offended her. "Where is she?" Julian asks. He's already on his second gin and tonic, his face flushed with the heat and the liquor. It is rude to keep the birthday girl waiting. "Nana Rose is not even here yet," I reply, my voice cool. I check my watch. Mercy is on Italian time. Adjust your expectations. Or maybe she's packing her bags, Julian sneers, leaning back, running back to her dirt farm before the charade falls apart. My jaw ticks. Once. I do not like the way he speaks her name. I do not like the way he looks at the empty chair. It triggers a territorial aggression in my hindbrain that I usually reserve for hostile takeovers. I'm about to eviscerate him verbally when the glass doors open. The conversation at the table dies. Even the cicadas seem to pause their screaming in the cypress trees. Mercy steps onto the terrace. She's wearing gold. It is a slip of a dress made of some liquid metallic fabric that clings to every curve and dip of her body. It leaves her shoulders bare, the rich, deep brown of her skin glowing in the candlelight. The dress is backless, plunging dangerously low, exposing the spine I touched on the boat. She looks regal. She looks expensive. She looks terrified. I see it in the way her fingers twitch at her side, resisting the urge to reach for her collarbone. I see it in the tightness around her eyes. To the rest of the table, she is the iron vintner, cold and beautiful. To me, she looks like a woman walking the plank. I move before I make the conscious decision to do so. I cross the terrace in 3 strides, meeting her halfway. "You are late," I murmur, offering her my arm. "I had to steam the dress," she whispers back, placing her hand in the crook of my elbow. Her fingers are cold despite the sweltering heat. And I was praying for a meteor strike. "God is busy," I say. "You are stuck with me." I lead her to the table. The silence is heavy, weighted with judgment. "Mercy," my mother says. It is not a greeting. It is an assessment. Victoria scans Mercy from head to toe, looking for a loose thread, a scuff, a flaw. Finding none, she offers a tight, practiced smile. "That color is bold, but I suppose you can carry it off." "Thank you, Victoria," Mercy says smoothly. She takes her seat as I pull out her chair. "You look lovely as well. Is that vintage Chanel?" "Current season," my mother corrects sharply. "We do not dwell in the past." "Except when it comes to grudges," Julian mutters into his glass. Dinner is a theatrical production. The staff moves in perfect synchronization, placing plates of seared scallops and truffle risotto. The air is thick with humidity and the scent of jasmine, heavy and cloying. I watch Mercy. She picks at her food, moving the scallops around her plate with surgical precision, but eating nothing. She looks pale under the golden glow of the lanterns. "So," Julian starts, his voice booming too loud in the quiet night. "Where are the lovebirds, Maya and Leo?" Mercy's head snaps up. For the first time, genuine emotion breaks through her mask. "They aren't here yet?" "Flight delay," I say, cutting in before Julian can spin it. "They're stuck in London. They'll arrive in 2 days." Mercy lets out a breath, her shoulders sagging slightly. "Okay, 2 days." "Anxious to see the happy couple?" Julian asks, leaning forward. "Or just anxious to have a buffer?" "I am anxious to see my niece. I haven't seen her in months," Mercy says, her voice regaining its sharp, professional edge. "Family is important to us, Julian. I wouldn't expect you to understand that, given your track record." Julian's face darkens. He is on his 3rd wife. Mercy knows exactly where to aim. "Speaking of family," Julian counters, his eyes flicking between Mercy and me. "It has been 5 years. No announcements? No little heirs running around the vineyard?" The temperature at the table seems to drop 10 degrees. My hand clenches on the stem of my water glass. I spin the signet ring with my thumb. Spin. Stop. "We are focusing on our careers," I say. My tone is final. It is the tone I use to end negotiations. "Careers," Julian scoffs. "You're 32, Killian. Grandfather had 3 sons by your age. What is the holdup? Trouble in paradise? Or maybe—" He looks at Mercy with a sneer. "Maybe the soil isn't fertile." The insult is gross. It is biological. My chair scrapes loudly against the stone as I shift my weight, preparing to stand. I'm going to hit him. It is inefficient. It is primal. But I am going to break his nose. Julian, my mother's voice cuts through the air like a whip. That is enough. She turns her cold gaze on her nephew. Killian and Mercy are a modern couple. They have a timeline. We do not discuss the contents of a womb at the dinner table. It is pedestrian. She is not defending Mercy. She is defending the brand. Thorn men do not have fertility issues, and Thorn dinners do not descend into brawls. Mercy has gone rigid next to me. Her hand is under the table, resting on her stomach. I can see the tendon in her neck straining. I'm thirsty, she says, her voice brittle. Of course, I say. I signal the sommelier. He approaches with a bottle cradled like an infant. Chateau Margaux 2005, I announce. I had it brought up from the cellar. It is your favorite vintage, Mercy. I watch her profile. She freezes. I know it is her favorite because I researched her portfolio 5 years ago. I know she prefers the structure of a left bank Bordeaux. I ordered this specifically to show her that I pay attention, that I am a good husband. But she does not look pleased. She looks cornered. The sommelier pours the dark, ruby liquid into her crystal glass. The aroma wafts up. Blackcurrant, tobacco, earth. It is exquisite. To family, I say, raising my glass. To family, the table echoes. Mercy lifts her glass. Her hand is trembling slightly. I watch her. I am observing everything about her. She brings the crystal to her lips. She tilts the glass. I watch the liquid rise to the rim. She closes her eyes, savoring the bouquet. Or so it seems. She does not drink. The liquid touches her lips, staining them darker, but she does not swallow. She lowers the glass, pretending to have taken a sip. Exquisite, she murmurs. I frown. She is lying. Why? Mercy Boyd loves wine. She respects it. She does not fake sip a $2,000 bottle of Margaux unless something is wrong. Is she ill? I think back to the boat. The stumble. The pallor. The cleanse at the restaurant in New York. My mind cycles through the variables. An ulcer? A medication interaction? Or is it addiction? The thought lands with a heavy thud. The wine industry is soaked in alcohol. High-functioning alcoholism is common. Is she hiding a dependency? Is that why the business is failing? Is she shaking because she needs a drink or because she is trying to stop? I watch her out of the periphery of my vision as the conversation turns to the bond market. Mercy waits until the table is laughing at one of my mother's dry jokes. She thinks no one is looking. With a quick, fluid motion, she tips her glass over the large terracotta planter sitting directly behind her chair. The dark wine disappears into the soil. She sets the glass back down, empty. My eyes narrow. She is hiding something. You enjoyed that quickly, I say, my voice low for her ears only. She jumps, her hand flying instinctively to her collarbone. It's been a long day, Killian. I needed the edge off. I can pour you another. No! She says it too sharply. She forces a smile. I mean, no. One is my limit tonight. The heat. The heat, I repeat. I do not believe her. The dinner drags on. I am distracted. I am recalculating the risk assessment of this entire arrangement. If she is sick or an addict, Julian will find out. He will use it. We stand to leave as the dessert plates are cleared. Nana Rose never showed up. Apparently she forgot and fell asleep early. Convenient. Mercy excuses herself immediately, claiming a headache. She practically runs from the terrace, her gold dress shimmering like a retreating star. I stay behind, finishing my wine. I need the burn of the alcohol to numb the buzzing in my head. Julian sidles up to me. He's swaying slightly, his eyes malice bright. She is a terrible actress, cousin, he whispers, swirling the ice in his glass. I turn to him, my face a mask of boredom. Go to bed, Julian. He chuckles, a wet, sloppy sound. He leans in close, his breath heavy with gin. You can glare at me all you want, Killian, but I saw her face when I asked about the baby. He nods toward the door where Mercy vanished. She doesn't look like a woman in love, he says, voice dropping to a conspiratorial hiss that makes my skin crawl. She looks like a woman holding her breath. He claps me on the shoulder and stumbles away into the villa. I stand alone on the terrace. I look at the planter behind Mercy's chair. I see the dark stain of the wine seeping into the dry Italian earth. She is holding her breath. The question is, when she finally exhales, will she burn this entire house down?
Chapter 7. Mercy. The bathroom door is a solid slab of Italian oak, heavy enough to keep out a siege, but not thick enough to silence the riot in my head. I stand in front of the vanity, gripping the cold marble edge until my fingers ache. The face in the mirror looks haunted. My makeup is scrubbed clean, revealing the exhaustion that has settled into the hollows beneath my eyes like bruised fruit. I look down at my stomach. It's barely there. To the outside world, it's nothing. A large meal, a bit of bloating from the humidity. But I know my body. I know the terrain of my own skin. The slight curve above my pelvic bone is new. It is foreign territory occupied by a hostile force that happens to share DNA with the man waiting on the opposite side of that door. "Get it together, Mercy," I whisper, the French slipping out. "Tu es une forteresse." I reach for the silk pajamas I packed specifically for this nightmare. They are midnight blue, oversized, and structured more like a tent than sleepwear. I slide them on. The silk is cool against my overheated skin, billowing around my midsection, erasing my shape entirely. I look like I'm wearing a luxury parachute. Good. I take 3 steadying breaths. In, out. I unlock the door. The bedroom is dim, lit only by the soft amber glow of the bedside lamps. The air conditioning is humming a low, expensive purr, chilling the room to a temperature that would require a coat in the real world. Killian is already in bed. He is sitting up against the headboard, a tablet balanced on his knees. He's wearing reading glasses, tortoiseshell frames that somehow make him look even more dangerous, like a predator playing at being a scholar. And he is shirtless. My step falters. It shouldn't matter. I've seen him naked. I've dug my nails into those shoulders. I've tasted the skin at the base of his throat. But that was in the dark, fueled by whiskey and grief. Seeing him now, in the stark reality of a marital bed we are pretending to share, feels like walking into a trap. His chest is broad, dusted with dark hair that narrows into a line disappearing beneath the waistband of gray sweatpants. The muscles of his abdomen are defined, rigid ridges of tension, even when he is relaxed. As I enter, his gaze drags over me, starting at my bare feet and traveling up the expanse of blue silk to my face. "You look." He pauses, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Comfortable." I look appropriate. I correct, walking to the opposite side of the massive bed. I move stiffly, terrified that if I move too fast, the nausea that has finally settled will rear its head again. It's silk. It breathes. "It looks like you're smuggling a parachute, Mercy." "Function over form, Thorn." I pull back the duvet on my side. The sheets are crisp, white, and intimidating. I climb in, keeping a strict 3 feet of distance between us. I grab the extra pillows, 2 fluffy, down-filled squares, and shove them into the demilitarized zone in the mattress. Killian watches me over the rim of his glasses. "Building a fortress?" "Building a boundary," I snap, punching the top pillow into shape. "This is the Great Wall of Thorn. You stay on your side, I stay on mine. If you cross it, you lose a finger." "Violent," he murmurs. Though he doesn't look displeased, he taps his screen, closing out whatever market he was likely manipulating. "Relax, Mercy. I have no intention of ravishing you. You're terrified, exhausted, and currently dressed like a blue tarp." My restraint is intact. I'm not scared. I lie, my finger twitching against the sheet. Your pulse is visible in your neck from here. I pull the duvet up to my chin, turning on my side to face away from him. Turn off the light, Killian. He sighs. A heavy exhale that sounds weary. He takes off his glasses, placing them on the nightstand. The light clicks off. The darkness is absolute. For a long time, the only sound is the hum of the AC and the rhythm of our breathing. My body is rigid, every muscle locked tight, waiting for something. An accusation? A touch? They'll bring the children, Killian says into the dark. His voice is lower now, stripped of the sarcasm. I don't have to ask who he means. Maya texted me. I whisper back. She's nervous. About seeing the family. About seeing Julian. Julian is a problem I can manage, Killian says. She shouldn't be nervous. She's family. I let out a dry, humorless laugh. Family. That word meant war, 5 years ago. I roll onto my back, staring up at the ceiling I can't see. The memory of that day in the lawyer's office hits me, the smell of stale coffee and litigation. Do you remember the first time we met? I ask. Before the lawyers? Vividly, Killian replies. You stormed into the precinct where Leo was being held. You were wearing a white dress and combat boots. You looked like an avenging angel ready to burn the city down. I was 23. I defend. And Leo had just gotten my 19-year-old niece pregnant and tried to run off to Vegas with her. I wasn't an angel. I was a guardian. I thought you were insane, he admits. I can hear the smile in his voice. You started yelling at the desk sergeant in French. He was being dismissive. It's the language of my rage. I noticed. Silence stretches again, but this time, it's not barbed wire. It's softer. I was so scared for her, I confess quietly. The vulnerability slips out before I can catch it. In the dark, it's harder to keep the armor plated. She was a baby. She had a scholarship to Stanford. I thought she was throwing her life away. I thought she was going to be another statistic, another black girl with a brilliant mind swallowed up by a system that expects her to fail. I swallow hard, the old fear tasting like bile. I promised my father I would protect the legacy, and that included Maya. I thought I failed her. The mattress shifts. Killian has turned toward me. I can feel heat radiating from him across the pillow wall. You didn't fail her, Mercy, he says. His voice is uncharacteristically gentle. Look at them now. They're happy. They built something real. Despite us, I point out. We tried to tear them apart. I threatened an annulment. You threatened to disown Leo. I was protecting him, Killian says defensively. Leo is soft. He's not like me. He feels everything. I thought the world would eat him alive if he didn't have the family protection. I thought he was making a mistake that would cost him his inheritance. We were both terrified, I whisper, just for different reasons. We were arrogant, he corrects. We thought we could control them. We thought their love was an equation we could solve with money and threats. And now look at us, I murmur, married for 5 years to save our own assets, while the kids we tried to separate are the only honest ones in the family. Irony has a wicked sense of humor. I turn my head on the pillow. My eyes have adjusted to the gloom. I can see the outline of his profile, the sharp nose, the heavy brow. He isn't looking at me. He's staring at the ceiling. Why did you do it, Killian? I ask. The question has been rotting in my gut for 5 years. Why did you offer the marriage? You could have found anyone, a socialite, a friend. Why me? Why the enemy? He is silent for so long, I think he's fallen asleep. Because, he says finally, his voice rough, scraping against the silence. I knew you would never ask me for anything. You hated me. You wanted the money for the vineyard, and you wanted to be left alone. It was the only safe bet. Safe? Love is a liability, Mercy. It makes you weak. It makes you irrational. Look at what it did to my father. He claims to love a woman every other month. What it did to my mother. To Leo in the beginning. He shifts again. With you, I knew I was safe. There was no risk of falling. Just a contract. Clean, cold. The words should hurt. They should confirm every terrible thing I think about him. But instead, they just sound lonely. Clean and cold, I repeat. Like a morgue. Like a business, he counters. Go to sleep, Mercy. We have a performance to give tomorrow. I turn back on my side, facing away from him again. I pull the duvet tight. Good night, Killian. Good night, Mrs. Thorne. The title usually makes me bristle. Tonight it just settles in the air, heavy and unresolved. Exhaustion pulls at me, dragging me down like a riptide. My body feels heavy, the fatigue of the travel, and the nausea finally claiming their due. My thoughts fragment. The loan, the baby, the heat, his voice. I drift. At some point in the night, the air conditioning cycles off, or maybe the room just settles. The cold that kept me rigid melts away. In the depths of sleep, my body seeks heat. It's instinct. It's biological. I move away from the cool edge of the mattress, seeking a source of warmth. I push past the pillow wall. It's soft, yielding. It offers no resistance. I find something solid, something warm. I murmur a protest against the intrusion of a dream, shifting closer. My arm feels heavy, so I throw it over the warm solidity. I bury my face against a surface that smells of sandalwood and skin. It smells safe. It smells like the absence of fear. I sigh, a deep shuddering exhale, and let the darkness take me completely. Light. It's the first thing I register. Brilliant, aggressive Italian sunlight slicing through the gap in the curtains. The second thing I hear is the sound. Thump, 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 thump. A steady, rhythmic beating directly beneath my ear. I frown, keeping my eyes closed. I'm comfortable. More comfortable than I have been in weeks. I'm warm, cocooned in something solid, and smelling of expensive soap and man. My nose is pressed against skin. My hand is resting on ridges. Warm, hard ridges that rise and fall with a slow breath. Wait. My brain reboots, the fog of sleep clearing with a violent jolt. I open my eyes. All I see is skin. Tan, olive skin stretched over a broad pectoral muscle. There is a dusting of dark hair. A nipple. I freeze. My breath hits in my throat. I am not on my side of the bed. The pillow wall has been breached. In fact, one of the pillows is currently on the floor. I am draped over Killian Thorne like a human blanket. My leg is thrown over his thighs, tangling our limbs together. My arm is sprawled across his chest, my hand resting right over his heart. And my face. God help me. My face is nuzzled into the crook of his neck, my lips millimeters from his pulse point. I can feel him breathing. I feel the heat of him seeping into every pore of my body. And the terrifying part? The part that makes my blood run cold? I don't want to move. For a split second, before the panic sets in, before the reality of the loan and the baby and the lie crashes back down, I feel safe. I feel protected. Then, the chest beneath my cheek vibrates, a low, rumbling sound. Are you planning to suffocate me, Mercy? Killian's voice is thick with sleep, wrath.
Chapter 8. Killian. The bathroom door slams shut with a force that vibrates through the mattress. I hear the lock click, a sharp, mechanical sound of retreat. I remain motionless against the headboard, listening to the frantic rustle of silk and the running water on the opposite side of the oak panel. My chest still feels heavy, a phantom weight lingering where her body was pressed against mine only seconds ago. I look down at my own skin. There is a faint impression on my pectoral muscle, a red mark where the zipper of her parachute pajamas dug into me. I drag my thumb over it. She scrambled away like a startled deer, eyes wide with panic. She thinks it was a mistake. She probably thinks she drifted across the demilitarized zone of the bed because of the incline of the mattress or the disorientation of travel. I know better. I woke up an hour ago. I did not move. I did not retreat to my side of the bed. I lay there cataloging the sensation of Mercy Boy draped over me. Her breathing was slow and synchronized with mine. Her hand was splayed over my heart, her fingers twitching occasionally in sleep. She sought heat. She sought safety. And her subconscious decided that I was the source of both. I did not anticipate it. A low, dry chuckle escapes my throat. It sounds foreign in the quiet room. I should be annoyed. Physical entanglement complicates the contract. It blurs lines that need to remain sharp for the sake of the divorce proceedings. But as I stretch my arms over my head, feeling the satisfying pull of muscles that have been tense for months, I admit the truth to myself. I liked it. I liked the weight of her. I liked the scent of vanilla and warm skin filling my lungs. It felt correct. I swing my legs out of bed and stand up. The day has begun and the game clock is ticking. 20 minutes later, the bathroom door opens. I'm sitting in the armchair by the window, reviewing the Asian market closing numbers on my tablet. I'm dressed in linen trousers and a crisp white shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows. Mercy steps out. She is showered, but she is not done. She's wearing a silk robe tied tightly at the waist. Her face is bare, scrubbed clean and glowing. But it is her head that catches my attention. She's wearing a bonnet. It is black silk, preserving the intricate braids she wore yesterday. I have never seen her like this. In public, Mercy is armor-plated. Her hair is always architectural, high buns, sharp parts, not a strand out of place. This is intimate. I lower the tablet. She freezes when she sees me watching her. Her hand flies up to the silk cap, self-conscious. "Stop staring," she snaps, walking to the vanity table. "I have to oil my scalp. It's part of the process. If you have a comment about black hair care, keep it to yourself, Thorne." "I have no comment," I say calmly. "I'm merely observing." "Observe something else. Go look at your data." She sits at the vanity, turning her back to me. I watch her reflection in the mirror. She removes the bonnet carefully, setting it aside. Her braids are long, cascading down her back like dark ropes. She reaches for a small bottle of oil, mint and rosemary. The scent drifts across the room, cutting through the cloying sweetness of the lilies Nana Rose put everywhere. It is sharp and clean. Mercy tilts her head, parting the braids with precise, practiced movements. She applies the oil to the parts in her scalp, massaging it in with the pads of her fingers. Her eyes are closed, her expression one of concentration and relief. I place the tablet on the table. I have negotiated billion-dollar mergers. I have fired executives without blinking. I've stood in rooms with heads of state. But watching my wife care for her hair feels more significant than any of it. It is a ritual. It is private. And she is letting me see it, even if she thinks she is ignoring me. I stand up and cross the room. My footsteps are silent on the marble. Mercy's eyes snap open in the mirror as I come to stand behind her. Her hands freeze mid-massage. "What are you doing?" she asks, her voice wary. "You missed a spot," I say. I reach out. She flinches, but I do not pull back. I take the bottle from her hand. "Killian." "Hush." I pour a small drop of oil onto my fingertips. I rub them together, warming the liquid. Then, I reach for the section of braids at the nape of her neck, the spot she was struggling to reach. Mercy goes rigid. She stares at my reflection, her lips parted in shock. I apply the oil. My fingers move slowly, mimicking the motion she was using. I massage the skin between the braids. Her scalp is warm. Her hair is soft against my wrists. "Is this correct?" I ask, my voice low. She swallows. I watch the movement in her throat. "Yes. Circular motions." I continue. I feel the tension in her shoulders begin to bleed away, replaced by something else. A charge. A static hum that fills the space between us. "You have beautiful hair," I state. It is not a compliment. It is a fact. It suits you. The length. The weight. Mercy looks down, her lashes sweeping her cheeks. It's heavy, especially in this heat. "Then let me carry the weight," I say. The words hang there, loaded with double meaning. Before she can respond, a sharp rap on the door shatters the moment. "Kiljan! Mercy! Andiamo!" Nana rose. I pull my hands away. Mercy spins around on the stool, clutching her robe, the moment broken instantly. The armor slams back into place. "We're coming, Nana!" she calls out. She looks at me, her eyes wide and confused. She's trying to reconcile the wolf with the man who just oiled her scalp. "Get dressed," I say, stepping back and wiping the oil from my hands with a handkerchief. "The general has arrived." "The florist canceled," Nana Rose announces as we climb into the vintage Fiat convertible. "Can you believe it? Incompetence. I need hydrangeas for the centerpieces, and he says he is out. Out! In Italy!" She's sitting in the back seat wearing a scarf over her hair and oversized sunglasses, looking like a retired film star. "So we are going to the source," she declares. "I have arranged a tour. We will visit the local growers. Mercy, you appreciate agriculture. You will love it." "Of course, Nana," Mercy says from the passenger seat. She looks pale again, likely from the motion of the car on the winding roads. She's wearing a sundress today, white with small yellow lemons. It is cheerful. She looks like she is about to be sick. I grip the steering wheel, my jaw ticking. "Nana," I say, glancing in the rearview mirror. "Mercy is tired from the travel. Perhaps we should just send the staff." "Nonsense," Nana waves a hand. "Fresh air is what she needs. Drive, Kiljan. And not like you drive in New York. Drive like you have a soul." I shift gears, the engine growling as we navigate the cliffside road. I do not buy it. The florist did not cancel. The family has been planning this party for 6 months. She has contingencies for her contingencies. This is a manufactured errand. She wants us out of the villa, trapped in a car, forced to interact with the romantic backdrop of the Amalfi Coast. It is a strategy, and dementia patients do not strategize. I glance at Nana in the mirror. She is looking out at the ocean, a small, satisfied smile playing on her lips. She is faking it. The realization settles in my gut. It should anger me. I dragged Mercy here, interrupted her life, and leveraged her debt based on a lie. But as I look at Mercy, her hair blowing in the wind, her hand resting protectively on her stomach, I find I do not care. If Nana Rose wants to play matchmaker, let her. I have my own agenda. We can handle ourselves. We arrive at the market square of a small coastal village. It is chaos, loud, vibrant, and smelling of citrus and fish. Vendors are shouting, scooters are weaving through pedestrians, and the sun is relentless. "I will find the grower," Nana says, hopping out of the car with surprising agility. "You two, mingle, buy something." She vanishes into the crowd before we can protest. Mercy steps out of the car, swaying slightly. I am at her side instantly, my hand finding the small of her back. "Steady," I murmur. "I'm okay," she says, leaning into my touch despite herself. "It's just the noise and the smell." We walk through the stalls. I position myself between her and the crowd, acting as a shield. I guide her toward the flower stalls, where the scent is sweeter. "Signore! Signore!" A small boy, no older than 8, runs up to us. He is holding a single massive sunflower that is nearly as big as his head. He has dirt on his cheeks and a gap-toothed grin. "Per la tua bella donna?" the boy asks, thrusting the flower at me. "For your beautiful woman?" Mercy looks at the boy, then at me. What is he saying? My Italian is rusty. I only know wine terms. I look down at the kid. He is a hustler. I respect that. I reach down into my pocket and pull out a euro note. I hand it to the boy and take the flower. He says, I translate, looking at Mercy, that he has never seen a woman with skin like gold before. Mercy blushes. The color rises up her neck, dark and lovely. He did not say that. He said 5 words. Italian is a very efficient language. I lie smoothly. I turn back to the boy. È la donna più bella del mondo, vero? She's the most beautiful woman in the world, right? The boy's eyes go wide at the high-value bill I handed him. He nods vigorously. Si, bellissima, la regina. See? I tell Mercy. He agrees. He says you are a queen. You are making that up, she accuses, but she is smiling. It is a real smile, reaching her eyes, crinkling the corners. It transforms her face. I never lie about market valuations, I say. Here. I tuck the sunflower behind her ear. It is ridiculous. It is huge. But against her dark braids and the white dress, it looks perfect. Grazie, she whispers to the boy. The kid giggles and runs off to find his next mark. You're good with kids, Mercy observes, touching the flower self-consciously. There is a strange look in her eyes, wistful, guarded. I am good with transactions, I correct. He had a product. I had capital. Right. The Wolf of Wall Street. She rolls her eyes, but the softness lingers. Always business. We continue walking. The crowd thickens. The heat rises. I notice the eyes. Men turn as Mercy passes. They look at her legs bare beneath the hem of the dress. They look at the curve of her waist. They look at her with a hunger that makes my blood boil. She is oblivious. Or perhaps she is just used to ignoring it. But I am not. We pause at a fruit stand so Mercy can look at the lemons. She picks one up, inhaling the scent, likely trying to settle her stomach. Ciao, Bella. A man steps out from the stall next to us. He's in his 20s, wearing a tight tank top, smelling of cigarettes and sweat. He leans in close to Mercy, invading her personal space. Cerchi qualcosa di dolce? He purrs, looking her up and down. Looking for something sweet? His eyes drop to her chest. He licks his lips. It is a cliché. It is harmless street harassment. But I do not do harmless. The rage hits me, almost blindsiding me with its force. It is white-hot and immediate. The idea of this man breathing the same air as my wife, looking at the skin I oiled this morning, looking at the body I possessed months ago. It is unacceptable. Mercy stiffens, stepping back. Excuse me. The man grins and reaches out, his hand moving toward her arm. He never makes contact. I step in. I move with the speed of a striking cobra. I grab the man's wrist mid-air, gripping it hard enough to grind the bones together. The man yelps, his eyes snapping to mine. He sees the suit. He sees the size of me. But mostly he sees my face. And whatever he sees there makes the blood drain from his cheeks. I twist his wrist, forcing him to step back, forcing him to his knees. Mia mole, I snarl, my voice dropping to a subsonic growl. Non è sul menu? My wife. She is not on the menu. Scusi, the man stammers, wincing. Scusi, signore. I release him with a shove. He stumbles back, cradling his wrist, and disappears into the crowd like a rat scurrying for cover. I turn to Mercy. My chest is heaving. My hands are curled into fists. My jaw is locked so tight my teeth ache. She's staring at me. Her eyes are wide, her hand clutching the lemon to her chest. She looks shocked. Kill Jan, she breathes. Are you hurt? I demand. Did he touch you? No, she whispers. You nearly broke his arm. He was infringing on my property, I say, the words slipping out before I can filter them through the corporate lexicon. Mercy's eyes narrow slightly. Property? I'm not your property. I step closer, crowding her against the fruit stand, shielding her from the rest of the market, from the world. I reach out and adjust the sunflower behind her ear, my knuckles brushing her cheek. My touch is possessive, heavy. Let's find Nana, I say, my voice rough. We are leaving. Now. I place my hand on the curve of her back and steer her.
Chapter 9. Mercy. The Italian sun is not a celestial body. It is a hostile interrogator. It beats down on the white limestone of the terrace, demanding secrets I am fighting to keep. Lunch was a solitary affair of picked-at arugula and tepid water. Kilian was sequestered in the library, negotiating a merger with a firm in Tokyo via a secure server, leaving me to dodge Julian's snide comments and Victoria's silent judgment alone. Now it is late afternoon, and the thermometer reads a suffocating 100 degrees. Mercy, come in the water. You are wilting like a sad petunia. Nana Rose is waist-deep in the infinity pool, wearing a swim cap covered in rubber flowers and wielding a martini glass. For a woman supposedly in cognitive decline, she has the social stamina of a debutante. Why did Julian even say she was dying? I thought. But I'm happier that she seems fine. I sit on a lounger under the shade of a massive umbrella, watching the heat haze shimmer off the Tyrrhenian Sea. My book lies unread on my lap. I'm fine, Nana, I call back, adjusting my sunglasses. Just reading. Reading is for winter, she shouts, splashing water at Julian, who is floating on a raft looking like a sunburned walrus. Come, the water is divine. I shift uncomfortably. I'm wearing a swimsuit. It took me 20 minutes to summon the courage to put it on. It's a one-piece in a deep burnt sienna that complements my skin, cut high on the leg and low in the back. Usually, I wear this suit with the confidence of a woman who knows her body is an asset. Today it feels uncomfortable. My breasts, usually manageable, are swollen and tender, spilling over the fabric in a way that feels obscene. And my stomach. I rest my hand flat against my midsection. To the world, I look the same, maybe a little softer. But under my palm, the flesh feels firmer, the curve just slightly more pronounced. It is a secret expansion, a biological mutiny. I look at the pool. The cool water calls to me. The heat is making my head swim, a low thrum of nausea playing bass in the background of my thoughts. Fine, I mutter. I stand up and shed my linen cover-up. The air hits my skin, heavy and wet. I walk toward the pool, conscious of the eyes on me. Julian lifts his sunglasses to ogle. I ignore him, focusing on the water. Mercy, child, Nana Rose shrieks, pointing a manicured finger at me. Your shoulders. They are burning. You are under the sun with no protection. I put SPF on this morning, Nana. That was hours ago. You will peel. You will look like a lizard at the Jubilee. She scans the patio wildly. Kilian, attend to your wife. I freeze. I didn't know he was here. I turned slowly and went back to my chair to get my sunscreen, but my eyes are on him. Kilian is standing in the shadow of the portico, leaning against a stone column. He is still dressed in his business attire, trousers and a white shirt, though the sleeves are rolled up and the top buttons undone, exposing the hollow of his throat. He looks cool, untouched by the swelter that is melting the rest of us. He pushes off the column like a wolf emerging from his den. He holds a bottle of sunscreen in his hand. I'm fine, I say quickly, my hand flying to my collarbone, touching the line nervously. I can do it myself. Nonsense, Nana declares. You can't reach your back. Go on, Kilian. Be useful. Killian walks toward me. He moves with that liquid, predatory grace that always makes all the hair on my arms stand up. He stops directly behind me, blocking the sun, casting me in his shadow. "Turn around, Mercy," he says. His voice is a low rumble, intimate and commanding. "I really don't need." "Turn around," I curse softly in French. "Merde," and turn my back to him. I hear the cap pop, the squelch of lotion. Then his hands touch me. I gasp. The lotion is cold, shocking against my heated skin, but his palms are scorching. They are massive, covering the span of my shoulder blades with ease. He begins to rub, his thumbs digging into the knots of tension at the base of my neck. "Relax," he murmurs near my ear. "You're stiff as a board." "Your hands are cold," I lie. "Liar." He moves lower. His fingers slide down my spine, tracing the indentation of my backbone. The friction creates a heat that rivals the sun. It's a slow, deliberate massage. He isn't just applying sunblock. He is mapping me. I close my eyes, hating the way my body betrays me. My nipples harden against the lycra of my suit. A heavy, molten sensation pools low in my belly. "You smell like lemons," he says, his nose brushing the side of my neck. "It's the heat," I whisper, my voice breathless. He ignores me, his hands sweeping wide over my ribs, his fingers brushing the side of my breast. I flinch, but I don't pull away. I can't. I am paralyzed by the contact. He drops to his knees behind me to reach my legs. His hands slide down the back of my thighs, firm and possessive. The contrast must be striking. His pale, broad hands against the deep, rich brown of my skin. I can feel Julian watching. I can see Nana Rose smiling. But the world narrows down to Killian's touch. He stands up slowly, his hands trailing up my hips. He comes around to face me, his gray eyes locked on mine. They are dark, the pupils blown wide. He reaches for my stomach. He meant to apply lotion to my midriff. It is a logical, innocent motion. But as his palm flattens against my lower belly, right over the secret I am guarding, he pauses. His hand is large enough to cover the entire swell. His fingers splay out, pressing in slightly. I stop breathing. He frowns. His gaze drops from my face to his hand on my stomach. He presses again, testing the resistance of the flesh. It's not the flat, concave plane of the woman who runs 5 miles a day anymore. It's softer on top, harder underneath. "You've gained weight," he says. The words land like a slap. Shame, hot and acidic, floods my chest. I jerk back, slapping his hand away. "Excuse me?" I hiss, my voice shaking with a volatile mix of hormones and fury. "My body is not a portfolio asset, Killian. You don't get to audit it." "Mercy, I didn't." "I'm eating pasta," I lie, defensive and loud. "I'm in Italy. I'm swollen from the heat." "If you don't like the aesthetic, you can look somewhere else." I start to turn away, tears of humiliation pricking my eyes. He knows. He knows I'm fat. He knows I'm different. He catches my wrist. His grip is iron. He pulls me back, not violently but inexorably, until I am flush against him. He lowers his head, his mouth hovering inches from my ear, so only I can hear him. "Stop acting like a child," he growls. I wasn't complaining. I freeze. His hand slides back to my hip, gripping the flesh there, digging in possessively. "You were too sharp before," he murmurs, his voice rough with something dark and hungry. "You were curvy, but too sharp for my liking. Now?" His thumb strokes the soft curve of my waist. "Now you are soft," he whispers. "There is more of you to hold on to. More of you for me to grip when I'm inside you." The air leaves my lungs in a rush. My core clenches, a violent surge of wetness flooding my panties. My knees turn to water. He thinks it's just weight. He likes it. The realization is a double-edged sword. He desires this new version of me, this softer, fuller body. The thought sends a spike of arousal straight through my veins. But the terror is right behind it. If he likes the weight, he will touch it. He will explore it. And if he explores it, he will find the truth. I rip my wrist from his grasp. "You are disgusting," I choke out, though the breathless quality of my voice ruins the insult. "It will never happen again." I turn and walk away, heading for the villa doors as fast as my shaking legs will carry me. I can feel his eyes on my back, burning hotter than the sun. I hate him. I hate the way he makes me feel. But mostly, I hate that my body is preparing a space for...
Chapter 10. Killian. The library of the Villa Thorn is a sanctuary of climate-controlled silence. The walls are lined with first editions that nobody in this family reads, save for me. The air is kept at a precise 68 degrees, a sharp, artificial chill that keeps the humidity at bay and preserves the paper. It is the only room in the house where I can think. I'm standing by the window, my back to the door, pressing a phone to my ear. "The Tokyo exchange opens in 40 minutes, I say into the receiver. My voice is level, stripped of the irritation that has been gnawing at my gut since the incident at the pool. If Sato does not agree to the valuation, we pull the offer. I do not pay a premium for a company with that much debt exposure. Mr. Thorne, Sato is posturing, I interrupt. He knows we are the only liquidity event available to him. Hold the line. I will not authorize a cent over the initial bid. I disconnect the call without waiting for confirmation. My team knows better than to argue with me when I use that tone. I place the phone on the heavy oak desk and look down at my hand. My palm still tingles. It is a phantom sensation, a memory of the friction against Mercy's skin by the pool this afternoon, the softness of her stomach, the heat radiating from her core. It's been hours, but I still can't forget. You've gained weight. I grimace. I shouldn't have said it. I intended to convey approval, a primal satisfaction that she felt substantial enough to endure me. But my delivery was flawed. I insulted her. I drove her away. My jaw muscle ticks. Once, twice. I reach for the signet ring on my pinky finger. Spin. Stop. The library door opens. It does not click shut. It is shoved, bouncing off the doorstop with a violent thud that disturbs the dust motes in the air. I do not turn around immediately. I smell him before I see him. Gin. Expensive juniper-heavy gin, souring on the breath. Working? Julian's voice is slurred, thick with an afternoon stupor that suggests he started drinking immediately after lunch. Always working. It is pathetic, Killian. We are in paradise, and you are staring at a Bloomberg terminal. I turn slowly. Julian is leaning against a bookshelf, looking disheveled. His linen shirt is unbuttoned too low, revealing a sunburned chest. He holds a tumbler of amber liquid that looks suspiciously like my private reserve whiskey. It is 3 p.m, Julian, I state. Your liver is going to resign in protest. And your wife resigned from the pool, he counters, pushing off the shelf and stumbling toward the desk. He drops into one of the leather wingback chairs, sprawling his legs out. She ran off like her tail was on fire. What did you say to her? That is none of your concern. Everything involving the trust is my concern, he spits back. I saw you touching her, or trying to. It looked forced. I stiffen. Careful. Oh, please. Julian waves a hand dismissively, sloshing whiskey onto the Persian rug. We all see it. The stiff smiles, the separate area on the bed. Don't think I don't know about the pillow wall the maid found this morning. You two have the chemistry of a wet cardboard box. The maid will be fired for gossiping, I say coldly, and you will be removed from the board if you continue to harass me. Harass? Julian laughs, a bitter, jagged sound. I am just observing the wildlife. And speaking of wildlife... He leans forward, his eyes narrowing. Your wife. She really is something, isn't she? All that attitude, all that heritage. My blood temperature rises. I can feel the shift in my physiology, the adrenaline dumping into my system, sharpening my vision. Make your point, Julian. Then get out. My point, he sneers, is that she doesn't belong here. Look at this place. Look at us. And then look at her. She smells like dirt, Kilyan. You can put her in a Gucci dress, but underneath, she is just a farmer, a laborer. Her people pick the grapes. They don't own the chateaus. The silence in the room stretches, taut and dangerous. It is a quiet, insidious racism, the kind that hides behind trust funds and country club memberships. It is the kind of poison Mercy has had to swallow her entire career. Boyd Roots is a legacy vineyard, I say, my voice dangerously soft. Mercy is a CEO. You are a trust fund baby who has never worked a day in his life. She is a diversity hire for your bedroom, Julian shoots back. And clearly she is not even performing that job well. 5 years and no heir? Maybe the problem isn't the soil. Maybe the problem is the plow. He takes a swig of whiskey, emboldened by the alcohol and his own bitterness. Tell you what, he slurs, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Since you clearly have no interest in her, why don't you pass her down? When the divorce inevitably hits, and it will, send her my way. I've always wondered what it's like. I bet she's loud. I do not think. The carefully constructed architecture of my control collapses into dust. I move across the room. It is not a walk. It is a blur of motion. I grab Julian by the lapels of his linen shirt and haul him out of the chair. He yelps, dropping the glass. It shatters on the floor, spraying whiskey and crystal shards, but I do not care. I slam him against the nearest bookshelf. Hard. The impact knocks the wind out of him. Several leather-bound volumes tumble from the upper shelves, hitting the floor with heavy thuds. Julian's eyes bulge. He claws at my hands, but my grip is iron. I lift him until his heels scrape against the floorboards. You, I snarl, my face inches from his, will not speak of her. Kilyan. He chokes, his face turning red. You're crazy. I am not crazy, I whisper, the sound vibrating with a violence I have suppressed for 30 years. I am possessive, and you are trespassing. I slam him against the shelf again. The wood creaks in protest. You think you can insult her? I ask, my voice rising. You think you can look at her with your watery, pathetic eyes and think you are worthy of breathing the same air? Let go, Julian gasps. I'll tell Nana. Tell her, I dare him. Tell her you insulted my wife. Tell her you questioned the lineage of this family. I lean in closer. I can smell the fear coming off him now, acrid and sharp, cutting through the gin. You mentioned plowing, Julian? My jaw aches from the pressure of my clenched teeth. Let me be clear. If you ever look at Mercy again, if you even think about her in the privacy of your own sick mind, I will not sue you. I will not fire you. I shift my grip, tightening it around his throat just enough to restrict the air, just enough to let him know that his life is currently a variable I control. We are on an island, I remind him. The police are 40 minutes away by boat. If we were not here in this house, if we were anywhere else on this island, I would beat you until you couldn't stand. Julian's eyes widen in genuine terror. He stops struggling. I remember your father, I whisper, invoking the ghost of the man who terrorized Julian's childhood. I remember how he used the belt when you spilled a drink. Do not think for a second that I do not have that same violence in my blood. I just channel mine better. Kilyan, stop, he wheezes. Please. She is not someone you can insult, I tell him, shaking him once for emphasis. You are an insect. Do not forget your place in the food chain. My heart is hammering against my ribs, a frantic, chaotic rhythm that feels alien to me. My breath is coming in short, sharp bursts. I look at Julian's terrified face, and I realize with a jolt of horror that I want to hurt him. I want to destroy him. Not for the business, not for the optics. For her, because she is mine. And the thought of anyone else touching her, degrading her, makes me want to burn the world down. I release him abruptly. Julian crumbles to the floor, coughing and gasping for air, clutching his throat. I step back, adjusting my cuffs. My hands are shaking. Control, I order myself. Regain control. I take a deep breath, smoothing the front of my shirt. I stare down at my cousin, who is curled in a ball amidst the broken glass and spilled whiskey. Clean this up, I say. My voice is almost steady again. And if you are not at dinner tonight, sober and silent, I will liquidate your trust by morning. I turn around, intending to leave the library, to find a place where the air is fresh and I can reconstruct my sanity. I freeze. The library door is open. Mercy is standing in the doorway. She is still wearing the swimsuit and the linen cover-up, her hair damp from the humidity. Her hand is pressed to her mouth, her eyes wide, reflecting the scene before her. The broken glass, the books on the floor, the man gasping for breath, and me. She is looking at me, not with the disdain she usually carries, not with the professional mask. She looks at me as if she is seeing me for the very first time. There is fear there, yes. But beneath the fear, there is something else, something raw and unreadable. She heard the violence. She heard the threat.
Chapter 11. Mercy. The silence in the library is heavier than the oak shelves lining the walls. It presses against my eardrums, a suffocating blanket woven from violence and the lingering scent of expensive gin and raw aggression. Julian is gone. He scrambled past me moments ago, clutching his throat, his face a mottled mask of terror. He didn't even look at me. He looked like a dog that had finally been kicked hard enough to learn its place. And Killian. My husband stands in the middle of the room, amidst the wreckage of scattered books and shattered glass. His chest is heaving. The buttons of his shirt are straining against the rapid expansion and contraction of his ribs. His hands, those massive pianist hands that applied oil to my scalp this morning, are curled into fists at his sides, trembling with the aftershocks of adrenaline. He looks terrifying. He looks like the wolf they whisper about in financial columns, a creature of appetite and destruction. But he also looks undone. Why? The word scrapes out of my throat, rough and unpolished. Killian turns to me. His eyes are wild, the gray irises swamped by blown-out pupils. For a second, I think he doesn't recognize me. I think he's still in the fight. Then he blinks. The predator recedes, just an inch, replaced by the man. He was speaking, Killian says. His voice is devoid of inflection, a flat line that belies the chaos in his body. I stopped him. You assaulted him, I correct, stepping fully into the room. The smell of whiskey rising from the rug makes my stomach turn, but I push the nausea down. Killian, you pinned him to the wall. You looked like you were going to kill him. The thought occurred to me. He walks over to the desk, his movements stiff, jerky. He reaches for a crystal tumbler that miraculously survived the scuffle, but his hand shakes so badly he knocks it over. Damn it! He grips the edge of the desk, leaning his weight on it, hanging his head. The muscles in his shoulders are bunched tight, cords of tension visible through the fine linen of his shirt. I should leave. I should run. My survival instincts, honed by years of navigating boardrooms where I was the only splash of color, are screaming at me that this man is dangerous. But my feet don't move toward the door. They move toward him. What did he say? I ask, stopping a few feet away. I heard the end. I heard the threat. But what started it? Killian laughs. It's a dark, jagged sound. He questioned the yield. The yield? Of your womb. The air leaves my lungs. My hand flies up to my collarbone, my finger tracing the ridge of bone frantically. The baby. Killian lifts his head. He doesn't look at me. He looks through the window, out at the relentless Italian sun. "He called you a diversity hire for my bedroom," he says, the words falling like stones. "He said you smell like dirt. He said that once I was done with you, he would take a turn." A cold, sick feeling washes over me. It's not new. I've heard variations of these insults my entire life, veiled in jokes, hidden in compliments. But hearing them repeated by Killian, hearing the vitriol he absorbed for me, hits differently. "I'm used to it," I whisper. It's a lie, but it's the armor I wear. Julian is a small man with a big trust fund. His words don't matter. They matter to me. Killian turns around. The raw intensity in his face stops my heart. "I could not let him finish," he says, his voice lowering to a rough whisper. I have spent 5 years listening to people whisper about us, about the deal, about the optics. I ignore it because it is noise. But today, here, he steps closer. I can smell the violence on him, the metallic tang of adrenaline, the musk of sweat. It mixes with his cologne, creating a scent that is overpowering. "You are fighting a war every day, Mercy," he says. "I see it. I see how you check your reflection to make sure you are perfect. I see how you audit your tone so you are not labeled angry. I see you carrying 3 generations of obligations on your back, terrified that if you slip, you fail them all." My eyes burn. Tears prick at the corners, hot and unwelcome. He sees me. For 5 years, I thought he looked at me and saw a ledger entry, a contractual obligation. But he has been watching. He has been cataloging my struggle. "I respect you," he says. "More than anyone in this family, you built something from the earth. We just move money around. So when that parasite opened his mouth to degrade you," he stops, his jaw muscle ticking violently. "I wanted to tear his throat out," he finishes, "because you are my wife." And at that moment, the contract didn't matter. The deal didn't matter. You were mine to defend. A tear escapes, tracking a hot line down my cheek. I wipe it away angrily. "I don't need a savior, Killian." "I know," he replies softly. "That is why I married you, because you don't need me. But today, let me take the hit for you, just this once." The space between us vibrates. It's the static again, that electric charge that has been building for a long time. But this time, it's not hostile. It's gravitational. I need air. The library feels too small, too filled with the debris of his rage and the wreckage of my defenses. I gesture vaguely to the door. "I need fresh air." "Go," he says. He doesn't try to stop me. He looks exhausted, the fire burning down to embers. I turn and flee. I don't go to the terrace where the family is. I go up the stairs, my legs heavy, my breath hitching in my chest. I burst into the master suite and yank open the glass doors to the private balcony. The heat hits me, but it's accompanied by a breeze off the sea. I grip the stone railing, staring out at the water, gasping for oxygen. He respects me. He defended me. I close my eyes and the scent of him is still caught in my sinuses. Sandalwood. Man. It drags me backward. The timeline warps. The Italian sun fades, replaced by the dim, rainy gray of Chicago. The hotel room was freezing. I had turned the AC down to 60, trying to numb the sensation of my own skin. I sat on the bed, shivering, staring at the wall. My dress was unzipped, hanging off one shoulder. I couldn't summon the energy to take it off. The door opened. Killian came out of the bathroom. He had discarded his jacket and tie. His shirt was unbuttoned halfway, sleeves rolled up. "You're shaking," he said. "I'm fine," I chattered, my teeth clicking together. He didn't argue. He walked over to the minibar, poured a glass of water, and brought it to me. I took it, but my hands were trembling so badly the water sloshed over the rim, splashing onto my chest. "Damn it," I sobbed. The small failure broke the dam. I can't do this, Killian. I can't keep it all together." He took the glass from my hand and set it down. "Then don't," he said. He knelt in front of me. Killian Thorne, the man who never knelt for anyone, was on his knees between my legs. He reached out and took my cold hands in his warm ones. "Let go, Mercy," he ordered. "I've got you." I looked at him, really looked at him, and I didn't see the enemy. I saw a man who was just as lonely, just as burdened by expectation as I was. I leaned forward and buried my face in his neck. He smelled like rain and salvation. His arms came around me, crushing me against him. And then, the shift happened. The grief turned volatile. I needed to feel alive. I needed to prove that death hadn't taken everything. My eyes snap open. I am gripping the stone railing so hard my knuckles are white. My breath is coming in short, shallow pants. My body reacting to the memory as if it's happening right now. My core clenches, empty and aching. The truth hits me harder than the heat. I didn't just sleep with him because of grief. I slept with him because on some level, beneath the contracts and the Twitter wars, and the resentment, I wanted him. And now, after seeing him defend me, after feeling his hands on my hair, after hearing him admit he sees me when everyone else looks past me, I press my hand to my stomach, covering the tiny life we made that night. "I'm in trouble," I whisper to the sea. "I am falling for my husband. I am falling for the man who just threatened to destroy his own blood for my honor. This wasn't the plan. The plan was divorce. The plan was freedom. If I tell him about our baby now, he won't let me go. How can he let me raise a thorn outside? And God help me, I might not want to go. But can I trust it? Is it love? Or is it just another transaction? Is he defending his wife or protecting his asset? The questions swirl in my head, dizzying and sharp. The heat presses down on me. The scent of the lilies drifts up from the garden below. It's too sweet, too heavy. The horizon tilts. The blue of the sea and the blue of the sky merge into a single spinning vortex. My knees unlock. "Killian," I try to say, but no sound comes out. The stone railing slips from my fingers. The floor rushes up to meet me, dark and inviting. The last thing I feel is the impact of my hip. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. Killian. The adrenaline from the library has not dissipated. It sits in my bloodstream like residual caffeine, making my hands twitch at my sides. I stand on the lower terrace, staring out at the Tyrrhenian Sea. The water is a flat, unmoving sheet of turquoise, mocking the turbulence inside my chest. I have just threatened my own flesh and blood with physical violence. I have just declared ownership of a woman I am contractually obligated to divorce in less than 2 weeks. It is irrational. It is messy. Killian? My mother's voice cuts through the haze. Victoria is sitting under the shade of the pergola, reviewing a seating chart for the Jubilee. She looks up, her eyes narrowing behind her designer frames. You look flushed, she observes. Is the heat finally getting to you? The heat is manageable, I say, my voice clipped. Julian is the problem. Keep him away from me for the rest of the evening, Mother, unless you want a vacancy on the board. Victoria sighs, putting down her pen. He is difficult, but he is family. We tolerate family. We tolerate investments that yield returns, I correct. Julian is a sunk cost. I scan the terrace. It is empty. Where is she? I ask. Mercy? Victoria waves a hand toward the cliffs. She probably went for a walk in this humidity. Very American of her. A walk. She said she needed air. My jaw tightens. She fled the library. She saw the violence in me and she ran. I cannot blame her. Before I can move toward the cliff path, a commotion erupts at the villa gates. A horn honks, cheerful, rhythmic. The heavy iron gates swing open, and a white Range Rover pulls into the drive, kicking up dust. They're here! Nana Rose's voice bellows from the upper balcony. The babies are here! The car doors open and chaos spills out. Leo, my nephew, steps out first. He looks older, tired, but happy. Maya follows him, carrying a toddler on her hip while holding the hand of a 5-year-old. Surprise! Leo shouts, grinning. My mother stands up, her icy demeanor melting instantly. You said tomorrow! We caught an earlier flight, Maya explains, laughing as Nana Rose descends upon them like a turquoise whirlwind. I stay back, watching the tableau. This is the family unit Mercy fought for. This is the result of the chaos 5 years ago. They are loud, messy, and undeniably solid. I look for Mercy again. She should be here. This is her niece. This is the person she protects with that fierce, terrifying love of hers. She is not here. A cold prickle of unease starts in my neck. It has little to do with the temperature. Where is Mercy? Maya asks, scanning the group as she passes the baby to Nana Rose. I thought she'd be the first one at the gate. She went for a walk, I say, stepping forward. I will go get her. Please. Maya smiles, though her eyes look worried. It's too hot for a walk. I turn to head toward the cliff path, my stride long and purposeful. I will find her. I will bring her back. We will play the happy couple for the niece she loves. Signore! Signore Thorne! The scream comes from the villa. It is high-pitched, frantic, and unmistakably terrified. I freeze. Isabella, one of the housekeeping staff, bursts onto the terrace. Her face is white, her hands clutching a bundle of linens. She is gasping for air, pointing wildly toward the upper floors. La signora! She shrieks. Presto! La signora è svenuta! Sul balcone! The Mrs. She has fainted. On the balcony. Everything comes to a halt. The sound of the ocean, the laughter of the children, the hum of the cicadas. It all vanishes. The only sound left is the roar of blood in my ears. I move without thinking. I sprint past Isabella, taking the stone steps 2 at a time. I tear through the foyer, ignoring my mother's startled cry. I hit the main staircase, my legs pumping, fueled by a surge of adrenaline so potent it tastes like copper in my mouth. Fainted. Mercy is strong. She is the Iron Vintner. She does not faint. I thought of everything that happened. The heat, stress, nausea, weight gain, the untouched wine. The ideas align in my head as I slam my shoulder into the door of the master suite. The room is empty. The curtains are billowing in the breeze coming from the open balcony doors. Mercy! I rush to the threshold. She is there. She is lying on the terracotta tiles, crumpled like a discarded doll. Her skin, usually so vibrant, looks ashen against the stone. Her hair is fanned out around her head, the sunflower I bought her crushed beneath her cheek. No. The word is a guttural sound ripped from my chest. I drop to my knees beside her. The stone burns through my trousers. Mercy. I touch her face. Her skin is hot, too hot, but clammy with sweat. Her eyes are closed, her lashes dark crescents against her cheeks. I press 2 fingers to her neck. Thump, 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 thump. Her pulse is there. It is fast, thready, but it is there. Oxygen returns to my lungs, but the panic does not recede. It shifts, hardening into a cold, diamond-sharp focus. I slide my arms under her, one beneath her knees, one supporting her back. She is dead weight, limp. I lift her. She feels heavier than she looks. Or perhaps it is just the weight of my own fear pressing down on me. I carry her inside, kicking the balcony door shut with my heel to block out the oppressive heat. I lay her on the center of the massive bed. Against the white linens, she looks terrifyingly still. Wake up, Mercy, I order her. My voice is rough. This is not part of the deal. She does not stir. She moans softly, a sound of distress that twists a knife in my gut. I need to cool her down. I need to help her breathe. I scan her body. The linen cover-up is tangled around her legs. The swimsuit beneath is tight, restricting. I'm going to touch you, I tell her unconscious form, needing to verbalize the violation of our boundaries. I have to help you breathe. I reach for the knot of the cover-up at her waist. My hands are shaking. I force them to be steady. Precision, Kilyan. Be precise. I untie the linen and pull it open. She is wearing the sienna swimsuit. It cuts into her hips. It presses against her chest. She is struggling to take deep breaths. Her rib cage hitches. It is too tight, I mutter. I reach for the straps at her shoulders and peel the suit down to her waist. I am clinical. I'm a paramedic. I'm not a husband admiring his wife. I'm a man trying to save a life. But as the fabric pools around her hips, exposing her torso to the cool air of the room, my clinical detachment shatters. I freeze. My eyes travel down from the curve of her ribs to her stomach, lying flat on her back, stripped of the structural camouflage of her suits and the billowing silk of her pajamas. The truth is laid bare. It is not pasta. It is not bloating. There is a distinct firm mound rising just above her pelvic bone. It is small, compact, but undeniable. I stare at it. My breath lodges in my throat. I have seen this shape before. I saw it 5 years ago, on Maya, when she was 20 weeks along with the child that nearly tore our families apart. The way the skin stretches taut, the specific, unmistakable curvature of life asserting itself against gravity. I reach out. My hand hovers over her stomach. I'm afraid to touch it. I'm afraid that if I touch it, the reality will incinerate me. The funeral, 2 months ago, the nausea, the fatigue, the refusal of alcohol, the cleanse. The equation solves itself with a deafening click. I lower my hand. My palm makes contact with the warm, firm skin of her lower belly. It is hard, solid. Under my hand, deep beneath the layers of muscle and skin, I feel nothing. No movement. It is too early for that. But the structure is there. Mercy moves. She whimpers, her head turning on the pillow, her brow furrowing in discomfort. I do not pull away. My hand cups the swell, my thumb brushing the line where the swimsuit cuts into her hip. Mercy, I whisper. The name sounds different now. It is no longer just the name of my contracted wife. It is the name of the woman carrying my blood. She is pregnant. She is carrying my child. And she was going to divorce me. The thought slams into me like a sledgehammer to the head. The anger flares. white hot and instantaneous. She hid this. She lied. She stood in the restaurant, looked me straight in the eye, and demanded I sign away my rights to this. But beneath the anger there is something else. Something older and far more dangerous. Possessiveness. I look at the swell of her stomach again. My thumb strokes the skin. A slow, claiming rhythm. Mine. My blood. My baby. The word echoes in the silence of the room. She thought she could run? She thought she could take this. Take us. And disappear to her vineyard? I lean over her, my shadow covering her body, blocking out the light. Checkmate, mercy, I whisper into the quiet room. But this time it is not a victory. It is a vow. She is never leaving this island without me.
Chapter 13. Mercy. The ceiling is too high. That's my first coherent thought. The plaster molding above me is intricate, baroque, and miles away. My head feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool, heavy and disconnected from the rest of my body. I blink, trying to bring the room into focus. The smell hits me first, not the cloying lilies this time, but the sharp, sterile scent of rubbing alcohol mixed with sandalwood. Killian. I bolt upright. Bad move. The room spins violently, a carousel of white linens and marble floors. A groan tears itself from my throat, and I squeeze my eyes shut, gripping the sheets until my knuckles crack. Easy. The voice is low, vibrating from somewhere to my right. It's not the sharp, sarcastic bark I'm used to. It's quiet, controlled. I force my eyes open. Killian is sitting in the velvet armchair next to the bed. He's discarded his jacket and tie. His sleeves are rolled up past his elbows, revealing forearms that look tense, the tendons standing out like steel cables. He isn't looking at his phone. He isn't looking at a spreadsheet. He is looking at me. His gray eyes are unreadable, dark pools that seem to absorb the light rather than reflect it. He is spinning the signet on his pinky finger. Spin. Stop. Spin. What happened? I croak. My throat feels like I swallowed a handful of vineyard dust. You fainted? He states. No inflection. Just a fact delivered with clinical precision. On the balcony, the maid saw you. I carried you to the bed. Memory rushes back. The heat, the dizziness, the overwhelming realization that I was falling for the man who threatened to destroy his own blood for me. Panic spikes in my chest, hot and immediate. Did I say anything? I demand, my voice rising. I scramble back against the headboard, pulling the duvet up to my chin as if the high thread count cotton can protect me from the truth. When I was out, did I talk? Killian's eyes narrow slightly. You mumbled. Nothing coherent. I exhale, my shoulders sagging. Safe. It was the heat. I lie quickly. My hand moves to my collarbone, my index finger tracing the line of it. I didn't eat a lot. Low blood sugar, combined with the humidity, I just overheated. That's all. Heat stroke, he repeats, sounding like a lawyer reading a deposition he knows is false. Yes, heat stroke. Before he can cross-examine me, the heavy double doors of the suite burst open. Mercy! The room is suddenly filled with noise and life. Maya rushes in, her sundress swirling around her knees, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated worry. Leo is right behind her, looking sheepish but concerned, holding the hand of their 5-year-old son, who is staring at me with wide eyes. Oh my God! Maya gasps, reaching the bed in seconds. She sits on the edge, grabbing my hand. Her skin is warm, familiar. You collapsed. Are you okay? Do we need a doctor? I told Leo we should have called the mainland immediately. I'm fine, Maya, I say, squeezing her hand. The sight of her grounds me. Just a little drama for the entrance. You know me. I can't let Nana Rose have all the attention. Maya laughs, but it sounds wet. Don't joke. You scared us. When we pulled up and Isabella was screaming, she leans forward and hugs me. She smells like baby powder and travel. I bury my face in her shoulder for a second, allowing myself to be weak. I've missed her. It's been months of texts and brief calls, separated by the coast. Holding her, I feel the crushing weight of my pregnancy ease just a fraction. I didn't fail her. She's happy. She's safe. "Hey, Auntie Mercy," Leo says from the foot of the bed. He looks so much like Killian around the eyes, but without the coldness. He smiles, that easy, charming grin that got him into trouble 5 years ago. "Try to stay upright, okay? We need you for the wine tasting. I'm not drinking Uncle Cillian's stash alone." "Don't worry, Leo." I manage a smirk. "I'll drink you under the table by Friday." I won't. I can't. But the lie is necessary. Maya pulls back, scanning my face. Her eyes drop to my chest, then lower, to where the duvet covers my stomach. "You look..." She tilts her head. Different. Glowy. "Are you sure it's just heat stroke?" My heart stops. Maya has 2 kids. She knows the look. "It's the Italian olive oil," I say, too loudly, "and the stress of dealing with your uncle." "All right." Killian's voice cuts through the reunion like a guillotine. He stands up. He hasn't moved since they entered, but now he looms over the bed, his presence sucking the oxygen out of the room. "Everyone out," he commands. "Killian, we just got here," Leo protests. "And now you're leaving," Killian says. He walks to the door and holds it open. Mercy needs rest. She needs hydration. She does not need an interrogation or a family reunion. Go see Nana. She's holding court in the garden. "But..." Maya starts. "Out," Killian says. It's not a shout. It's a quiet, absolute order. The kind of tone that makes board members sign contracts they haven't read. Maya rolls her eyes but stands up and kisses my cheek. "We'll check on you later. Rest, okay? Love you." "Love you too," I whisper. They file out. The door clicks shut. The silence rushes back in, heavy and suffocating. I am alone with the wolf. Killian turns the lock. My pulse jumps against my throat. "Why did you lock it?" "So we aren't interrupted again." He walks to the sideboard. I watch him, wary. He moves differently today. There is a tension in his shoulders, a restrained energy that makes me think of a coiled spring. He picks up a tray I hadn't noticed before and brings it to the bed. He sets it down on his side of the mattress, then sits on the edge, dangerously close to my hip. On the tray is a glass of ginger ale with crushed ice and a sleeve of saltine crackers. I stare at the food. It is specific. Suspiciously specific. If he thought it was heat stroke, he would have brought water, electrolytes, a cold compress. Crackers and ginger ale are the universal currency of the first trimester. I gaze up at him. His face is impassive, a marble mask of indifference. "Eat," he says. I'm not hungry. "You haven't kept food down in 24 hours?" he counters. "Eat the crackers, Mercy, or I will feed them to you." The threat hangs in the air, oddly intimate. I reach for a cracker, my hand trembling slightly. I take a bite. It's dry and salty, and honestly, it's the best thing I've ever tasted. My stomach settles instantly, grateful for the bland carbohydrates. Killian watches me chew. He doesn't look away. His gaze traces the movement of my jaw, the way I swallow, the way I lick a crumb from my lip. It feels voyeuristic, and it makes my heart race. "Why are you staring?" I snap, reaching for the ginger ale. The glass is cold, sweating beads of condensation that drip onto my hand. "I am assessing the recovery," he says smoothly. You gave us a scare. Us? You mean the portfolio? I mean me. He says it quietly. The admission catches me off guard. I look at him, searching for the lie, but his gray eyes are steady. You are heavy, he murmurs, his gaze dropping to my body beneath the duvet. When I carried you, you felt substantial. Dead weight, I correct, deflection rising like a reflex. I told you. Too much pasta. Right, pasta. He stands up abruptly as if he can't stand to be near me anymore. Or maybe he can't stand to hear me lie. Finish the tray, he orders, walking toward the balcony doors and staring out at the sea. We have dinner tonight. If you faint again, I am putting you on the first flight back to California. I won't faint, I mutter. I finish the crackers in silence, watching his broad back. He is too quiet. Killian usually fills the silence with barbs or business strategy. This silence is brooding. It's calculating. He knows something. Or he suspects. What if... I shake my head, refusing to think about the possibility. I need to get away from his eyes. I need to wash the sticky residue of the faint off my skin. I need to regroup. I'm going to shower, I announce, sliding out of bed. My legs feel steadier now, thanks to the saltines. Killian doesn't turn around. He is staring out at the ocean, his posture rigid. Don't lock the door, in case you fall. I'm not going to fall, I argue, though my voice lacks its usual bite. Don't lock the door. I don't have the energy to argue with his alpha dictums. I grab my robe and head for the bathroom, closing the heavy oak door behind me but leaving the lock unturned. The bathroom is a sanctuary of cool marble and gold fixtures. I place my vanity bag on the counter, a large leather case that holds my entire life, my skincare, my oils, and my hand freezes on the zipper. I need my face wash. The humidity has made my skin feel oily, and I need to scour the feeling of failure off my pores. I unzip the bag, rifling through the contents. I shove aside the moisturizer, the hair ties, and the bottle of prenatal vitamins clatters against the marble side of the sink inside the bag. Prenatal complex. The label is bright pink and damning. My heart gives a painful kick against my ribs. Careful, I whisper to myself. I push the bottle down, burying it deep under a bag of cotton balls and a spare bonnet. It's hidden. If anyone looked, they would have to dig. But I'm alone. The door is closed. I'm safe. I grab my face wash and turn toward the shower, leaving the leather bag gaping open on the counter. I twist the handle of the massive walk-in shower. The water blasts out, a torrential downpour from the rainfall head. Steam instantly rises, filling the room with a warm, humid fog. It's loud, a deafening white noise that drowns out the quiet terror in my head. I strip off my pajamas, the silk pooling at my feet. I catch a glimpse of myself in the full-length mirror. My stomach. The curve is undeniable now. Just a few more days, I tell my reflection, my hand resting protectively over the bump. We just have to survive the Jubilee. Then we disappear. I step into the shower enclosure and pull the heavy glass door shut. The world narrows down to the heat and the water. I step under the spray, letting it beat against my neck, washing away the scent of the terrace, the fear of Julian, the confusing warmth of Killian's arms. I close my eyes, exhaling a long, shuddering breath. For the first time all day, I relax. The roar of the water is a shield. It blocks out the world. It blocks out the lies. I pump the face wash into my hands and lather it up, scrubbing my skin, lost in the sensory relief of the heat. I'm safe here. No one can see me. No one knows.
Chapter 14. Killian. The bathroom is a humid tropical zone, thick with steam and the scent of the oat milk soap Mercy favors. The noise of the rainfall shower is a deafening white noise, a wall of sound that grants me invisibility. I stand in the middle of the room, condensation instantly slicking the expensive Italian wool of my trousers. I look around. Mercy believes she is safe behind the frosted glass. I can see the blurred outline of her body, the curve of her spine, the way she tips her head back into the spray. She is humming, a low, off-key melody that vibrates through the heavy air. It irritates me. She is humming while she lies to me. She is humming while she hides a biological imperative that changes the trajectory of both our lives. I turn my attention to the vanity. The leather bag sits open, a gaping mouth revealing the chaotic infrastructure of her life. Cotton balls, moisturizer, a black silk bonnet. It is messy. It is human. I reach out. My hand hovers for a fraction of a second. This is a violation of the privacy clause in our original contract. It is a breach of the unspoken detente we established 5 years ago. I do not care. I plunge my hand into the bag. I push past the soft texture of the bonnet and the cold glass of a perfume bottle. My fingers graze something plastic, cylindrical. It rattles. I pull it out. The label is pink, aggressively, cheerily pink. Prenatal complex, with folic acid and DHA. I stare at the bottle. I knew. I felt the truth of it when I laid my hand on her stomach an hour ago. I felt the change in the density of her flesh. I calculated the variables, the nausea, the fatigue, the timeline. But holding the confirmation in my hand transforms the hypothesis into a verdict. My grip tightens on the plastic until it creaks. Chicago, 2 months ago. The math is absolute. She stood in that restaurant in New York. She looked me square in the eye. She negotiated the terms of our divorce. She demanded I sign away my rights, pay off her debts, and vanish. She was going to steal my heir. She intended to take the blood of the Thorne dynasty and hide it in some vineyard I won't know about, raising my child to think I was nothing more than a signature on a check. The rage hits me cold and fast. I look at the shower door. I could open it. I could storm in there, hold this bottle up to the glass, and demand an explanation. I could shatter her peace. I could watch the blood drain from her face as she realizes her deception has failed. I take a step toward the shower. Mercy shifts. She turns, the water sluicing down her front. Through the frosted glass, I see her hand rest on her stomach. It is a gentle, protective gesture. She rubs the swell in a slow circle. I freeze. The anger does not vanish, but it transmutes. It twists into something darker, something heavy and molten that settles low in my gut. I watch her caress the place where my seed took root. My breath catches. I put a baby in her. The thought is primitive. It bypasses the frontal cortex and slams directly into the brainstem. I claimed her. That night in the hotel, amidst the grief and the whiskey, I did not just screw her. I bred her. I left a permanent mark on her that no divorce decree can erase. My body reacts instantly, painfully. My manhood hardens, straining against the fabric of my trousers. It is a violent, possessive, fueled not just by lust, but by the knowledge of what she is carrying. She's getting bigger. Her body is expanding to accommodate my child. The softness I felt by the pool, the weight I felt when I carried her, it is all evidence of my influence. I want to see it. I want to see her belly swell until she can't hide it. I want to see her breasts heavy with milk. I want to be the one who feeds her, who oils her skin to prevent the marks, who watches the life we created distort her perfect frame. The urge to walk into that shower is no longer about interrogation. It is about replication. I want to pin her against the wet tile. I want to slide inside her while she is slick and warm. I want to feel the difference in her body from the inside. I force my hand to relax. I force my feet to stay planted on the marble. If I go in there now, she will run. Mercy is terrified. I saw it in her eyes when she woke up. I saw it in the way she hid this bottle. She believes she is waiting for the other shoe to drop. If I confront her, if I roar and demand and claim, she will retreat. She will fight. She will use the remaining days to build a fortress I cannot breach, and then she will leave. I cannot allow her to leave. I look at the bottle in my hand one last time. It is cheap plastic, but it is the most valuable leverage I have ever held. She thinks she is playing a game of secrets. She thinks she has the upper hand because she holds the information. She is wrong. Information is only power when you know how to weaponize it. I shove the bottle back into the bag. I bury it deep, under the cotton balls, under the bonnet, exactly where she left it. I zip the bag halfway, recreating the careless angle of the opening. I step back. The water is still running. She is still humming, oblivious. I turn and walk to the door, my movements silent. I slip out into the bedroom and close the door with a soft click, leaving the lock unturned just as she left it. I walk to the full-length mirror near the armoire. I look at myself. My shirt is damp from the humidity of the bathroom. My hair is slightly disheveled. But my eyes are alight. The gray is almost swallowed by the black of my pupils. I look like a wolf who just found the scent of blood on the wind. I straighten my cuffs. I adjust my collar. She wants a divorce? She wants to be strangers? No, I whisper to myself. I'm going to use these remaining days of our arrangement. I'm going to dismantle her defenses brick by brick. I'm going to make her crave me. I'm going to make her need me so desperately that when I finally reveal I know about the baby, she will not be running away. She will be begging to stay. I bare my teeth in a smile that is all predator and no husband. Game on, Mercy.
Chapter 15. Mercy. The steam from the shower follows me out into the bedroom like a ghost, clinging to my damp skin and the thick cotton of the hotel robe I've wrapped around myself like a fortress. I feel cleaner. The physical residue of the faint, the cold sweat, the dust from the terrace tiles, is gone. But the mental residue lingers. It sits heavy in my gut, a mixture of shame for showing weakness and terror that I almost gave the game away. I pause at the bathroom threshold, my hand tightening on the lapel of the robe. I expect to see Killian pacing. I expect him to be barking into his phone, liquidating a company to blow off steam, or standing by the window with that terrifying, brooding energy he radiates when things don't go according to his spreadsheet. Instead, he is on the bed. He is leaning back against the mountain of pillows, legs stretched out, ankles crossed. He has discarded the stiffness of his posture along with his tie. He holds a book, an actual physical book with a spine, not a tablet, and he looks relaxed. It's jarring. It's like walking into a lion's den and finding the beast purring. "You took your time," he says, not looking up from the page. His voice lacks the usual clipped corporate cadence. It's lower, smoother. "I was beginning to think you drowned." "Just washing off the day," I say, keeping my distance. I walk to the vanity table to find my comb, my movements stiff. "I assumed you would have left for the pre-dinner cocktails by now. Your mother will be checking her watch." "Let her check it," Killian replies. He turns a page. "I'm not going." I freeze, the comb hovering halfway to my hair. "What?" "I'm not going to dinner, Mercy, and neither are you." I turn slowly to face him. "Killian, the entire point of this charade is visibility. Nana Rose expects us. Julian is probably already sharpening his knives to carve me up over the appetizer. We can't just skip it. We can, and we will." He finally looks up. The force of his gaze hits me in the chest. His eyes are dark, the gray swallowed by a pupil blowout that usually only happens when we're fighting, or other things. But there is no anger in his face. There is a strange, intense focus. He looks at me like I am a complex vintage he is trying to decode. "You fainted," he says simply. "That is a medical event. It gives us an excuse to withdraw. I told Nana you needed rest. She was thrilled. She thinks we're up here making the great-grandchildren she ordered. My hand flies up to my collarbone, my finger tracing the ridge frantically. If only she knew. I'm fine now, I argue, though the relief of not having to face Julian is making my knees weak. I can handle a dinner. Sit down, Mercy. He pats the mattress beside him. It's not a command. It's an invitation. I hesitate. Every instinct I have screams that the bed is dangerous territory. It is where the lines blur. But my legs are tired, and the adrenaline crash is leaving me shaky. I walk over and sit on the bed, maintaining a solid 2 feet of distance. What are you reading? I ask, deflecting. He closes the book. I glance at the title. Viticulture and the Microclimates of Northern Italy. My eyebrows shoot up. Since when do you care about soil composition? Since my wife fainted because she cares about it too much, he says. He places the book on the nightstand and shifts, angling his body toward me. You said earlier that your business has a soul, that I wouldn't understand it. I bristle, the imposter syndrome rearing its ugly head. I meant that numbers aren't everything. You can't algorithm a harvest. Tell me about it. I blink. What? The North Block, he says. The land you're fighting the bank for. Why that specific plot? Is it yield? Is it location? It's the drainage, I blurt out before I can stop myself. Kyllanids? Waiting? He doesn't look bored. He looks hungry, like he wants to consume the information because it comes from me. The North Block is an alluvial fan, I explain, my hand starting to move as the passion takes over. The soil is rocky. It's difficult. It stresses the vines. Most people would look at it and see bad land, but struggle creates character in the grape. The roots have to dig deeper to find water. They fight for it. And because they fight, the fruit is concentrated. It's complex. It has history. I catch myself. I'm leaning forward, my robe loosening slightly at the neck. I'm rambling about dirt to a man who thinks in binary code. It's technical, I finish lamely, pulling back. You wouldn't be interested. I am interested in anything that makes you look like that, he murmurs. The air in the room changes. It thickens, becoming heavy and charged. Look like what? I whisper. Like a queen surveying her kingdom. So much passion. Kilian reaches out. His hand is large, warm, and steady. He tucks a damp tendril of hair behind my ear, his knuckles grazing the sensitive skin of my neck. I shiver. It's not from the cold. You fight for that land, he says softly, just like those roots. You dig deep. I respect that, Mercy. I respect the fight. My heart does a traitorous flip in my chest. This is dangerous. This version of Kilian, the attentive listener, the man who validates my struggle instead of mocking it, is infinitely more dangerous than the wolf I can fight. This man makes me want to lay down my sword. I have to fight, I say, my voice trembling. If I lose it, I lose them. My father, my grandfather. It's not just land, Kilian. It's proof that we were here. You won't lose it, he vows. His thumb brushes my cheekbone, a rough, possessive caress. I told you. I'm handling the loan. Because of the deal. Because you are my wife, he corrects. And Thorn assets do not fail. He pulls his hand back, the loss of contact leaving my skin tingling. He picks up the room service menu from the nightstand. Now, he says, shifting gears effortlessly. Since we are skipping the family torture session, we need to eat. Real food, not crackers. He hands me the menu. My stomach gives a loud, embarrassing growl at the mention of food. The nausea has receded, replaced by the ravenous, hollow hunger that comes with the second month. I scan the options. Risotto, branzino, Veal. Steak, I say immediately. My mouth waters. I want the ribeye, huge, with fries. And I don't care about the carbs. Killian's lips twitch. Ribeye it is. He picks up the room phone and dials. I watch him. He looks commanding even when ordering dinner. He leans back, the phone pressed to his ear, his eyes tracking me as I fiddle with the belt of my robe. Room service, he says into the receiver. We need the ribeye for 2. Yes. Fries for the lady. Truffle mash for me. He pauses, listening. Temperature? I open my mouth to say rare. I always eat my steak rare. I like the iron tang of it, the tenderness. It's how a vintner eats meat, bloody and bold to match the tannins in a heavy Cabernet. Medium rare for me, Killian says. And for my wife. He looks at me. His gaze drops to my stomach for a split second, so fast I almost miss it, before snapping back to my eyes. Well done, he says. Burn it. My jaw drops. He hangs up the phone. What is wrong with you? I demand, staring at him in horror. Well done. Killian, that's a crime against beef. It's leather. I eat my steak rare. You know this. We had steak in Chicago. I felt like a change, he says, shrugging his broad shoulders. The kitchen here? I don't trust their sourcing for raw meat. It's safer this way. Safer? I laugh, incredulous. It's a 5-star private estate, not a roadside diner. You ordered yours medium rare. My digestion is iron. Yours? He pauses, his eyes darkening. Yours is clearly compromised. You fainted today. Your system is delicate. I am not risking food poisoning on top of heat stroke. I am not delicate, I argue, standing up. And I am not eating a hockey puck because you decided to become a micromanaging food critic. You will eat it, he says calmly, and you will like it. Protein is essential for recovery. You are controlling, I seethe. You are impossible. I am careful. He stands up and walks toward me. He stops inches away, invading my personal space. He smells of soap and power. I am taking care of you, Mercy, he says, his voice dropping down to a low, rough timbre that vibrates in my chest. Stop fighting me on the small things. Save your energy for the war with Julian. Ordering my dinner isn't taking care of me, I whisper, though my anger is losing its edge, blunted by the sheer proximity of him. It's managing me. Maybe you need managing, he murmurs. He reaches out, his hand hovering over my waist, as if he wants to pull me in. He doesn't. He drops his hand. Eat the steak, Mercy. Trust me. I stare at him. There is something in his eyes I can't place. It's not arrogance. It's almost desperation, as if my eating a charred piece of meat matters more to him than the merger he was negotiating earlier. It makes no sense. Unless... My heart skips a beat. Does he suspect? This question comes back again. No, he can't. If he knew about the baby, he wouldn't be ordering room service. He would be ordering lawyers. He would be drawing up custody papers. He wouldn't be looking at me with this strange burning intensity. Fine, I huff, turning away and marching toward the balcony. I'll eat the leather, but I'm ordering a bottle of ketchup, and I'm going to make you watch me use it. A sacrifice I am willing to make, he calls after me. I step out into the humid night air, my hand going to my stomach. Well done steak. It's exactly what a doctor would order for a pregnant woman to avoid listeria. Coincidence. It has to be a coincidence. Because if it's not, then Killian Thorne isn't just managing my dinner. He's managing a future I haven't even told him about yet. And that terrifies me more than the fainting ever did.
Chapter 16. Killian. The screen of my laptop glows with the stark, comforting blue of encryption software. I'm sitting on the balcony of the master suite, but my mind is in a server room in Zurich. I type the final command sequence. Execute. The email is sent. It is routed through 3 shell companies and a blind trust before it lands in the inbox of the Vice President of Commercial Lending at First National Bank. The message is brief. It attaches a letter of guarantee from a holding company they will recognize as solvent, but will never trace back to me. It does not pay off Mercy's loan. That would be an error. Paying it off removes my leverage. It removes the necessity of our deal. Instead, I have purchased the debt. Technically, the bank still holds the paper, but I have frozen the interest and extended the maturity date by 6 months, pending an internal audit. I close the laptop. I do not do this out of charity. I do not do this because I am soft. I do this because stress produces cortisol, and cortisol is detrimental to fetal development. Mercy is currently vibrating with anxiety about the 20-day deadline. It is an inefficient use of her energy. I require her body to focus on one task, incubating my heir. I stand up, adjusting the cuffs of my linen shirt. The heat is already rising, a shimmering haze over the water. It is time for Phase 2. I re-enter the bedroom. Mercy is sitting on the bed, struggling with the strap of her sandal. She's wearing an oversized sun hat and a flowing caftan that hides her shape from the world. To anyone else, she looks like a tourist. To me, she looks like a fortress under siege. "Leave the shoes," I say. She looks up, startled. Her hand heads to her collarbone. "We're going to lunch with your mother. I need heels to deal with Victoria. It's a height dominance thing." "We are not having lunch with Victoria." I walk over to the bed. I kneel in front of her. Mercy freezes. Her eyes widen, tracking my movement. I reach out and unbuckle the sandal she was fighting with. I slide it off her foot. Her ankle is slightly swollen, a fluid retention symptom common in the first trimester. I drag my thumb over the puffiness. "Killian!" Her voice is breathless. "We are going out," I state, standing up and offering her my hand. "Just us. No Julian, no Nana, no family politics." "Where?" She eyes my hand suspiciously. "The last time we went somewhere, just us. You almost broke a man's arm." "He deserved it." "Where are we going, Killian?" "A private cove on the north side of the island. It is accessible only by boat. I have packed a cooler. I have instructed the staff that we are not to be disturbed under penalty of termination." She hesitates. "You want to go to a deserted cove? With me?" "I want to remove you from the environment that is causing your heart rate to spike," I say. "Julian is a pathogen. My mother is an ice storm. You need heat regulation and caloric intake without judgment." I wiggle my fingers. "Take my hand, Mercy, or I will carry you over my shoulder like a sack of grapes." She huffs a laugh, a small, reluctant sound, and places her hand in mine. "Fine, but if you try to make me eat well-done steak again, I'm swimming back." The cove is a geological masterpiece. High limestone cliffs curve around a crescent of white sand, shielding it from the wind and the prying eyes of the paparazzi helicopters that occasionally buzz the main villa. The water is crystalline, a shade of blue that looks photoshopped. I beach the small tender on the sand and help Mercy out. She steps onto the beach and immediately wilts. The midday sun is brutal here, trapped by the rock walls. Mercy sways, her hand going to her forehead. "It's hot," she murmurs. "Sit." I guide her to a cabana that is permanently set up here for the family. It is shaded, outfitted with plush loungers. I settle her onto the cushions. She looks flushed. Her skin has a sheen of perspiration that makes her glow, but I know the danger signs now. She's overheating. I open the cooler. I bypass the champagne and reach for the bottle of mineral water spray I had the kitchen prepare. It is chilled to 34 degrees. "Head back," I command. "Killian, I can—" "Head back." She obeys, leaning her head against the cushion, closing her eyes. She looks exhausted. The dark circles under her eyes are stark against her cheeks. I spray the mist over her face. A fine cloud of freezing water settles on her skin. Mercy gasps, a sound of pure, unadulterated relief. Oh, that feels... God, that feels good. I spray her neck, her throat, the exposed V of her chest where the caftan plunges. I watch the droplets bead on her brown skin. I watch a single drop track a path down her sternum, disappearing into the valley between her breasts. My jaw ticks. I want to lick it off. The urge is violent. I want to follow that drop of water with my tongue. I want to taste the salt and the vanilla. I force myself to set the bottle down. I hand her a glass of iced water with lemon. Drink, I say. Slow sips. She drinks, her eyes fluttering open. She looks at me, really looks at me with that same confusion I saw yesterday. Why are you doing this? She asks softly. The cooling spray, the well-done steak, the protection. This isn't part of the deal, Kilyan. The deal was to pretend for Nana. There is no one here to watch. I sit on the edge of her lounger. I lean forward, bracing my hands on either side of her hips, caging her without touching her. I am protecting my investment, I say. It is the safe answer. The wolf's answer. Nonsense, she whispers. You looked at me yesterday like you wanted to burn the world down. That wasn't business. No, I admit. It was not. Then what is it? I look over the water. I cannot tell her the truth, that I know she is carrying my child, and that my biology has overridden my logic. She will run. So I use the weapon I have left. The truth about me. I grew up in a sterile house that was a museum, I say, keeping my voice flat. It was quiet, pristine, and cold. Mercy watches me, setting her glass down. My father, I continue, was a man of great passion. He fell in love 4 times a year, with actresses, with secretaries, with the weather girl on Channel 4. He loved them loudly. He bought them diamonds. He moved them into apartments. And your mother? Mercy asks. My mother watched. She learned early that emotion was a liability. If she loved him, his betrayals would destroy her. So she excised the ability to feel. She became a statue. She stayed for the money, for the status, and she survived by feeling nothing. I look back at Mercy. I was the surplus in that equation. My father was too busy loving strangers, and my mother was too busy building ice walls to keep him out. I learned that relationships are transactional. You give something to get something. There is no such thing as a gift without a cost. I am manipulating her. I'm using my trauma to bridge the distance between us. It is a calculation. But as I say the words, as I look at the empathy softening her gaze, the calculation falters. That's why you pushed Leo so hard, she realizes. You thought he was being like your father, reckless with his heart. Yes, and I thought you were the predator. I was just trying to save my niece. I know that now. I reach out. My hand hovers near her face. When we married, I say, my voice dropping to a rough whisper, I chose you because I thought you were like my mother, cold, pragmatic. I thought we could exist in a vacuum, 2 statues in a museum. And now, I say, I realize I was wrong. You are not cold, Mercy. You are a furnace. I brush my knuckles against her cheek. She leans into the touch, her eyes closing. You feel everything, I murmur. You fight for your land. You fight for your family. You fight me. I'm tired of fighting, she confesses, a tear leaking out from under her lashes. I'm so tired, Kilyan. Then stop. I move my hand from her cheek down to her neck. I feel her pulse fluttering there, fast, fragile. Let me carry the weight, I say. Let me handle the loan. Let me handle Julian. Let me handle the heat. I lean in, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. It is a chaste gesture, but it feels like branding her. I inhale the scent of her hair, the oil I applied this morning mixing with the sea air. My hand slides down. It drifts over her shoulder, down her arm, and comes to rest on her stomach. I do not press. I just rest it there, my large palm covering the secret she thinks she is keeping. "You need to be taken care of, Mercy," I whisper against her skin. "Let me." She goes rigid for a split second, her breath hitching. She is waiting for me to comment on the weight again. She is waiting for the insult. I simply hold her. I hold them both. "Why?" she breathes. "Because," I say, looking into her terrified, beautiful eyes, "I don't want a statue anymore." As I kneel there, shielding my pregnant wife from the sun, I realize that is not a manipulation. It is the absolute truth.
Chapter 17. Mercy. The silence in the cove isn't empty. It's heavy, weighted with the salt air and the confession Killian just pulled out of me like a cork from a vintage bottle. His hand is still resting on my stomach. It's a large, warm weight that seeps through the fabric of my caftan, branding the skin beneath. I should push him away. I should tell him to stop touching the very place where I am hiding the secret that will destroy this fragile truce. But my arms feel like lead. My defenses, usually reinforced with steel and sarcasm, have dissolved in the heat. "I don't need taking care of," I whisper, though the words lack conviction. They sound brittle, even to my own ears. I'm the CEO, I'm the fixer. I take care of everyone else. And who takes care of the fixer, Mercy? He doesn't move his hand. He just looks at me with those storm gray eyes, stripping away the title, the suit, the armor. I look away, staring out at the turquoise water lapping against the white sand. The beauty of this place feels unfair. It feels like a stage set designed to break my heart. I feel like a fraud, I admit. The words tumble out before I can check them at the gate. Every day, I walk the North Block, and I feel my great-grandfather watching me. He bought that land when people wouldn't even let him drink from the same fountain. He built an empire out of dirt and defiance. And I swallow hard, the lump in my throat tasting like failure. I'm just the girl drowning in debt, I whisper. I'm the one who let the distribution deal lapse because I was too proud to ask for help. I wake up at 3 a.m., Killian, and I can feel the soil slipping through my fingers. I'm terrified that I'm going to be the generation that loses it. The one who proves them all right, that we don't belong in the chateaus. I wait for the fix. I wait for Killian to tell me about refinancing options, or yield optimization, or how I should have pivoted to a lower-cost varietal 3 quarters ago. That's what he does. He sees a crack, and he pours concrete into it. But he doesn't speak. His thumb brushes the fabric over my belly in a slow, soothing rhythm. "You are not losing it," he says finally. His voice is low, rough with a certainty that vibrates in my chest. "You are fighting a market that was built to exclude you. The fact that you are still standing, that isn't failure, Mercy. That is a dynasty." I turn to look at him. "You really believe that?" "I don't believe in belief. I believe in data, and the data says you are the strongest person I know." My breath hitches. He didn't offer to buy the vineyard. He didn't offer to install a new board of directors. He just offered me respect. I feel a tear track a hot line down my cheek. I wipe it away angrily, but Killian catches my wrist. He doesn't say anything. He just brings my hand to his mouth and presses a kiss to my palm. It's a gesture of reverence. It's devastating. "Come," he says, standing up and pulling me with him. "Walk with me." I stumble up from the lounger, my legs unsteady. I reach for my sandals, but Killian beats me to them. He scoops them up in one hand, hooking the straps on his fingers. "I can carry my own shoes?" Killian. "I know." He looks down at me, the harsh Italian sun highlighting the sharp cut of his cheekbones. "But today, you don't have to." We walk along the water's edge. The sand is hot, but the foam washing over my feet is blissfully cool. Killian walks on the dry sand, his expensive linen trousers rolled up, holding my dusty, beat-up sandals like they are crown jewels. He holds my hand with his free one. His grip is firm, encompassing. We don't talk. We don't need to. For the first time in 5 years, the silence between us isn't loaded with ammunition. It's just quiet. I watch the water play over my toes, feeling the tension in my shoulders unspool. The nausea that has been my constant companion for weeks seems to have receded, chased away by the sea breeze and the strange, terrifying safety of Killian's presence. I stop to look at a shell, a spiral of white and pink half buried in the sand. As I bend down to pick it up, I hear a soft digital click. I straighten up, turning around. Killian is holding his phone up. He just took a picture of me. My hand goes to my hair, which is likely a mess of humidity and wind, and then to my face, bare of makeup. "Delete that," I demand, reaching for the phone. I look like a shipwreck. No makeup, this giant tent of a dress. Killian, seriously. It's bad for the brand. He pulls the phone out of reach, a smirk playing on his lips. It's not his usual predatory grin. It's softer, boyish almost. "It's not for the brand," he says, looking at the screen. "It's for me." I freeze. Why? He looks up, pocketing the phone. Souvenir. The word hovers in the hot air. Souvenir. A keepsake. Something you take home to remember a moment you don't want to forget. My heart hammers a frantic, furious rhythm against my ribs. "We're getting divorced in a few more days," I remind him, though my voice lacks its usual bite. "You won't want a souvenir of your ex-wife, especially one where she looks like she's smuggling a watermelon under her caftan." Killian steps closer, invading my space until the scent of sandalwood and sea salt drowns out everything else. "Maybe I don't want to forget," he murmurs. He reaches out and tucks a loose braid behind my ear. His fingers linger on my jaw. "Maybe I like this version of you better than the CEO." I stare up at him, confusion swirling in my gut like a riptide. What is he doing? Is this the game? Is he trying to charm me into submission so I play the role better for Nana? Or is it real? Does he actually see me? Does he actually care? And God help me, do I care back? I look at his mouth, those sinful red lips that I have spent 5 years hating and 2 months dreaming about. I want to kiss him. I want to lean into him and let him carry the weight of the vineyard, the baby, the fear. But I can't, because if I lean and he steps away, I will shatter. "We should go back," I whisper, stepping out of his reach. "The sun, it's getting too strong." Killian's hand drops. The mask slips back into place, but it's not as tight as before. "Okay," he says. We go back. He doesn't let go of my hand, though. We walk back to the boat, fingers interlaced. Not the stiff, performative grip we use for the paparazzi. This is a tangle of fingers, palm to palm, sweat to sweat. It feels grounded. It feels possessive. The boat ride back is a blur of wind and spray. Killian drives the tender with one hand on the wheel and one arm draped along the back of my seat, his fingers idly playing with the ends of my hair. When we dock at the villa, the sun is beginning to dip, painting the sky in bruises of purple and orange. We walk up the stone steps to the house, still holding hands. We pass a maid in the hallway. We pass Leo, who is chasing his son down the corridor. "Hey, guys!" Leo calls out breathless. "Where have you been? Nana thinks you eloped." "Just a walk," Killian says. He doesn't drop my hand. He squeezes it. We reach the master suite. The heavy doors close behind us, shutting out the world. The spell breaks, just a fraction. The reality of the room, the bed we share, the lies we tell, rushes back in. Killian releases my hand to lock the door. My palm feels cold instantly. I need to check emails, he says, his voice shifting back to business, though it sounds strained. Order whatever you want for dinner, even if it's pickles and ice cream. He walks out to the balcony, pulling his phone from his pocket. I stand in the middle of the room feeling unmoored. My eyes drift to the corner of the room where my luggage sits. The large hard-shell suitcase is open on the luggage rack. I walk over to it. Tucked into the side pocket, hidden beneath layers of silk and anxiety, is the manila envelope. I pull it out. Petition for dissolution of marriage. The legal language is stark, irreconcilable differences, complete severance of assets. For days, this document felt like a lifeline. It felt like the key to my freedom, the only way to save myself and my child from the cold machinery of the Thorne family. I trace my thumb over the paper. Now it feels heavy. I look over the balcony. Killian is leaning against the railing, silhouetted against the dying light. He's looking at his phone. I remember the warmth of his hand on my stomach. Let me take care of you. A pang of regret hits me so hard I gasp. If I file these papers, I lose him. I lose the man who held my sandals in the sand. I lose the only person who knows what it costs to carry a legacy. But if I stay, I have to tell him the truth. And if I tell him the truth, the wolf might eat me alive. I shove the papers back into the pocket, deep down where I can't see them. Not yet, I whisper to myself. I'm not ready to sign the end, not when we might just be at the beginning.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Killian. The atmosphere is heavy. It presses against the glass doors of the balcony with a physical weight, a barometric pressure that signals imminent violence. It's only been a few hours since our outing to the cove, but the weather is already showing its teeth. I stand by the window, watching the sky over the Tyrrhenian Sea turn the color of a fresh bruise. Purple, black, angry. The humidity inside the suite has spiked, despite the air conditioning humming its futile protest in the background. It is a perfect mirror of the turbulence inside my own chest. I glance at the reflection in the glass. I look calm. I look composed. My linen shirt is unbuttoned at the collar, my sleeves rolled to the elbows. But otherwise, I appear to be the same clinical strategist who arrived on this island days ago. It is a deception. Beneath the surface, the architecture of my control is groaning under the strain. Every time I look at Mercy, I see the secret she is carrying. Every time she touches her stomach, I feel a phantom sensation in my own palm. I am possessing her in my mind 1,000 times an hour. I am calculating the growth of the fetus, the expansion of her body, the logistics of moving her into my Manhattan penthouse before she starts to show. I do not know how much longer I can maintain the charade of the ignorant husband. It looks like the end of the world out there, Mercy says. She is sitting on the velvet chaise lounge, her legs tucked under her, a book resting forgotten on her lap. She is wearing a silk slip dress in a pale champagne color. It is loose, flowing, but when she shifts, the fabric clings to the curve of her belly. I track the movement. It is just a summer storm, I say, turning away from the window. High pressure meeting low pressure. Friction creates sparks. Is that a meteorological fact or a metaphor for us? Both. As if on cue, a jagged fork of lightning splits the sky, illuminating the room in a stark, blinding white. A second later, thunder crashes directly overhead, a sound like a bomb detonating. The lights flicker. Once. Twice. Then the villa plunges into darkness. The hum of the AC dies. The silence that follows is thick and sudden. Great, Mercy sighs in the dark. I hear the rustle of silk as she shifts. Just what we needed. No AC in a heat wave. Stay put, I command. We have a backup generator. It will be back in a while. I move through the room with ease. I do not need light to navigate a space I have assessed. I know exactly where the emergency candles are located in the armoire. I strike a match. The flare of sulfur is sharp and acrid. I light 3 thick pillar candles on the coffee table and 2 on the nightstands. The room fills with a soft, flickering amber glow. It changes the dimensions of the suite. The corners retreat into shadow. The bed becomes an altar. I turn to look at Mercy. In the candlelight, she looks ethereal. The gold undertones of her skin catch the flame. But I notice the way she winces as she uncurls her legs. She reaches down, rubbing her left ankle. I focus on it. Even in the dim light, I can see the swelling. The delicate bone of her ankle is obscured by a puffiness that speaks of fluid retention. Edema, a common side effect of increased blood volume during pregnancy. Her body is working overtime to support the life I put inside her, and the gravity is taking its toll. It bothers me. It is inefficient for her to be in pain. It is unacceptable. I walk over to the chaise. Your ankles are swollen, I state. Mercy freezes, her hand still on her leg. She looks up, her eyes wide and guarded. It's the heat and the salt. I had too many olives at lunch. Lies. I do not call her on it. I simply sit at the very end of the chaise, invading her space. Give me your foot. What? She pulls her leg back, tucking it under the hem of her slip. No. Why? Because you are in discomfort, I say. And I have hands. I don't need... Mercy, I interrupt, my voice dropping to that low register that usually stops her arguments before they gain traction. Do not fight me on this. The storm has trapped us. The power is out. You have nowhere to run, and I have nothing to do but ensure my wife is comfortable. She hesitates. I see the war in her eyes. The iron vintner battling the exhausted pregnant woman who just wants relief. Slowly, reluctantly, she extends her left leg. I take her foot in my hands. Her skin is warm, smooth as satin. Her foot is small in my grasp, delicate. I look at the swollen ankle. It angers me that I cannot fix the biology, that I cannot order her body to process the fluid more efficiently. But I can mitigate the symptoms. I reach for the bottle of body oil she left on the side table, the mint and rosemary blend. I pour a generous amount into my palm, rubbing my hands together to warm it. I wrap my hands around her foot. Mercy lets out a sharp exhale as I begin to work. I use my thumbs to apply pressure to the arch of her foot, working out the tension in the fascia. I am methodical. I apply the same focus to the tendons of her foot that I apply to a distressed asset. I locate the knots. I dismantle them. Oh, she breathes. Her head falls back against the velvet cushions. Okay. That is good. Relax your calf, I order. You are holding tension. I'm trying, she whispers. It's just weird. You touching my feet. There is nothing weird about anatomy. I slide my hands up over the ankle bone, working the fluid upward to encourage circulation. My thumbs dig into the muscle of her calf. I watch her face in the candlelight. Her eyes are closed. Her lips are parted. The tension that usually defines her posture is melting away, leaving her soft and pliable. She looks defenseless. It does something to me. The clinical detachment I am trying to maintain begins to fracture. This is not just anatomy. This is mercy. This is the woman carrying my DNA. Every time I soothe the muscle, I am caring for the vessel of my child. The intimacy of it is staggering. It is far more potent than the sex we had in Chicago. That was desperation. This is service. I switch to her other foot. I massage the heel, the ball of the foot, the toes. She makes a small sound in the back of her throat, a whimper of pure pleasure that hits me straight in the groin. My blood rushes south, heavy and demanding. I look at the slit in her dress. It has fallen open, exposing her leg to the knee. Her skin is gleaming with the oil and the sheen of humidity. I want to taste her. I want to push that dress up to her waist. I want to spread her legs and see the changes there, too. I want to bury my face in her and inhale the scent of her arousal until I am drunk on it. Control, I warn myself. Do not frighten her. But the storm outside is howling, rattling the window panes, and the beast inside me is answering the call. My hands slide higher. I move past her ankle, gripping her calf with both hands. I knead the muscle, my touch becoming firmer, less therapeutic and more possessive. Mercy's eyes flutter open. They are dark, dilated in the low light. She is looking at me with a mixture of confusion and desire. "Killian," she whispers. It is a warning, or a plea. "Does it hurt?" I ask. My voice is rough. "No." "Good." I slide my hands higher still. I cross the boundary of her knee. My thumbs press into the soft, sensitive skin of her inner thigh, just above the knee joint. She gasps, her hips bucking slightly on the chaise. "Killian," she says again, breathless this time. "What are you doing?" "Helping your circulation," I lie. I am not helping her circulation. I am claiming territory. I lean forward. The space between us evaporates. I am looming over her, my broad shoulders blocking the candlelight, casting her in my shadow. I stroke the inside of her thigh, my fingers brushing the hem of the silk dress. I can feel the heat radiating from her core. She is wet. I know it. I can smell the shift in her scent, the vanilla deepening, becoming muskier, sweeter. She wants this. She is fighting it, clutching her imposter syndrome and her divorce papers like a shield, but her body is betraying her. Her body remembers Chicago. Her body knows who I am. "You should stop," she whispers. Her hands come up to rest on my shoulders, but she does not push. Her fingers curl into the fabric of my shirt. "This isn't... We aren't supposed to do this." "Do what?" I challenge. I slide my hand higher, my thumb grazing the soft skin of her upper thigh. I am dangerously close to the center of her. "Touch," she breathes. "I am your husband, Mercy. I can touch you wherever I want." The words are arrogant. They are true. I watch her pupils expand until there is no color left. "It's a fake marriage," she recites, but the words are weak. They are crumbling walls. "Is it?" I lean down, my face inches from hers. I can feel her breath on my lips. It comes in short, shallow pants. "Your heart is hammering," I murmur. "Your skin is burning. You are making sounds that have nothing to do with business." I press my thumb into her thigh, hard. She arches into the touch. "Tell me this is fake," I whisper against her jaw. "Tell me you don't want my hands on you. Tell me to stop, Mercy." I move my hand higher, my fingers brushing the silk of her panties. "Tell me to stop," I growl, my control snapping like a dry twig. "Because I do not want to."
Chapter 19. Mercy. His voice is a low rumble of thunder that rivals the storm raging against the glass. It vibrates against my jaw, traveling down my throat to settle heavily in my chest. His thumb is pressing into the soft flesh of my inner thigh, a promise and a threat all at once. I should stop him. I have a contract in my suitcase that says we are enemies. I have a secret in my womb that says we are a ticking time bomb. But the heat of his hand is melting the logic right out of my brain. I look at him, really look at him in the flickering amber light of the candles. The shadows carve his face into something ancient and hungry. The wolf. He isn't the cold CEO who micromanages steak temperatures. He is a man who wants to devour me. And God help me, I want to be consumed. Make me, I whisper. The challenge hangs in the air for a heartbeat. Killian's eyes darken, the gray swallowed by black. He doesn't wait. He lunges. His mouth crashes onto mine, devouring the space between us. It's not a kiss, it's domination. It tastes of suppression and 5 years of wasted time. I gasp, opening to him, and his tongue sweeps inside, claiming my mouth with the same arrogance he uses to claim companies. I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at vineyard.romance.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to vineyard.romance.com and keep the heat going.
I should be terrified. I should be worried about the divorce papers and the lie I'm living. But as I listen to the storm rage outside, safe in the circle of his arms, with his hand guarding our secret, the fear feels distant. My eyes drift shut, exhaustion pulling me under. I could be happy here, I think, the thought drifting through my mind like smoke. I could be happy with him.
Chapter 20. Killian. The storm has passed. The sky outside the balcony doors is a bruised, innocent blue, scrubbed clean by the violence of the night. The sun is already aggressive, slicing through the gap in the velvet curtains to illuminate the wreckage of the master suite. It is a scene of beautiful devastation. Clothes are scattered across the marble floor, a trail of silk and linen leading from the chaise lounge to the bed. The air is heavy, thick with the scent of ozone from the storm, and the undeniable, musk-heavy perfume of sex. I lie still. I am awake. I am always awake before the sun. My arm is numb. Mercy is asleep on top of it, her head resting on my shoulder, her body curled into my side in a posture of absolute trust. Her hair is a chaotic halo of dark braids, spilling over the white pillowcase and ticking against my neck. I look down at her. In the harsh light of morning, the defenses are gone. Her mouth is slightly open, her breath warm against my skin. One hand rests on my chest, directly over my heart. The other is tucked between us, resting protectively on her stomach. My gaze follows that hand. Beneath the duvet, beneath her palm, my child is growing. A strange, unfamiliar sensation expands in my chest. It feels like pressure. It feels like a structural failure in the walls I built to keep the world out. I shift my head slightly to look at the bedside table. The empty room service tray is there. The bottle of body oil is uncapped, a testament to the pretext I used to touch her. Guilt is an emotion I deleted from my operating system years ago. It is inefficient. It serves no strategic purpose. And yet, as I look at the woman I ravaged last night, I feel a prick of it. It is sharp and irritating. I manipulated her. I used the storm. I used her swollen ankles. I used my past to dismantle her resistance. I touched her until she was begging, and then I took her. I claimed her body while withholding the one piece of information that would change everything. I know her secret. I am a fraud. Mercy thinks we had a breakthrough. She thinks we shared a moment of vulnerability in the dark. She does not know that I am playing a game of three-dimensional chess while she is just trying to survive the heat. She stirs, making a soft, whimpering sound in the back of her throat. Her leg slides over mine, heavy and warm. I grit my teeth against the sudden, violent surge of arousal. I am addicted. That is the only logical conclusion. One night was supposed to be enough. The funeral hookup should have been a singularity, an anomaly in the data. But touching her again, being inside her again, it has not satiated the hunger. It has amplified it. I want to wake her up. I want to roll her onto her back and sink into her while she is still soft with sleep. I want to taste the morning on her tongue. Control. I force my body to relax. I carefully extract my arm from beneath her head. She sighs, frowning in her sleep, seeking the heat source. I replace my body with a down pillow. She cuddles into it, appeased. I slide out of bed. I am naked. I walk to the bathroom, grabbing my silk robe from the hook. I tie it tight, securing the physical evidence of my desire, though nothing can secure the mental fixation. I pick up my phone from the dresser. The screen is full of notifications, market alerts, emails from legal, and one high-priority flag from my personal assistant, Elias. Subject: Security alert. Internal query. I open it. Mr. Thorne. The system flagged a level 3 search query on the family server at 0600 hours Italian time. The user ID is J_Thorne. Search parameters: Boyd Roots Winery Financials, Mercy Boyd Debt, Thorne Trust Stipulations. Awaiting instructions, my jaw ticks. Julian. While I was sleeping with my wife, my cousin was digging for the ammunition to destroy her. He's not just looking for gossip now. He's looking for the numbers. He suspects the financial distress. If he finds the loan documents, even the ones I purchased, he will spin a narrative that Mercy is a gold digger who trapped me to save her farm. He will present it to Nana Rose. He will try to invalidate the marriage contract based on fraud. The wolf stretches inside me, shaking off the lethargy of sleep. I do not feel guilt about this. I feel clarity. I walk to the desk and open my laptop. The keys are cool under my fingertips. I log into the Thorne Media mainframe. I have administrator privileges that Julian does not even know exist. I navigate to the user access panel. There is his profile. Julian Thorne, VP of Acquisitions. I stare at the cursor blinking on the screen. He wants to play detective? He wants to investigate my wife? I type a command sequence. Revoke access. All levels. Freeze assets. Pending audit. Flag. Corporate espionage. I hit enter. It is a nuclear option. When Julian tries to log in this morning to continue his witch hunt, he will find himself locked out of everything. His email, his bank accounts, the server. He will be a ghost in the machine. I close the laptop with a satisfying snap. I turn back to the bed. Mercy is still sleeping. The sunlight has moved, bathing her in gold. She looks peaceful. She believes she is safe because I'm handling the external threats. But the biggest threat to her peace is standing in this room. The guilt returns heavier this time. I cannot keep this from her. Not after last night. Last night she screamed my name. She wrapped her legs around me and let me take her apart. She trusted me with her body. If I continue to lie to her about knowing the pregnancy, I am no better than Julian. I'm just another man trying to control her for his own gain. I look at the curve of her hip under the sheet. I need to tell her. I need to confess that I found the vitamins. I must tell her that I know about the heir. I need to convey to her that the reason I ordered the steak well done and bought her debt isn't just business. It is instinct. If I tell her, she might run. She might pack her bags and leave this island. But if she finds out I knew and said nothing, she will never forgive me. And for reasons I cannot yet quantify, the idea of Mercy looking at me with hate again, real hate, not the playful rivalry we had before, is unacceptable. Tonight, I decide, after dinner, I will take her back to the cove or perhaps just out to the balcony. I will tell her I know, and I will tell her that she does not have to run, because I have already built the fortress around us. I walk toward the door. I need coffee. I need to ensure Julian is dealt with before Mercy wakes up. I open the bedroom door and step out into the corridor. The hallway is quiet, the villa slowly waking up. Going somewhere, Caro? I freeze. Nana Rose is standing at the far end of the hall. She's leaning on her cane, wearing a floral silk robe that clashes violently with the Persian runner rug. She's holding a cup of tea, and her eyes, sharp, clear, and devoid of any sign of dementia, are locked on me. She scans me. She sees the disheveled hair I haven't combed. She sees the robe tied hastily. She sees the tension in my jaw and the shadow of beard growth on my face. But mostly she sees the way I am hovering by the door, as if guarding the room. A slow smile spreads across her face. It is not the confused smile of an old woman. It is the satisfied smirk of a matriarch who just won a bet. "You look terrible, Killian," she says, taking a draw from her teacup. "I had a restless night," I reply, my voice rough. "Did you?" She chuckles, tapping her cane on the floor. "From where I am standing, you look like a man who finally figured out where his heart lives. Or at least, where he wants to bury his pride." I stiffen. "Nana, Don't spoil it with logic," she interrupts, waving a hand. "Go get her coffee. She takes it black, remember? And get some fruit. She's eating for two, isn't she?" My blood runs cold. "I don't know what you mean," I say, the lie tasting like ash. Nana Rose winks. "Of course you don't, dear. Just like you don't know that my dementia is convenient timing. I didn't know I'm close to dying. We all have our secrets, Killian. Just make sure yours doesn't cost you the girl." She turns and shuffles away toward the stairs, humming a tune that sounds suspiciously like a victory march. I stand there in the hallway, my hand gripping the doorknob. She knows. The walls are closing in. Julian is digging. Nana is watching. And Mercy is sleeping in my bed, guarding a secret that everyone seems to know but the two people who made it. I have to tell her. Now, before the world does it for me.
Chapter 21. Mercy. I wake up reaching for him. My hand sweeps across the cool, empty expanse of white linen where Killian should be. The pillow is dented, holding the ghost of his head. But the heat, that heavy furnace-like warmth that wrapped around me all night, is gone. I blink against the harsh morning light flooding the master suite. For a split second, I am just a woman waking up in a luxury bed, my body humming with the kind of deep, bone-melting soreness that only comes from being thoroughly wrecked. My inner thighs ache. My lips feel swollen. The scent of him, sandalwood, sweat, and sex is stamped into my skin so deep I could scrub for a week and still smell him. Then reality crashes in. The loan, the baby, the contract. I sit up, clutching the sheet to my chest. The nausea hits right on schedule, rolling in a slow, sickening wave. I swallow it down. What did I do? Last night wasn't a breakthrough. It was a lapse. A catastrophic failure of protocol. I let the wolf into the henhouse. I let him touch me, claim me, and whisper things into my skin that made me forget, for a few terrified hours, that he is the enemy. "Stupid," I hiss, swinging my legs out of bed. "You are so stupid, Mercy." I stand up, my legs wobbling. I catch my reflection in the mirror across the room. I look ravished. My hair is a chaotic halo, escaping the bonnet I must have lost somewhere between the chaise lounge and the bed. There is a bruise blooming on my hip where his fingers dug in. My eyes are wide, dark, and soft. I hate that softness. That softness gets you eaten alive in a boardroom. That softness loses vineyards. My phone buzzes on the nightstand, rattling against the marble coaster. I grab it. The screen lights up. ZOE. My stomach drops. Zoe never calls this early unless something is burning. "Zoe?" I answer, my voice rasping. "Mercy, where are you?" Zoe sounds breathless, the background noise of the bottling line clanking behind her. I've been trying to reach you for an hour. Check your email. I'm in Italy. It's morning. What's wrong? Did the irrigation line burst again? No. It's the bank. The blood drains from my face. I sink onto the edge of the bed, the sheet pooling around my waist. What about the bank? They sold the debt, Zoe says. I just got the notification. First National offloaded our entire loan portfolio to a holding company called Vantage Capital, effective immediately. My grip on the phone tightens until the plastic creaks. Who is Vantage Capital? I don't know. A shell company. I looked them up, Mercy, and it's a black box. No listed board, just a registered agent in Delaware. Why would they sell it days before maturity? Because someone made them an offer they couldn't refuse, Zoe says, her voice dropping. Mercy, this smells like a hostile acquisition. If this new company holds the note, they don't have to negotiate an extension. They can foreclose the second the clock strikes midnight on the 20th. The room tilts. Vantage Capital. A faceless entity owning my heritage. Owning the soil my great-grandfather bled for. Don't panic, Zoe says, though she sounds panicked. But you need that divorce settlement. You need cash, Mercy. Liquid cash. If we can't pay the principal in full, this new owner could seize the North Block. I know, I whisper. I know. Are you okay? You sound weird. I'm fine. I look at the dent in the pillow next to me. I'm just tired. Don't get attached, Mercy, Zoe warns, her voice cutting through the static. She knows me too well. I know he's handsome, and I know he's rich, but Killian Thorne is a shark. Men like him don't save women like us. They acquire us. Stick to the plan. Get the money, save the land, come home. Men like him don't save women like us. They acquire us. The words echo in my ears over and over. I hang up the phone and stare at the wall. Last night he told me I needed to be taken care of. He oiled my feet. He held my stomach. Was it real? Or was it just another acquisition strategy? He's a strategist. He knows I'm desperate. He knows I'm hiding something. Even if he doesn't know it's a baby, he knows I'm vulnerable. Maybe the sex, the tenderness. Maybe it was just him securing his asset. Making sure the wife plays her part until the trust fund clears. If I fall for him, if I stay, he wins. He gets the trust, he gets the heir, and I become just another fixture in his cold museum life. A footnote. I stand up, shoving the phone into my bag. No, I say to the empty room. I am not a footnote. I am the CEO of Boyd Roots. I march to the bathroom. I shower in freezing water, scrubbing the scent of him off my skin until I'm raw. I don't use the mint oil he touched. I use my own unscented lotion. I dress in armor, a white linen sheath dress, buttoned to the throat, stiff and structured. I pull my hair back into a bun so tight it pulls at my scalp. I look in the mirror. The softness is gone. The iron vintner stares back. Stick to the plan. I order my reflection. I find him on the terrace. He is sitting at a small bistro table, overlooking the cliffs, drinking espresso and reading a newspaper. He looks infuriatingly fresh. He's wearing a navy polo shirt that stretches across his biceps and white trousers. He looks up as I approach. His face transforms. The clinical mask drops, replaced by a slow, possessive smile that makes my knees want to buckle. His eyes heat up, undressing me right there next to the bougainvillea. Morning, he rumbles. He stands up, abandoning his paper. He reaches for me. He thinks he can just touch me. He thinks he can pull me into his lap and kiss me like we're lovers. I step back. His hand lands on empty air. Killian freezes. His smile falters, just a fraction. Mercy, we need to talk, I say. My voice is brittle glass. I walk past him and sit in the chair opposite his, putting the table firmly between us. I signal the waiter. Black coffee to go. Killian slowly lowers himself back into his chair. The warmth in his eyes is cooling, replaced by a wary calculation. He spins the signet ring on his pinky. Spin. Stop. You're dressed for a board meeting, he observes. I thought we would go back to the cove today. No cove, I say. No swimming. No. Whatever that was last night. His jaw tightens. Whatever that was. It was a mistake, I say, the lie tasting like bile. It was the storm. It was the adrenaline. It was 5 years of issues resolving themselves in the worst possible way. Killian goes still. The wolf is waking up. I can see it in the way his shoulders square, the way his gaze sharpens into a laser focus. A mistake, he repeats. His voice is dangerously quiet. You screamed my name, Mercy. You begged me to fill you. That didn't feel like a mistake. It felt like a reckoning. It was sex, Killian. Biology. I forced myself to meet his eyes, fighting the urge to look away. We were stressed. We blew off steam. That's it. Is it? Yes. And now it's over. We revert to the contract. I lean forward, my hands gripping the edge of the table to hide their trembling. I got a call from my manager this morning, I say. My debt was sold. Some shell company called Vantage Capital bought the note. Killian's expression doesn't change. Not a flicker. And that means I am more vulnerable than ever. I don't know who these people are. They could foreclose in 12 days. I take a breath, letting the fear fuel my anger. I can't afford distractions. I can't afford to play house with you. Killian, I need that settlement check. I need this to be over. I told you I would handle the loan. I don't trust you to handle it, I snap. Just like I don't trust you with anything else. I stand up, unable to sit still under his scrutiny. Last night changes nothing, I state, my voice shaking. We stick to the plan. We play nice for Nana for 5 more days. Then we get on that plane, you sign the papers, and we become strangers. That was the deal. Killian stands up slowly. He unfolds his tall frame until he is towering over the table. The air around him seems to crackle. The temperature on the terrace drops 20 degrees. Strangers, he says. Yes? After I was inside you? After I held you while you slept? Yes. I turn to leave. I have to leave. If I stay, I'll break. I'll reveal the baby, and then I'll be trapped. Mercy. I stop, but I don't turn around. You think you can rewrite history because you are scared. His voice is low, vibrating with a suppressed violence that makes the hair on my arm stand up. You think you can retreat behind your walls, and I will just let you go? You promised, I whisper. 20 days, then divorce. I risk a glance over my shoulder. Killian looks devastated for a heartbeat, a flash of raw pain that nearly brings me to my knees. But then the shutter slams down. The hurt vanishes, consumed by a cold, terrifying fury. His jaw muscle ticks, a rapid, violent rhythm. He looks like a man who is done negotiating. He looks like a man prepared to burn the treaty and take what he wants by force. Friday, he says. It sounds like a curse. Friday, I agree. I walk away, my heels clicking on the stone, leaving my husband looking like he is ready to strangle the life out of the very concept of freedom.
Chapter 22. Killian. Inefficiency offends me. It is a flaw in the system, a leak in the hull. And today my wife is the definition of it. For 12 hours, Mercy has been a ghost. She moves through the villa like vapor, slipping out of rooms the moment I enter them, using my family as human shields to avoid being alone with me. At brunch, she used Nana Rose as a buffer. At lunch, she claimed a conference call with her distributor and locked herself in the guest study. When I knocked, she did not answer. I stand in the foyer, checking my watch. It is 10 p.m. I have not had a direct conversation with her since the terrace this morning, since she looked me in the eye, called the most visceral biological experience of my life a mistake, and demanded a divorce. My jaw ticks. 1, 2. I reach for the silver signet ring on my pinky. Spin. Stop. Spin. I am Killian Thorne. I negotiate treaties between warring corporations. I strip mine companies for assets. I do not chase a woman through my own vacation home. It is pathetic. It is desperate. And desperation is something I do not tolerate. It is not supposed to be even in my vocabulary. Mr. Thorne? I turn. Isabella, the maid, is holding a tray with a crystal pitcher of water. Where is she? I ask. La Signora is in the library, sir. She asked for ice water. Give it to me. I take the heavy silver tray. The ice clinks against the crystal, a sharp, clear sound in the silent house. I walk toward the library. I do not hurry. I stalk. Mercy thinks she can rewrite the narrative. She thinks she can retreat behind the wall of business and pretend last night did not happen. She is wrong. I reach the library door. It is ajar. I nudge it open and step inside. The room is dim. Mercy is standing by the window, staring out at the dark ocean. Her posture is rigid, her arms crossed protectively over her chest. She's wearing that stiff white linen dress, the armor she put on this morning to keep me out. She turns at the sound of my footsteps. When she sees me, her eyes widen. Her hand flies sharply to her collarbone. I thought you were Isabella, she says. Her voice is tight. Isabella is off duty. I place the tray on the desk with a heavy thud. You have been avoiding me, Mercy. I haven't been avoiding you. I've been working. You have been hiding. I walk around the desk, stopping in her personal space. I can smell the soap she used to scrub me off her body. It irritates me. We have nothing to talk about, Killian, she says, trying to step sideways. The plan is set. Friday. Divorce. Done. I step with her, blocking her path. Stop moving. Then stop cornering me, she snaps. I'm tired, Killian. I'm tired of the games. I just want to go to bed. To our bed? I ask. Or are you planning to build another wall of pillows? I'm sleeping on the chaise, she mutters. You will ruin your back, and your ankles will swell again. I don't care about my ankles! She tries to push past me, her hand brushing my chest. I catch her wrist. It is a reflex. I do not mean to be rough, but my grip is firm. I hold her there, trapped between my body and the bookshelf. Last night was not a mistake, I say. My voice is low, a rumble that vibrates in the quiet room. It was, she insists, though she does not pull away. She gazes up at me, her dark eyes swimming with panic and exhaustion. It was stress sex. It was proximity. It meant nothing. Nothing? The word scrapes against my throat. You screamed my name, I remind her. You wrapped your legs around me and begged me not to stop. You trusted me with your body, Mercy. Do not insult my intelligence by calling that nothing. It changes nothing. She yanks her wrist free, stepping back until her hips hit the desk. I still need the money. What I care about is my business. I care about the fact that my loan was sold to some faceless vulture fund called Vantage Capital, and I have only a few days to find $2 million before I lose my heritage. We are still enemies, Killian. We are oil and water. You are corporate greed, and I'm just trying to save my dirt. I bought the debt, I roar. The volume of my voice surprises both of us. It echoes off the vaulted ceiling, sharp and violent. Mercy freezes. She goes absolutely still, her hand hovering over my chest where she was trying to push me away. She looks up. Her eyes are wide, the whites visible all around the iris. What did you say? She whispers. I take a breath, forcing my heart rate down. I am losing control. I am letting the emotion bleed into the logic. I bought the debt, I repeat, quieter but with more intensity. Vantage Capital is a shell company. It is mine. I bought the note from First National. Mercy steps back. She looks at me as if I have just pulled a knife on her. You... She shakes her head, disbelieving. You own the North Block? I hold the paper. I correct. I froze the interest. I extended the maturity date. I did it to stabilize the asset. To stabilize you. Stabilize? She chokes out. The explosion happens instantly. You didn't stabilize me! She screams. You bought me! You went behind my back and acquired my family's land like it was just another hostile takeover. I saved it, Mercy. The bank was going to foreclose. You took my choice. She shoves my chest hard. That land is the only thing I have that is mine. My great-grandfather bled for that soil. My father died for it. And now? Now it belongs to Killian Thorne? Now I'm just a tenant on my own legacy? Tears well in her eyes, hot and shimmering, but they are tears of rage, not sadness. She cuts me off. You're the problem, she cries. You're looking too close. You're getting too close. This wasn't the deal. The deal was indifference. The deal was safety. Now you own my debt. You own my home. What's next, Killian? Do you want to own my blood too? Safety is a lie. For you, maybe. But for me, for my family. She presses her hands to her stomach, a protective, instinctive gesture that makes my vision tunnel. I cannot afford to be reckless. I cannot afford to let you in, Killian, because when you leave, and you will leave, you will take everything with you. You'll take the land. You'll take... She stops herself, breathless. I am not going anywhere, I state. You say that now, she whispers, a tear tracking down her cheek. But you're the wolf. That's what Julian called you. That's what the world calls you. You consume things. You don't nurture them. Something inside me snaps. The accusation hits a raw nerve, digging into the insecurity I have buried under layers of wealth and arrogance. She thinks I am incapable of care. She thinks I am incapable of fatherhood. I nurtured you last night, I snarl, stepping into her, pressing her against the desk. I held you. I protected you. It was just sex. It was not just sex. My hands slam onto the desk on either side of her, caging her. I stop, taking a deep breath. They are on the tip of my tongue. I put life inside you. I know about the baby. I know you are carrying my heir. I know why you are sick. I choke them back. I bite the inside of my cheek until I taste copper. If I say it now, in anger, while I am looming over her like a monster who just admitted to buying her debt, she will never trust me. She will see it as the ultimate trap. She will think I acquired the loan just to leverage the child. And I realize with a jolt of terrifying clarity that I do not want her just for the child. I want her. I want the woman who argues in French. I want the woman who loves dirt more than diamonds. The woman who looked at me in the cove and let me take her picture. I pull back. I straighten my spine, adjusting my cuffs, physically wrestling myself back into his cage. My breathing is ragged. I cannot possibly need her. I refuse to even acknowledge the fact that I care more than I let on. I am not desperate, I mumble, though I am not sure if I am convincing her or myself. Mercy is staring at me, her chest heaving, waiting for the explosion that didn't come. She looks terrified. She looks like she hates me. You're right, I say, my voice turning cold, clinical. Maybe it is just business for you. Maybe I miscalculated. I walk to the window. I look out at the black void of the ocean. I need a new strategy. Emotional appeals are failing. Intimacy is terrifying her. And now, my financial intervention has only made her feel cornered. I need leverage that looks like freedom. I turn back to face her. A new deal, I say. Mercy blinks, wiping her cheeks angrily. I don't make deals with you anymore. You hold all the cards. Not all of them. I walk toward her, stopping 3 feet away. I clasp my hands behind my back to keep from reaching for her. You want the divorce on Friday. You want the settlement. Fine. I pause, letting the silence stretch. Give me 3 days, I say. 3 real days. No hiding. No cleanse excuses. No avoiding me. You wake up in my bed. You eat meals with me. We spend the days together, acting like a real married couple. Not for Nana. For us. Why? She asks, her voice wary, venomous. What's the point? So you can humiliate me more? So you can remind me that you own my debt? The point, I say, is due diligence. Before I sign a paper that severs us permanently, I want to know exactly what I'm walking away from. I want to know if last night was an anomaly or the baseline. She shakes her head. No, I can't. I won't play house with the man who holds my mortgage like a weapon. If you do this, I interrupt, playing my ace. If you give me 3 days of total, unguarded honesty, I will sign the papers on Friday, and I will double the settlement amount to $5 million. Mercy freezes. 5 million. And, I add, dropping the atomic bomb, I will burn the note. Her mouth opens slightly. What? The debt I bought from First National, I say clearly. I will forgive it. Completely. I will wipe the ledger clean. You will own the North Block free and clear. No payments, no interest, no Killian Thorne holding the deed. You will answer to no one. I watch her process the numbers. I watch the CEO override the frightened woman. $5 million is safety. But total debt forgiveness? That is legacy. That is the freedom she has been chasing her entire life. She traces her collarbone. She looks at her stomach. She looks at me. You would just erase it? She whispers. $2 million? Gone? If you give me 3 days, I confirm. 72 hours. That is the price of your freedom, Mercy. It is a gamble. The biggest I have ever taken. I am betting millions that I can make her fall in love with me in 3 days. I am betting that the biology between us is stronger than her fear. Mercy takes a deep breath. She squares her shoulders. The iron vintner is back. 3 days, she says softly, and then I am free. Debt-free. Husband-free. If you still want to go, I say, I will pack your bags myself. She holds out her hand. Deal. I look at her hand. Small. Strong. Capable. I take it. I do not shake it. I bring her knuckles to my lips and press a hard kiss there, my eyes locked on hers. 3 days, Mercy, I promise against her skin.
Chapter 23. Mercy. Day 1. The words hang in the humid air like a countdown clock. It has been 10 hours since Killian cornered me in the library. 10 hours since he offered me $5 million and total debt forgiveness in exchange for 72 hours of pretending this marriage is real. I haven't seen him since I woke up. He left a note on the pillow next to me. Urgent call with legal. Dealing with the Julian situation. Be downstairs at noon. And vanished into his office. So now, I am hiding. I fled the heavy silence of the bedroom for the garden, hoping the fresh air would clear the fog of confusion in my head. Instead, I found the heat. It is heavy enough to have a pulse. It presses down on the trellis of bougainvillea, weighing the vibrant pink blooms until they droop toward the stone path. It settles on my skin like a wet wool blanket, inescapable and suffocating. Stop fidgeting, child. You look like you're sitting on a hive of bees. I jump, my hand knocking against the wrought iron table. I am not alone. I am sitting across from Nana Rose in the shade of the pergola. I thought I could use her as a buffer again, a shield against my own thoughts, but Nana is not a shield. She is a scalpel. I'm just waiting, I say, smoothing the skirt of my sundress. Killian is finishing a call. Killian is always finishing a call. She scoffs. But you are here, and you look guilty. Guilty? I choke out. Like you stole the silver, she observes, taking a small sip of her iced tea. Or like you're keeping a secret that's eating you alive. She pushes the leather-bound photo album across the table toward me. The Italian summer finds its way through the leaves, dappling the open pages. Look at him, she commands, tapping a faded Polaroid, before the world turned him into a calculator. I look down. He was such a solemn child, Nana Rose says. Her voice is raspy, textured with decades of cigarettes and command. Look at those eyes. Even at 6, he was already calculating the structural integrity of his birthday cake. I stare at the photo. A young Killian sits at a massive mahogany table that dwarfs him. He is wearing a tiny suit, ridiculous for a child, and staring at the camera with that same unnerving, gray-eyed intensity he turned on me last night when he offered to buy my freedom. He isn't smiling. He looks lonely. My chest gives a painful squeeze. I lived in a museum, he told me in the cove. Cold. Pristine. He looks lonely, I whisper, the words slipping out before I can filter them. He was, Nana agrees. She lifts her glass of iced tea, the condensation dripping onto her silk caftan. His father was a fool who chased skirts, and his mother was an ice sculptor. Killian had to raise himself. He learned early that if he wanted something, he had to take it. No one was going to give it to him. She turns the page. The thick paper crinkles, a dry sound in the humid air. That is why he is so possessive of you, Mercy. I freeze. My hand, halfway to a grape on the fruit platter, stops midair. He's not possessive, Nana, I lie, forcing a light, indulgent chuckle. He's just particular. He likes things in order. Nonsense, she says. The curse sounds shocking coming from the matriarch of the Thorne dynasty. She looks at me over the rim of her oversized sunglasses. Her eyes are sharp, clear. For a woman whose doctors claim is slipping into the twilight of dementia, her gaze feels like a laser grid. I have seen the way he tracks you across a room, she says. I saw him at the market. He looked ready to murder a man for breathing your air. That is not order, child. That is obsession. My heart does a traitorous flip. Obsession. Is that what it is? The well-done steak, the debt forgiveness, the oil on my feet. Is it obsession, or is it just the most expensive acquisition strategy in history? Obsession isn't good. I'm not anyone's possession. We're complicated, I say, retreating to the safety of vague truths. We're different people, Nana. I work the land. Killian moves capital. It took us a long time to find a rhythm. Rhythm is easy when the music is good, she counters. She reaches out and taps my hand. Her skin is paper thin, cool against my overheated palm. But you are holding back. You sit here, looking at photos, but your foot is tapping. You are ready to run. I still my foot instantly. I'm not running. I'm just hot. The humidity is getting to me. Is it the humidity? Nana asks softly. Or is it the secrets? The air leaves my lungs. I stare at her. The garden goes silent, the buzz of the cicadas fading into a dull roar in my ears. Secrets? I choke out. Nana Rose leans forward. She takes off her sunglasses, revealing pale blue eyes that are frighteningly lucid. Secrets sit heavy in the gut, Mercy, she says. Her voice drops, intimate and knowing. They take up space. They make you sick in the mornings. They make you dizzy in the afternoons. She knows. She has to know. The dementia act? Is it just a cover? Is she playing us all? I don't know what you mean, I say, my voice trembling. I have low blood sugar. Killian told you. Killian tells me what he thinks I need to hear to make me happy, she dismisses. But I look at you, and I see a woman who is guarding something precious, and I see a grandson who is terrified that if he blinks, you will vanish. She squeezes my hand. Don't let the fear win, Mercy. The Boyd women are survivors. I knew your grandfather, you know. He was a stubborn old mule, but he was honest. Be honest, child. Before the rot sets in, guilt washes over me, acrid and hot. I am lying to her. I am sitting in her garden, drinking her tea, accepting her hospitality, all while holding a contract that says I am going to divorce her grandson in 4 days. I am carrying her great-grandchild, and I haven't said a word. I feel like a fraud. I feel like the interloper Julian says I am. Nana, I start, desperate to confess, to unburden myself. Hush. She puts her sunglasses back on, leaning back in her chair. I'm tired now. The heat is exhausting. Go. Go find your husband. Tell him I said to stop acting like a CEO and start acting like a man. She closes her eyes, dismissing me with a wave of her hand. I stand up, my legs shaky. Thank you, Nana, I whisper. She doesn't respond. She just breathes, steady and calm, a sphinx guarding the secrets of the Villa Thorn. I turn and walk away, my sandals slapping against the stone path. I need to get out of the sun. I really need to get away from the knowing eyes of a woman who sees too much. I enter the villa through the side door. The air conditioning hits me, a wall of artificial cold that dries the sweat on my neck instantly. I hug my arms around myself, walking down the long corridor toward the main staircase. 3 days. I made a deal with Killian. 3 days of honesty. But how can I be honest when the foundation is a lie? If I tell him about the baby, the $5 million turns into a custody battle. The debt forgiveness turns into leverage. I pass the portraits of the Thorn ancestors lining the hall, stern white faces staring down at me. You don't belong here, they seem to whisper. You are temporary. I reach the landing of the second floor. The hallway is quiet. Most of the family is down at the pool or in the village. It's the siesta hour. I walk past the guest suites. The doors are closed, except one, Julian's room. The door is cracked open a sliver. I intend to walk past. I have no desire to see Killian's cousin, especially after Killian nearly dismantled him in the library yesterday. But then I hear my name. Mercy's playing him, I tell you. Julian's voice is low, slurring slightly but thick with triumph. I freeze. I shouldn't stop. I should keep walking. Eavesdropping is beneath me. It's what people with no power do. I step closer to the door, holding my breath. No, I don't care about the optics, Julian says. He's on the phone. I care about the trust. If the marriage is fraudulent, the clause is void. Killian loses the seat. I step in. I press myself against the wall, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I didn't just find a rumor, Julian says, his voice becoming a gloating hiss. I dug through her luggage earlier. My blood runs cold. He went through my room. He went through my things. Yeah, Julian says. I found it, tucked in the side pocket of that cheap suitcase. I close my eyes, a wave of nausea rolling over me that has nothing to do with the pregnancy, the divorce papers, the petition for dissolution, signed by me, dated 2 weeks ago, proof that we are not a happy couple reuniting, but a business arrangement expiring. I have the document, Julian says, and I can practically hear the sneer on his face. Uncontested divorce. She's leaving him, Alistair, and she's taking a payout to do it. It's proof of intent to defraud the trust. He laughs. It's a wet, ugly sound. I'm going to wait, he says. Friday night, the Jubilee. I'll present it to Nana Rose right before the toast. I'll blow them both out of the water. The world tilts. He has the papers. He knows. And he's going to destroy us. He's going to humiliate Killian. He's going to break Nana Rose's heart. And he's going to strip me of the settlement I need to save the vineyard. I back away slowly, terrified that my floorboards will creak, that he will hear my breathing. I turn and run to the master suite. I burst into the room and lean against the heavy door, locking it. I slide down to the floor, burying my face in my hands. "Maynard," I whisper, the word vibrating against my palms. The walls are closing in. Nana knows about the secrets. Julian knows about the divorce. And Killian is oiling my feet and buying my debt and making me believe, just for a second, that I could be safe. But safety is a lie. I look at my suitcase across the room. It looks undisturbed, but the poison is already out of the bottle. Friday night. The Jubilee. I have a few days before Julian drops the guillotine. I have to fix this. I have to get those papers back, or I have to leave before the blade falls. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 24. Killian. Mercy is vibrating, not with the sensual tremor of arousal, but with a high-frequency tension that makes her look brittle, as if a sudden noise might shatter her into 1,000 pieces. She stands in the master suite, clutching her arms, her knuckles white. She just burst in from the hallway, looking like she has seen a ghost just as I finished my call. "He knows," she whispers. Her voice is ragged. "He has the papers." I stop buttoning my cuff. I turn slowly. "Who?" "Julian," she says, the name a curse. I heard him. He was on the phone. He went through my luggage, Killian. He found the divorce petition. He's going to use it at the Jubilee. She starts pacing, her movements jerky and uncoordinated. "He's going to tell Nana," she continues, her breath hitching. "He's going to prove the marriage is a fraud. The trust clause. You'll lose the CEO seat. You'll lose everything." She stops, looking at me with eyes wide with panic. "I ruined it," she says, her hand flying to her collarbone. "I brought the papers. I brought the evidence. I destroyed you." I watch her. I should be angry. I should be calculating the damage to the stock price, the legal ramifications of Julian's discovery. But all I feel is a strange, warm expansion in my chest. She's not worried about her settlement. She's not worried about her reputation. She's worried about me. She thinks she destroyed me. She is terrified on my behalf. I cross the room in 3 strides. I catch her by the shoulders, stopping her frantic pacing. "Mercy," I say. "Breathe!" "You don't understand," she cries, trying to pull away. "He has the document. It's signed. It's proof of intent to dissolve. The board will do nothing," I interrupt, my voice calm, an anchor in her storm. Because Julian is already dead in the water. She freezes. What? I revoked his access, I tell her. I froze his accounts. I flagged him for corporate espionage. By the time he tries to present that document, he will be lucky if he can afford a lawyer to defend himself against the embezzlement charges. This is a last struggle for him, for a drowning man. Mercy stares at me, her mouth opening slightly. You what? I handled it, I say simply. Julian is a pest. I'm the exterminator. He thinks he has a grenade, but I've already cut the pin. But the papers are irrelevant, I say. Let him wave them around. Let him scream. Who will Nana believe? The grandson she loves, or the nephew who steals from the family coffers? I slide my hands down her arms, gripping her hands. They are ice cold. I rub them between mine, transferring my heat. He violated your privacy, I say, my voice dropping, the anger I feel toward Julian finally bleeding through the calm facade. He touched your things. He invaded your space. For that alone, I will ensure he never works in this industry again. Mercy shudders. I was so scared. I thought... She looks up at me, her eyes searching mine. I didn't want you to lose the company because of me. I won't lose anything, I vow. I bring her hand to my lips, kissing the knuckles. Especially not you. The words hang in the air, heavy with meaning. Mercy softens. The tension drains out of her shoulders, leaving her looking exhausted but steady. Okay, she whispers. Okay. Now, I say, stepping back but keeping her hand in mine. We have a deal. 3 days. Real days. Right, the deal. And real husbands do not let their wives hyperventilate about corporate politics on vacation. I tug on her hand. Come with me. Where? To the water, I say. You need to cool down. And I intend to woo you, Mercy. Properly. She blinks. A faint blush rises on her cheeks, darkening the rich brown of her skin. Woo me? Aggressively, I promise. Get your swimsuit. The sun is setting, painting the sky in violent streaks of orange and violet. The heat of the day has broken, leaving behind a balmy, velvet warmth that caresses the skin. We are not at the cove this time. We are on the private pier of the villa, sitting on the edge, our legs dangling over the water. Mercy is wearing a black bikini. It is simple, devastating. It reveals the curve of her waist, the swell of her breasts, and the slight, adorable protrusion of her belly. I try not to stare at it. I try not to place my hand there and claim it. Instead, I jump into the water. It is cool, refreshing. I surface, shaking my hair back. Come in, I call up to her. Mercy hesitates on the edge. She looks down at the dark water. It's deep, she says. I'm here, I say. I tread water, holding out my arms. I won't let you sink. She looks at me. She takes a breath, and she jumps. She lands with a splash, disappearing for a second before resurfacing, sputtering and laughing. Cold, she gasps. I swim to her. I wrap my legs around hers beneath the water, anchoring us together. I pull her close, her wet skin slick against mine. Better? I ask. Warmer, she admits, her teeth chattering slightly. I pull her flush against me. The water buoys us, making her weightless. Her breasts press against my chest. Her legs tangle with mine. Julian can't reach us here, I murmur, brushing wet hair from her face. No one can. Just us, she whispers. Just us. The mood shifts. The playfulness vanishes, replaced by the heavy magnetic pull that has been drawing us together for days. I look at her mouth, wet, parted, waiting. I don't ask this time. I don't negotiate. I kiss her. It is slow, tender. It tastes of salt water and promise. I kiss her like I have all the time in the world, like we aren't running down a clock. I kiss her until her arms come around my neck and she sighs into my mouth. When I pull back, her eyes are dazed. That was, She starts. Real, I finish. Everything in these 3 days is as real as it gets. We swim for an hour as the stars come out. I hold her. I listen to her laugh. I watch the way the moonlight catches the water on her skin. And I realize with absolute certainty that 3 days isn't enough. 3 lifetimes wouldn't be enough. Later, as we walk back up to the villa, wrapped in towels, hand in hand, my mind is racing. Julian has the papers. He will try to use them on Friday. Even if I discredit him, the doubt will be sown. Nana will wonder. The world will wonder. I need a countermove. I need a gesture so loud, so undeniable that a piece of paper signed 2 weeks ago becomes irrelevant. I look at Mercy. She is smiling at something Leo was shouting from the terrace. She looks happy. She looks like she belongs here. I stop. Killian! She turns back, sensing my hesitation. Nothing, I lie. Just admiring the view. I squeeze her hand and we continue walking. But my decision is made. I'm going to rewrite the narrative. I'm going to propose. Not a business deal, not a negotiation. A vow renewal. A public declaration of love and commitment at the Jubilee. I will ask her to marry me again for real this time. I will put a new ring on her finger. One I chose, not one the lawyers approved. And when Julian tries to blow us up, we will be standing at the altar. Bulletproof. For a lifetime, I whisper to the night.
Chapter 25. Mercy. The moon is a spotlight, suspended low and heavy over the sea, illuminating the wreckage of my best-laid plans. These 3 days have wrecked me starting that day. We swam in the ocean. He has spent these days with me. Now we are on the beach, barefoot in the cool sand, surrounded by the remnants of a private dinner that probably cost more than my entire bottling line. White linen tablecloths, silver candelabras flickering in the gentle breeze, and the rhythmic shh of the tide. It is perfect. It is the kind of night fairy tales are made of, and it terrifies me. Killian is standing in front of me, his hands on my waist, swaying me slowly to music that only exists in the air between us. He looks unguarded. The sharp edges of the wolf have been smoothed down by 3 days of sun, swimming, and an intimacy that feels more dangerous than any weapon. Stop thinking, he murmurs, his forehead resting against mine. I can hear the gears turning. You are analyzing everything. I'm always analyzing, I whisper. It's how I survive. You don't need to survive me, Mercy. He pulls me closer, his grip tightening. His heat seeps through the thin silk of my dress, branding me. Tomorrow is the Jubilee, I say, my voice trembling. And then Friday, the deadline. Killian stops swaying. He pulls back just enough to look me in the eye. The moonlight reflects in his irises, turning them into pools of liquid silver. There is no deadline, he says. His voice is low, absolute. Killian, I am not signing those papers, Mercy. The world stops. The sound of the ocean fades into a dull roar. But the deal, I choke out. 5 million. The debt. You promised. I will give you the money, he says. I will burn the note. I will give you everything you want. But I am not giving you a divorce. Why? I search his face, desperate for something. A confession, a word, anything that sounds like love. Because we work, he says simply. Look at today, these 3 days. We are good together. We are efficient. We are compatible. Compatible. The word lands like a stone in my gut. He doesn't say I love you. He says compatible. Like software, like a merger, like a well-balanced spreadsheet. He sees a successful partnership. I see the man who holds my heart in his hands and doesn't even know it. Is that enough? I whisper. tears pricking my eyes. Compatibility? It is stability, he says, misinterpreting my pain. It is safety. I can give you a life where you never have to fight for anything again, where your land is secure, where you are safe. He kisses me then, hard, possessive, a seal on a contract I didn't agree to. But my body betrays me. It melts against him, craving his touch, craving the lie. I love him, I realize with a jolt of horror. I am in love with my husband, and he wants me because I am a good investment. Take me back, I whisper against his lips, desperation clawing at my throat. Take me to bed. If I can't have his heart, I will take his body. I will take this night and burn it into my memory so deep that when I leave, because I have to leave, I can't stay in a marriage based on compatibility. I will have something to keep me warm. The bedroom is cool and dark, lit only by the moonlight spilling through the open balcony doors. We don't speak. The silence is heavy, charged with things unsaid, and the frantic mounting energy of the clock ticking down. Killian undresses me slowly. He treats my body like something precious, peeling the dress from my skin, his hands trailing fire in their wake. He worships me with his touch, his large palms cupping my breasts, his thumbs brushing over my nipples until I gasp, his hands spanning my waist. He drops to his knees, his hands slide down to my hips, his fingers splaying over the curve of my belly. He lingers there, on the baby. He presses a kiss to the center of my stomach, right over the life we made. Beautiful, he murmurs against my skin. You are ripe, mercy. Lush. My breath hitches. He doesn't know. He thinks he's just kissing me. Killian, I whimper, my hands tangling in his hair. He looks up, his eyes dark with a hunger that consumes me. I want you to remember this. I want you to know who you belong to. Make me remember, I beg. I pull him up. I kiss him, frantic and desperate. I kiss his jaw, the rough stubble grazing my lips. I kiss his throat, tasting the salt and the man. I trail my lips down his chest, over the hard planes of his abs, down the line of hair that leads to the waistband of his trousers. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at vineyard.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixSavonRomance.com.
The silence stretches, heavy and suffocating. It hurts. It hurts worse than if he had laughed. It feels like distance. It feels like he is a million miles away, even though his arm is draped over my waist. He is compatible. He is possessive, but he is not in love. I wipe a tear from my cheek against the pillow, hoping he didn't see it. He doesn't love me. He wants me. He respects me. He wants to keep me. But he doesn't love me, and he never will. He is the boy in the museum, taught that love is a liability. I close my eyes, the exhaustion of the emotional hemorrhage pulling me under. My hand drifts to my stomach. I have to tell him, I think, as sleep claims me. This must be what love is like. All my plans wrecked and laid bare. I am changing because of him. I think of what's best for our child, not just what's good for me, for the baby. I don't want my child to be a secret. I don't want to rob Killian of this, even if he can't give me his heart. We have a connection now, a permanent one. Even if we divorce, even if I leave, we are bound by blood. I can't be selfish. Tomorrow, I resolve, drifting into the dark, I will tell him. And then I will decide if I can stay with a man who owns everything but his own heart.
Chapter 26. Kilyan. I wake to a void. My arm sweeps across the mattress, expecting the heavy, warm weight of Mercy's body, the curve of her hip, the chaotic silk of her hair. It meets only cool, high thread count Egyptian cotton. I open my eyes. The light in the room is aggressive, a sharp Italian morning that heralds the heat to come. She is gone. I sit up, the sheet pooling at my waist. My chest feels hollow, a physical cavity where the sensation of holding her resided only hours ago. Last night she said my name like a prayer. She confessed love. She slept in my arms. This morning the bed is empty. I spot the piece of hotel stationery on the pillow next to mine. Gone to help Nana get ready. We need to talk later. I stare at the loops of her handwriting. We need to talk. In the lexicon of relationships, that phrase is usually the precursor to a detonation. I do not panic. Panic is for men who do not have a plan. I stand and walk to the wardrobe where my suit for the Jubilee hangs, a bespoke tuxedo in midnight blue. My hand goes to the pocket of the trousers I wore yesterday. I pull out the folded manila envelope Mercy left in her suitcase. The divorce papers. I rake my thumb over the edge of the document. It is a legal instrument designed to sever assets and emotional ties. It is obsolete. I place the envelope inside the breast pocket of my tuxedo jacket. I will not sign it. Tonight, after the ceremony, after I have put the new ring on her finger and claimed her publicly, I will burn this document in the fireplace of the master suite. I want her to watch it turn to ash. I dress quickly. Linen trousers, a crisp white shirt. I leave the top buttons undone. It's going to be a long, sweltering day. I exit the suite, the heavy oak door clicking shut behind me. The hallway is quiet, the villa holding its breath before the chaos of the party begins. Big night, cousin. I stop. Julian is leaning against the wall near the staircase. He's wearing a silk robe that is too short, and he holds a cup of coffee like a weapon. His eyes are bright with a malice that the alcohol from last night has not dulled. Julian, I acknowledge, not breaking my stride. He steps in front of me, blocking the path. You're up early. Anxious? Efficient, I correct. Move. You think you have won, Julian sneers, his lip curling. You think because you threatened me in the library, because you played the big bad wolf, that I am scared. But I know what I know, Kilyan. And tonight, Nana Rose is going to know it too. He taps the side of his nose. Tick-tock, he whispers. I look at him. I really look at him. I see the burst capillaries in his nose from the gin. I see the tremor in his hand. I see a small, petty man who has spent his entire life waiting for a handout he does not deserve. He thinks he has a bomb in his hands. He does not know I have already cut the fuse. You are an ant, Julian, I say. My voice is low, bored. You are crawling across a ledger you cannot read, thinking you can alter the bottom line. I have the proof, he hisses. You have a hangover, I counter, and you have a delusion of relevance. Do whatever you think you must do tonight. Scream, cry, wave your papers. It will not matter. I step into his personal space. He flinches, backing up against the banister. The Thorn legacy is built on iron, I tell him. You are made of glass. Do not shatter yourself trying to break me. I walk past him, brushing his shoulder with mine. He stumbles, cursing under his breath, but I do not look back. He is a footnote in the history of my life. He does not require my attention. I descend the stairs and head for the east terrace. Maya and Leo are waiting for me. They are sitting at a round table, drinking coffee while their children chase lizards in the garden below. When they see me, Leo stands up. He looks tired but alert. Maya looks anxious, her hands wrapped tight around her mug. Is everything okay? Maya asks immediately. Mercy is with Nana. She looks pale. Mercy is fine, I say, though the memory of her confession, I love you, and my subsequent flinch burns in my gut. But we have a logistical issue. I pull out a chair and sit. Julian is planning a scene tonight, I state. He intends to present evidence that my marriage is a sham to Nana Rose during the toasts. That little rat, Leo growls, his hands balling into fists. I'll throw him off the cliff. That's not helping, I say. I've already neutralized his financial access, but he can still cause a spectacle. I need a countermeasure. I look at them both. I am going to propose, I say. Maya blinks. Propose, but you're married. I am going to ask her to renew our vows. Tonight, before Julian can speak. I'm going to put a ring on her finger that isn't just a piece of metal bought by a lawyer. I'm going to claim her in front of God, Nana Rose, and the board of directors. Maya's hands fly to her mouth. Her eyes fill with tears instantly. Oh, Kilyan. I need you to handle the logistics, I continue, ignoring her emotion. The ring is arriving by helicopter at 1200 hours. The courier is instructed to hand it only to a family member. I cannot be seen with it. Mercy will be watching me like a hawk. It's a surprise. I look at Leo. Can you receive the package? Done, Leo says, grinning. A helicopter delivery? You don't do things halfway, do you? Half measures are for failures. And the ring? Maya asks, wiping her eyes. What is it like? It is a yellow diamond, I say. Radiant cut. It looks like the sun trapped in glass. Mercy hates the cold. She likes warmth. It looks warm. Maya lets out a wet sob. That is the most romantic thing I have ever heard you say. Leo claps a hand on my shoulder, squeezing hard. I'm proud of you, Uncle. I didn't think you had it in you. Had what? This, Leo gestures between us. Love. Real love. I've never seen you look like this. You're terrified and determined all at once. You love her. I freeze. The word remains in the hot air, heavy and suffocating. Love. I think of my father, weeping in the foyer while his mistress packed her bags. I think of my mother sitting in the parlor, her face a mask of stone, sipping tea while her world burned down. Love is chaos. Love is a variable that cannot be controlled. Love makes you weak. I am not in love, I say. My voice is sharp, cutting through the sentimental haze. Leo's smile fades. Kilyan. Love is a chemical defect, I state, standing up. It is volatile. It destroyed my father. It froze my mother. I do not operate on love, Leo. I operate on commitment. I walk to the edge of the terrace, looking out at the sea. I care for her, I admit, the words tasting like gravel. I respect her. I will protect her, and the future we are building. I will give her a life of absolute safety. I will never lie to her. I will never leave her. That is worth more than love. Is it? Leo asks quietly to my back. Because last night, she looked at you like you hung the moon. And if you give her a contract instead of a heart, Kilyan, you're going to break her. I am giving her certainty, I say. Certainty does not break. I turn back to them. Get the ring. Keep it safe. Bring it to me when I signal you at the party. We'll do it, Maya says softly. She looks sad. But Kilyan, be careful. The heart isn't an asset you can leverage. I nod once, then turn and walk back into the villa. I need to shower. I need to prepare. I walk through the silent halls, but the silence inside my head is deafening. I love you, she screamed last night, and I flinched. I cannot love her. I refuse to love her. If I love her, I give her the power to destroy me. But a cold, heavy dread settles in my gut. It is not Julian I am afraid of. Julian is a footnote. I'm afraid of the moment I stand in front of Mercy tonight, holding a ring that looks like the sun, and ask her to bind herself to a man who is too much of a coward to say the one word she needs to hear. I'm afraid that when I offer her the world, she will look at it and realize it is empty.
Chapter 27. Mercy. emerald green. It is the color of money, the color of envy, of the Thorn family crest, stamped on every bottle of wine, every letterhead, and every check Killian signs. And tonight, it is the color of my armor. I stand before the full-length mirror in the master suite, smoothing the silk of the gown over my hips. It is a custom piece, brought in by the stylist Nana Rose insisted upon. The fabric is liquid, heavy and cool against my skin, cascading to the floor in a pool of dark, vibrant green. The bodice is structured, holding me in while the back plunges dangerously low. It is a dress designed to announce the mistress of the house. My hand drifts to my stomach. The silk skims over the slight firm curve of my lower belly. To the untrained eye, it is invisible. But to me, under the unforgiving lights of the vanity, I can see the difference. I am not just Mercy Boyd, vintner, I am a mother. We are going to fight. I whisper to the reflection. My voice trembles, but my eyes are steady. Last night I laid my heart on the altar of this marriage, and Killian didn't pick it up. He flinched. The silence that followed my confession of love was a physical wound that is still bleeding sluggishly in my chest. But he didn't leave. He held me. He told me I was his. Compatible. And I thought it through this entire morning. I can work with compatible. I can work with respect. I can work with the fierce, terrifying protection he offers. Love is a luxury, but family is a necessity. And for the sake of the life growing inside me, I will offer a new contract. I will take the safety. And maybe one day, the wolf will learn that love isn't a weakness. I pick up the diamond earrings Nana Rose sent up, heavy teardrop stones that catch the light, and fasten them. I take a deep breath. Showtime. The heat of the Italian night has settled into a velvety, humid embrace. The air smells of jasmine, sea salt, and the expensive perfume of 200 guests who have flown in from every corner of the globe to kiss the ring of the Thorn dynasty. I stand at the top of the stone staircase, leading down to the main terrace. The scene below is a masterpiece of logistics and wealth. Fairy lights are strung through the olive trees, creating a canopy of artificial stars. A live orchestra is playing something sweeping and classical near the fountain. Waiters in white jackets move through the crowd like ghosts, offering champagne and caviar. It is beautiful. It is intimidating. My imposter syndrome rears its ugly head, whispering that I am just a farmer in a couture dress, that I don't belong among these titans of industry and old money. Then I see him. Killian is standing near the fountain, talking to a man who looks like a senator. He is wearing a midnight blue tuxedo that makes his broad shoulders look even wider. He stands with that careless, arrogant grace that draws every eye in the room. As if he feels my gaze, he stops mid-sentence. He turns. Across 50 feet of crowded terrace, his eyes lock onto mine. Everything else fades. The noise of the party drops to a dull hum. The humidity vanishes. He stares at me. He doesn't just look. He devours. His gaze starts at the top of my head, travels down the emerald silk, lingers for a fraction of a second on my stomach, and then snaps back to my face. His jaw goes slack. The clinical detachment is gone. In their place is a look of raw, unadulterated awe. He looks at me like I am the only source of light in the universe. He excuses himself from the senator without looking back and walks toward the stairs. He moves with purpose. The crowd parts for him, not because he asks, but because the energy radiating off him demands it. I descend the stairs. My legs are shaking, but I force my chin up. Queen in your own right. Wife. Mother. We meet at the bottom step. Killian reaches out and takes my hand. His fingers are warm, his grip firm. He brings my knuckles to his lips, his eyes never leaving mine. Mercy, he breathes. The name sounds like a prayer. You look fatal. Is that a compliment? I ask, my voice breathless. It is a warning, he says, his thumb stroking the back of my hand. You are going to stop hearts tonight, Mrs. Thorne, including mine. My heart stutters, including mine. I thought you didn't have a heart, I tease, though the joke falls flat, with the weight of last night hanging between us. Killian's expression darkens, just for a moment. He steps closer, invading my personal space, shielding me from the prying eyes of the guests. I am learning, he murmurs, that perhaps I was working with incomplete data. He tucks my hand into the crook of his arm. Come. They are waiting for us. We walk into the party. It is a gauntlet. Every gaze is heavy with judgment, curiosity, and envy. I feel the weight of the diversity heir whispers, the speculation about our separate lives. But Killian is a wall. He keeps me tucked against his side, his arm a steel band around my waist. When people approach us, he introduces me not just as his wife, but as the CEO of Boyd Roots. He brags about my soil management. He talks about my vintage with a pride that makes my chest ache. He is building me a pedestal. May I have this dance? He asks as the orchestra shifts into a slow waltz. Killian, everyone is watching. Let them watch, he says. Let them see who owns me. He pulls me onto the dance floor. He places one hand on my waist, splaying his fingers wide over the silk. He takes my other hand in his. We move. It is magical. There is no other word for it. The friction of our bodies, the heat of the night, the way he looks down at me like he wants to consume me whole. It is intoxicating. I have a question, he says softly, pulling me closer so our chests brush. Is it about the business? No, he says, his lips brushing my temple. It is about tomorrow, about the future. I stiffen. The deadline. Forget the deadline, he orders. I told you, I am not signing. He spins me, the emerald silk flaring out around my legs. He pulls me back hard until I am flush against him. I have something to ask you later, he whispers against my ear. Something that changes the terms of the deal, permanently. My breath catches. Changes the terms. Does he mean the baby? Does he know? Or does he mean... I look up at him, hope blooming in my chest. Fragile, terrifying hope. Ask me now, I whisper. Not yet, he says, his eyes burning with a secret fire. I need the timing to be perfect. I need you to know that I am betting everything on this. On us. He spins me again. I laugh. A sound of pure joy that surprises me. For a moment, just a moment, I believe it. I believe we can make this work. I believe that compatibility can turn into love, that the wolf can learn to stay. The music swells to a crescendo. Killian dips me, his strength supporting me effortlessly. I care for you, Mercy, he says, his face inches from mine. More than I thought possible. It isn't I love you, but it is close. It is so close. He pulls me upright. We are breathless, smiling at each other, caught in a bubble of our own making. The music stops abruptly. The silence on the terrace is jarring. A sharp metallic tap, tap, tap echoes through the speakers. I turn. Nana Rose is standing on the small stage set up for the band. She looks regal in royal blue, gripping the microphone stand. She is beaming. Testing, she says into the mic. Is this thing on? Good. She raises a glass of champagne. Welcome, everyone, she announces, her voice projecting over the 200 guests. To my 80th birthday. They say age is just a number, but my knees disagree. Laughter ripples through the crowd. I have a speech prepared, she continues. About legacy, about family, about the future of the Thorne name. She looks down at us, at Killian and me, standing front and center. Her eyes soften. But before I begin, she says, I believe my grandson, Killian, has something he wishes to. Movement on the stage catches my eye. A figure steps out from the shadows behind the band. Julian. He is wearing a tuxedo that is slightly too tight. His face is flushed, his eyes bright and manic. He moves with a jerky, unstable energy. He walks straight up to Nana Rose. Excuse me, Nana, he says, his voice booming through the speakers before she can pull the mic away. But I think there is something the family needs to see before we talk about legacies. A murmur goes through the crowd. Killian goes rigid beside me. His hand tightens on my waist until it hurts. Julian, Killian warns, his voice low but carrying in the sudden silence. Step down. Julian ignores him. He grabs the microphone from a startled Nana Rose. We are all here to celebrate the Thorne family, Julian sneers into the mic, his gaze locking onto Killian and me with venomous triumph. But there is a rot in the foundation. A fraud. My heart thuds, the air leaving my lungs in a whoosh. No, this can't be happening.
Chapter 28. Killian. The feedback from the microphone is an assault to my senses. It cuts through the humid air of the terrace, a high-pitched electronic shriek that severs the connection between the orchestra and the audience. The waltz dies mid-measure. The laughter stops. I stand frozen next to Mercy. My hand is still on her waist, burning through the emerald silk of her gown. Moments ago, we were dancing. Moments ago, I was seconds away from changing the entire trajectory of our lives with a ring I prepared. I was preparing to build a fortress around her. Now I'm watching the gates fall. I turn slowly toward the stage. Julian stands there, gripping the microphone stand like a drunk prophet. His tuxedo is disheveled, the bow tie undone and hanging loose around his neck. His face is slick with sweat and a toxic, manic vindication. He sways, unbalanced, but his eyes are laser-focused on us. We are all here to celebrate legacy, Julian sneers into the mic. His voice booms through the speakers, distorted and ugly, echoing off the stone walls of the villa. But there is a rot in the foundation, a fraud. I feel Mercy stiffen against me. Her breath hitches, a small, terrified sound that no one else hears. I tighten my grip on her waist. I handled this, I tell myself. I froze his assets. He is powerless. But a man with nothing left to lose is the most dangerous variable in any equation. Julian reaches into his jacket pocket. He pulls out a manila envelope. It is crumpled, stained, but I recognize it instantly. It is the envelope I saw in Mercy's suitcase, the one I left there, intending to burn the contents later tonight. Look at them, Julian shouts, pointing a shaking finger at us. The spotlight swings, blinding me for a second, illuminating Mercy's terror. The prince and the pauper. You all think this is a love match? You think she belongs here? He rips the envelope open. The sound of tearing paper is magnified by the microphone. He pulls out the document, the petition for dissolution Mercy signed 2 weeks ago. Divorce papers, Julian announces with gleeful venom. Signed by Mercy Boyd, dated 14 days ago. A collective gasp sucks the oxygen out of the terrace. My mother drops her champagne glass. It shatters on the stone, a sharp punctuation mark to the accusation. From the start, their marriage is a sham, Julian yells, waving the papers like a flag of conquest. She is leaving him. She played the doting wife for 2 weeks for our Nana, and now she is taking her payout and running back to California. I do not move. I'm calculating. The document is damaging, yes, but it is surmountable. I can claim we reconciled. I can claim it was a draft. I have the ring ready. I can spin this. This divorce papers is part of the past. But Julian is not done. He leans into the microphone, his lips curling back from his teeth. He looks at Mercy with a disgust that makes the bile rise in my throat. "She is a gold digger," he spits. "She is after the thorn money to save her failing dirt farm. We shouldn't have let a woman who toils the land join this family and desecrate our legacy." The insult slaps me square in the face. Toils the land. It is a coded slur. It is the language of exclusion that has followed Mercy her entire life. It is the reason she wears armor. It is the reason she fears this family. I feel the tremor run through her body, a violent recoil. Her hand flutters over her collarbone, scratching at the skin. My jaw locks. The rage is a cold, expanding star in my chest. I release Mercy's waist. I need my hands free. I'm going to walk up to that stage and I'm going to remove him. I take a step forward. "Wait!" Julian barks, seeing my movement. "I am not finished, cousin. You want to silence me? You want to protect your investment?" He laughs, a wet, jagged sound. "You don't even know what you bought." He looks directly at Mercy. His gaze drops from her face to her stomach. My heart stops beating. "No." "You want to know why she is really running?" Julian asks the crowd, his voice becoming a conspiratorial hiss. "You want to know what she is hiding under that designer dress?" He pauses. He lets the silence stretch until it screams. "She's trapping him with a bastard child. I'm sure she's going to give birth to this child safely. Then she'll ask for a bigger payout." The world stops spinning. The silence that falls over the terrace is absolute. It is a vacuum. The crickets stop. The wind dies. Mercy makes a sound. A choked, broken gasp. Her hand flies to her stomach, a protective reflex that confirms everything to everyone watching. "Surprised, cousin?" Julian laughs, pointing at me. "Your wife is hiding the truth from you. She is knocked up, and she was going to steal the kid and run. Or maybe it isn't even yours. Maybe the dirt farmer found someone down in the mud to breed with." I stand there, rooted to the stone. I am not shocked by the pregnancy. I've known for days. I've touched the swell of her belly. I've planned a future around it. I've already named the child in my head. I'm shocked that he knows. My mind races, replaying the data. How? I see the image of the bathroom counter, the unzipped bag, the bottle of vitamins, her luggage. Since he got the divorce papers, it's safe to say he probably found the vitamins. Julian went through her things. He did not just find the papers. He rifled through her personal effects. He touched her property. He violated the sanctity of her privacy in a way that makes my skin crawl. He put his hands on the evidence of my child before I had even claimed our baby aloud. He stole the moment. I was going to tell her I knew. I was going to claim the child. I was going to wrap them both in protection. Now he has weaponized my family against me. The bastard. The thought is a spark in a room filled with gasoline. The paralysis of shock shatters instantly, replaced by a rage so pure, so white-hot, that it obliterates the civilized world around me. I look down at Mercy. She is looking up at me. Her face is stripped of color, pale as the moon overhead. Her eyes are wide, black holes of terror. But she isn't running. She is waiting. She is waiting for me to defend her. And I will. I release her waist. "Stay here!" I snarl, the sound ripping from my throat like a warning shot. I do not look at the crowd. Do not look at my grandmother. I look only at the man on the stage who dared to speak about my wife and my child. I move. I storm toward the stairs, my stride eating up the distance, every step vibrating with the promise of violence.
Chapter 29. Mercy. The moment freezes. It is a tableau of disaster suspended in amber. Julian's sneer, Killian's rigidity, the crowd's horrified silence. My heart isn't beating. It's vibrating, a frantic bird trapped in a ribcage that suddenly feels too small. Bastard. The word hangs in the humid air like toxic smog. I look at Killian. He is standing beside me, a statue carved from rage and midnight blue wool. I wait for him to move. Wait for him to shield me. I wait for the reassuring weight of his hand on my waist to tighten, promising safety. But he doesn't speak. He just stares at Julian with an expression of such profound, devastating shock that my blood turns to ice. He isn't defending me. He isn't denying it. He looks guilty. The realization slams into me. The shame I have been holding back breaks the dam. The eyes of 200 strangers are boring into my skin, peeling back the layers of my carefully constructed identity until I am just the fraud Julian accused me of being. "Stay here," he snarls, loud enough for everyone to hear and for fear to clutch my heart. Oh God, does he hate me? Enough. The roar rips through my depressing thoughts. Killian moves. It isn't a walk. It isn't a run. It is a launch. He clears the distance to the stage in a blur of violence that defies physics. He vaults onto the platform, his tuxedo jacket flaring out behind him like dark wings. Julian tries to step back, but he is too slow. Killian's fist connects with Julian's jaw. Crack. The sound is sickeningly loud, echoing off the stone walls of the villa. Julian's head snaps back, blood spraying from his lip in a fine mist. He stumbles, crashing into the microphone stand, sending it screeching to the floor in a tangle of feedback and metal. Killian doesn't stop. He grabs Julian by the lapels of his disheveled tuxedo and slams him down onto the stage. He straddles him, raining blows down on his face with a terrifying mechanical precision. "Shut up!" Killian is screaming, his voice raw, unrecognizable. "Shut your mouth!" The crowd screams. The orchestra scatters, musicians tripping over chairs in their haste to escape the blast radius. I snap back to myself. The freeze breaks. "Killian," I cry out. I run. My heels catch on the stone steps, tearing the hem of my emerald gown, but I ignore the stumble. I rush onto the stage. "Stop!" I grab Killian's arm, trying to pull him off. His muscles are rock hard, vibrating with the force of his fury. "Killian, you're killing him!" "Stop!" He doesn't even feel me. He is lost in the red haze, his knuckles bloody, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He draws back for another punch. "Children, stop this madness!" Nana Rose is there, flanked by security. She looks pale, her hand clutching her chest, her eyes wide with genuine confusion and fear. "My birthday. What are you doing?" In the moment of distraction, while Killian's gaze flicks to his grandmother, Julian moves. He is bloody, his nose broken, but he is fueled by the desperate, vicious energy of a cornered rat. He scrambles up and swings. His fist connects with Killian's ear, a sloppy, desperate punch that nevertheless sends Killian staggering back a step. "No!" I scream. I step in. Instinct takes over. Blind, stupid, protective instinct. I try to push Killian back, to shield him, to put my body between him and the violence. "Get away from him," I yell at Julian. Julian snarls, wiping blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. He doesn't see me as a person. He sees me as an obstacle. He shoves me. It's a hard, violent push. He puts his full weight into it. "Move, brat." I fly backward. My heels slip on the smooth wood of the stage. I flail, reaching for purchase, but there is nothing but air. My hip hits the sharp edge of the heavy oak side table, holding the massive flower arrangement. Pain explodes in my side, a sharp, blinding white light. I crash to the floor, hard. The impact jars my spine, rattling my teeth. I land on my side, curled instinctively around my stomach, my hands clutching the silk over my womb. For a second, there is no sound, just the high-pitched ringing in my ears and the thud of my own heartbeat. Then a roar shakes the villa. "Mercy!" Killian is there, but he isn't looking at me. He is looking at Julian. "Damn you, how dare you hit my wife?" Killian kicks Julian in the ribs. It is a brutal, punishing blow that lifts Julian off the floor. I hear the snap of bone. "You hurt her," Killian screams. He isn't the CEO anymore. He is a force of nature. "I warned you. I told you never to look at her. How dare you?" He grabs Julian by the throat, slamming him against the back wall of the stage, pinning him there with one hand while he prepares to destroy him with the other. "How did you know?" Killian bellows, shaking him like a rag doll. "How did you know about the baby? Did you go through her things? Did you touch her vitamins?" I freeze on the floor, clutching my stomach. Vitamins? My mind stutters, trying to process the words through the haze of pain. How does Killian know about the vitamins? I hid them. I buried them deep in my vanity bag. "I found out!" Killian is shouting, his voice breaking with rage. "I found those vitamins days ago, and I kept it quiet to protect her, to protect my child, and you. You filleted her in front of everyone." He knew. The realization rams into me harder than the table did. He knew. He knew about the baby when he ordered the steak well done. He knew when he bought the debt. He knew when he oiled my feet. He knew when he took me to bed last night and made me scream his name. I suspected, but I got carried away. "Is that why?" I whisper, the words lost in the chaos. Is that why he was so good to me? Was it all just management? Was he just securing the heir? The 3 days deal? The $5 million? It wasn't about me. It wasn't about love or compatibility. It was about the baby. My heart shatters. It doesn't break. It disintegrates. The love I confessed last night feels like ash in my mouth. He played me. He played me perfectly. I try to sit up. I must get away. I need to run. A sharp, cramping pain twists deep in my belly. It feels like a claw digging in. I gasp, doubling over. "Killian?" I try to call him, but my voice is weak, breathless. Then I feel it. Warmth. Wetness. It seeps between my legs, soaking the emerald silk of my gown. It is hot and sticky. Terror, cold and absolute, washes over me. It drowns out the pain. It drowns out the betrayal. I look down. The green silk is turning black. A dark stain is spreading on the floor beneath me. "No," I whimper. "No, no, no." "Killian!" I scream, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and terrified. Killian freezes. He drops Julian, who slumps to the floor unconscious. He turns. His chest is heaving, his knuckles dripping blood. His eyes are still wild with rage, searching for the threat. He sees me. He sees the stain. His face goes white. All the color drains out of him in an instant, leaving him looking like a corpse. The rage vanishes, replaced by a horror so profound it makes him stagger. "Killian!" I sob, reaching a shaking hand toward him. "I'm bleeding." I clutch my stomach, trying to hold it in, trying to keep the life inside me safe. "The baby!" I scream. He is beside me in a heartbeat. He falls to his knees, ignoring the blood, ignoring the crowd, ignoring the ruin of his reputation. "Mercy," he chokes out. His hands hover over me, afraid to touch, afraid to make it worse. "Help me," I beg, darkness creeping into the edges of my vision. The pain is getting worse. The world is tilting. He scoops me up. He lifts me into his arms as if I weigh nothing. "Do not close your eyes," he orders, his voice shaking. "Do you hear me, Mercy? Stay with me." He turns and runs. He doesn't run to the house. He runs toward the helipad on the lower cliff. "Clear the pad," he roars at the security team. "Get the pilot. Now!" I rest my head against his chest. I can hear his heart. It is beating like a trapped bird. He knew, I think, as the darkness pulls me under. He knew, and now I'm losing it. And then, I know nothing at all.
Chapter 30. Killian. The sound of the rotors is a physical vibration that rattles my teeth and shakes the bones in my chest. I do not look out the window at the blurred coastline of Italy. I don't look at the pilot who is shouting coordinates into his headset. I look only at her. Mercy is strapped to the stretcher, her body small and terrifyingly still amidst the medical equipment. An oxygen mask obscures the lower half of her face, fogging with shallow, rapid breaths. There is no wound to press. There's nothing to stitch. That is the horror of it. The blood is not coming from a cut I can bind. It is pouring from the center of her, a silent, devastating hemorrhage soaking the emerald silk of her gown until it turns black and heavy. It pools on the stretcher, dripping onto the metal floor. It smells of copper and tragedy. I look at my hands. They are stained red, not from applying pressure, but from carrying her, from holding her while she bled out in my arms on the terrace. I grip her hand. Her fingers are limp, cold as ice. "Stay with me," I order her. My voice is lost in the roar of the engine, but I say it anyway. "Do not dare leave me, Mercy. That is a breach of contract." She does not move. Her eyelids are pale, translucent, showing the blue veins beneath. I look at the monitor. Her heart rate is erratic, a chaotic, climbing number that mocks me. 140, 142, 138. She is losing it. She is losing us. I squeeze her hand, terrified that if I let go, she will slip away into the dark. I knew. The thought loops in my brain. I knew about the baby. I knew she was fragile. And instead of wrapping her in cotton, instead of taking her away from the poison of my family, I let her walk into a lion's den. I let Julian, that insect, that nothing, touch her. If she dies, I am the architect of her murder. If we lost our baby... The helicopter banks sharply. "ETA 2 minutes, Mr. Thorne," the pilot yells. "Faster!" I roar back, though he cannot hear me. I lean over her. I press my forehead against her temple. Her skin is clammy with shock. "I have the ring," I whisper against her ear, my voice cracking. "It is with me. You have to wake up to put it on. You have to wake up and tell me to go to hell. Just wake up." The helicopter descends. The lights of the hospital rush up to meet us. The emergency room is an assault of fluorescent light and chaos. We hit the helipad, and a team is already there. They swarm the helicopter like white-clad ants. "Female, 28, pregnant!" the flight medic shouts, jumping out. "Significant vaginal hemorrhage following blunt force trauma to the abdomen. BP is 80/50 and dropping." They move her. They transfer her from the helicopter stretcher to the gurney. The movement jostles her. Her head lolls to the side, lifeless. The blood-soaked sheet clings to her legs. "Mercy!" I reach for her hand again, unable to break contact. "Sir, you have to step back," a nurse says, blocking me physically. "I am her husband. Step back! Let us work!" They run. They push the gurney through the double doors, shouting vitals, shouting codes I do not understand. I run with them. I ignore the nurse. I ignore the security guard who tries to grab my arm. I shake him off with a violence that makes him recoil. I run until we hit the surgical doors. "Sterile area," a doctor says, planting himself in front of me. He is small, but he is firm. "You cannot go past this point." I stop. I watch the doors swing shut. I watch the emerald dress disappear into the white void. I'm left standing in the corridor. I look down at myself. My tuxedo shirt is ruined. My hands are coated in dried blood up to the wrists. I look like a butcher. I look like a man who destroyed the only beautiful thing he ever touched. I begin to pace. 10 steps to the wall. Turn. 10 steps to the nurse's station. Turn. My mind is a white noise of terror. Please, I do not pray. I rely on data. I rely on leverage. But right now, standing in this antiseptic hallway that smells of bleach and death, I'm bargaining with a god I've ignored for 30 years. Take the money. Take the company. Take the legacy. Take it all. Just keep her heart beating. Time becomes a liquid concept. It stretches and warps. It could be 5 minutes or 5 hours before the elevator doors ding. Killian! I turn. My family spills into the hallway. My mother, looking pale and shaken. Leo, his face grim. Maya, her eyes red from crying. And Nana Rose. She is in a wheelchair, pushed by a breathless aide. She looks old tonight. The fire that usually animates her is dimmed by fear. "Where is she?" Nana demands, her voice trembling. "Emergency," I say. My voice sounds strange, raspy, like I have swallowed glass. "They took her in." "The baby?" Maya asks, clutching Leo's hand. I look at my hands. I hold them up, showing them the red stain that won't come off. Maya gasps and covers her mouth, burying her face in Leo's chest. "There was so much blood," I whisper. I couldn't stop it. "Sit down, son," my mother says, reaching for me. "You're in shock." I am not sitting. I resume my pacing. Spin. Stop. Spin. My thumb works the signet ring, smearing the dried blood across the silver crest. "Julian?" I ask, not looking at them. "The police took him," Leo says, his voice hard. "Assault, attempted murder, and we're pressing charges for what he did to Mercy. He's done, Killian. He's buried. Good. But it doesn't feel good. It feels irrelevant. Julian is an ant. I stepped on him, but the venom is already in the system. Minutes tick by. The clock on the wall mocks me. I lean against the wall, sliding down until I am crouching on my heels. I put my head in my hands. I replay the last 3 days. The cove, the well-done steak, the way she looked at me in the candlelight when she screamed my name. "I love you," she said. And I flinched. I was scared. I was a coward. I was terrified that if I admitted I loved her, I would become my father. Weak, pathetic, destroyed by emotion. So I stayed silent. I let her think it was a transaction. I let her think she was just a vessel for my heir. And now, she might die thinking I never loved her. The surgical doors open. I'm on my feet instantly. A doctor steps out. He is wearing green scrubs. He pulls his mask down. He looks exhausted. "Family of Mercy Thorne?" "I am her husband," I say. I step forward, my entire existence narrowing down to the movement of his lips. The doctor sighs. He looks at the clipboard, then at me. He sees the blood on my clothes. "She has lost a significant amount of blood," the doctor says. His tone is grave. "The impact caused a placental abruption. The placenta pulled away from the uterine wall." My knees unlock. I have to grab the back of a plastic chair to stay upright. "Is she—" I can't say the word. "She is critical," the doctor says. "We are transfusing her now. We have managed to stop the hemorrhaging, but her blood pressure is dangerously low. The next few hours are uncertain." "And the fetus?" Nana Rose asks from her chair, her voice thin. "The baby?" The doctor shakes his head slowly. "The fetal heartbeat is very faint. The trauma was direct, and the blood loss was severe. Right now, our priority is saving the mother. Her body is under immense stress. Critical, uncertain, faint. The words are hammers. "Can I see her?" I ask. "Not yet. She's being moved to the ICU. We need to stabilize her." The doctor turns to go back inside. The strength leaves my legs. I crumble. I sink into the hard plastic chair in the waiting area, my elbows on my knees, my bloody hands hanging limp between my legs. The silence in the waiting room is heavy. My family is there. Maya is crying silently. Leo is holding her. Nana is praying in Italian. But I am alone. I'm in a museum of my own making. Cold. Empty. I feel a pressure behind my eyes. A burning, stinging sensation I haven't felt since I was 6 years old, and my mother told me my father wasn't coming home. I blink. A drop of water falls. It lands on the back of my hand, hitting a patch of dried blood. It creates a small, clean circle in the red. Another follows. I stare at it. A tear. Killian Thorne is crying. I am. The realization shatters the last of my defenses. I love her. I love her sharp tongue. I love her passion for the land. I love the way she fights me. I love the way she melts when I touch her. I love her so much it feels like my chest is being ripped open. And I never told her. Please, I whisper to the empty air, my voice breaking. Save her. I bury my face in my hands, and for the first time in my life, I let the world see me bleed.
Chapter 31. Mercy. The first thing I notice is the absence of pain. There is a heaviness in my limbs, a deep, pervasive ache that settles in my bones, but the sharp, tearing agony that defined my last moments of consciousness is gone. The second thing I register is the sound. Beep, beep, beep. It is rhythmic, artificial. The sound of hospital machines. I force my eyes open. The lids feel like they are made of lead. The light in the room is dim, the window shades drawn against the Italian sun, leaving the space bathed in a soft twilight gray. It is a hospital room. The smell is unmistakable. Antiseptic, floor wax, and recycled air. My hand feels heavy. I look down. Killian is there. He is sitting in a chair, pulled so close to the bed, his knees are pressed against the mattress. He is slumped forward, his head resting near my hip, his hand gripping mine like a lifeline. He looks wrecked. His tuxedo shirt, the same one he wore to the Jubilee, is wrinkled and stiff with dark stains. His jaw is shadowed by days of stubble. His hair is a mess, as if he has been running his hands through it for hours. I try to speak, but my throat is a desert. I manage a dry croak. Killian! He jerks awake. His head snaps up, his eyes wild and bloodshot. For a second, he looks disoriented, the wolf trapped in a cage of fear. Then he sees me. The relief that breaks across his face is so profound it hurts to watch. It crumbles the mask entirely. Mercy, he breathes. His voice is a wreck, raspy and raw. He stands up, leaning over me, his hand tightening on mine. He touches my forehead with his other hand, his palm warm and trembling. You're awake, he says, as if he can't quite believe it. Don't try to move. Just breathe. What happened? I whisper. My tongue feels thick. How long? 35 hours, he says. The number hangs in the air. You lost a lot of blood, Mercy. They had to sedate you. They had to repair the damage. 35 hours. Memory crashes back in. The stage, Julian's sneer, the table hitting my hip, the blood. The warm, sticky blood soaking my emerald dress. My hand flies to my stomach. Panic, cold and sharp, pierces through the sedative haze. The baby, I gasp, trying to sit up. The monitors start to beep faster, matching the frantic rhythm of my heart. Killian, the baby. I was bleeding. I lost it. I lost it, didn't I? Tears well in my eyes, hot and blinding. I killed our baby. I sob, the guilt crushing me. I fell. I wasn't careful. I hid it and then I killed it. Mercy, stop. Killian grabs my shoulders gently, pushing me back against the pillows. Listen to me, he orders. His voice is firm, cutting through the hysteria. Look at me. I look at him through the blur of tears. He takes my hand, the one clutching the hospital gown over my belly, and presses it flat against my skin. Feel that? He asks. I feel the warmth of my own flesh. The slight, firm curve is still there. It is a miracle, Killian says, his voice cracking. The abruption was partial. The placenta tore, but it didn't detach completely. He swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. The heartbeat was faint at first, he admits, his eyes dark with the memory of the terror. We thought the doctors prepared me for the worst, but she fought. Or he. Whatever gender, our baby is a stubborn little fighter. The heartbeat recovered, Mercy. Our baby is strong. I stare at him. Alive? Alive, he confirms. You are still pregnant. The sob that rips out of me is guttural. Relief washes over me so intense it feels like physical weakness. I cover my face with my hands, weeping uncontrollably. I'm sorry, I cry. I'm so sorry, Killian. I didn't tell you. I was going to leave. I was so scared. No. He pulls my hands away from my face. He frames my jaw, forcing me to look at him. His thumbs wipe away the tears, but they just keep falling. Do not apologize, he says fiercely. You have nothing to apologize for. I knew. I knew for days, and I said nothing. I played games. I tried to manipulate you into staying instead of just asking you. I was a coward. You weren't a coward, I whisper. You were protecting yourself. I was protecting my ego, he argues, and I almost lost you because of it. He leans his forehead against mine. I can feel him shaking. The mighty Killian Thorne, the man who destroys companies before breakfast, is trembling in my arms. That night, he says, his voice a low rumble against my skin, when you told me you loved me. I flinch. The memory of his rejection is a fresh wound. I know, I say, trying to pull away. You don't have to say it. We're compatible. It's fine. I can live with... I didn't flinch because I didn't feel it, he interrupts. I flinched because it terrified me. He pulls back to look me in the eye. I watched my father destroy my mother with love, he says. I watched him turn her into stone. I thought love was a weapon. I thought if I let you love me, if I loved you back, I would give you the power to destroy me. I thought I would become weak. He takes a deep breath, his grip on my hand tightening until it hurts. But it's a good hurt. It's grounding. But then I saw you on that stage, he says. I saw you bleeding, and I realized that I was already destroyed. The moment you fell, I died, Mercy. I died right there. Killian. I don't just love the mother of my child, he says, the words rushing out now, a dam breaking. I love you. I love the woman who fights for her land. I love the woman who challenges me every single day to be something more than a checkbook. My heart stops beating. I love you. He said it. You love me? I whisper. I have loved you since Chicago, he confesses. Maybe even before. Maybe since the day you stormed into that police station in combat boots. I just didn't know how to name it. He reaches into the pocket of his ruined trousers. He pulls out a velvet box. It is stained with a smudge of dirt from the terrace, a testament to the violence of the night. He opens it. The yellow diamond blazes in the dim hospital light. It is a sun trapped in gold. It is warm. It is alive. This is the ring I had in my pocket, he says. Before Julian. Before the blood. He takes it out of the box. I am asking you again, he says. Not for the debt. I burned the note yesterday while you were in surgery. The land is yours, free and clear. My eyes widen. You burned it? It's gone. You owe me nothing. He takes my left hand. He slides the ring onto my finger. It fits perfectly, sitting heavy and bright against my skin. And I am not asking for the baby, he continues. I will be a father to this child, whether you are with me or not. I am asking for us. He looks at me with a vulnerability that strips me bare. Marry me, Mercy, he asks. For real this time. Be my wife. Not on paper. In everything. Let me be the man who oils your feet and holds your hand when you're scared. Let me be the shelter, not the museum. I look at the ring. I look at the man. The fear is gone. I am not a fraud. I am not a diversity hire. I am the woman who brought the wolf to his knees. Yes, I whisper. Killian lets out a breath he seems to have been holding for 5 years. Yes, I say louder, smiling through my tears. I will marry you, Killian Thorne. He leans in. He kisses me. It is not the hungry, desperate kiss of the beach. It is not the angry kiss of the storm. It is gentle, reverent. It tastes of relief and promise. His lips are soft against mine, sealing the vow. He pulls back, resting his forehead against mine again. I love you, Mrs. Thorne, he whispers. I love you too, I reply. Now I know exactly where I belong.
Chapter 32. Killian. The California sun is different from the Italian sun. It is gold rather than white, smelling of dry grass and ripening grapes rather than salt and ozone. I stand at the end of the aisle, my hands clasped behind my back. I'm wearing a tuxedo despite the heat. I would have worn armor if I thought it would convey the magnitude of what I am about to do. To my left, Nana Rose sits in the front row. She is not wearing the confused old lady shawl she wore in Italy. She's wearing a sharp crimson suit and holding a glass of Boyd Roots Pinot Noir. "Stop checking your watch, Killian," she says, her voice clear and sharp as cut glass. She is not running away, and even if she tried, she cannot run very fast in her condition. I look down at her. "You enjoyed this, the chaos." "I enjoyed the result," Nana corrects, taking a sip of wine. "I told you I do not have dementia. I have boredom and a surplus of capital. I knew you two were miserable apart. I simply provided the friction required to start the fire. You can thank me later by naming the boy after my father." I shake my head. She played us like a grandmaster, and I cannot even be angry. She gave me my life. The music changes. The chatter of the 50 guests, only the inner circle, only the people who matter, dies down. I turn. Mercy is standing at the top of the vineyard path. My breath gets stuck in my throat. It is a malfunction, a stutter in the rhythm of my existence. She is wearing white. It is not the structured defensive armor she used to wear. It is lace and silk, soft and flowing. The bodice hugs her curves, but it is the silhouette below that stops my heart. She is 7 months pregnant. Her stomach is a high, proud curve, undeniably swollen with my son. She is blooming. Her skin is radiant, glowing against the white fabric. Her braids are piled high on her head, woven with small white flowers that match the ones growing on the vines around us. She walks toward me. She is not walking alone. Leo is on one side, Maya on the other, but they fall back as she reaches the altar. She stands before me. Her dark eyes are wet, shining with an emotion that knocks the wind out of me. I reach for her hands. They are warm. "You are late," I whisper, though I do not care. "I had to pee," she whispers back, a grin tugging at her lips. "Your son is using my bladder as a trampoline." "Our son," I correct. The officiant begins to speak, but the words are just noise. I only hear the blood rushing in my ears. I only see her. When it is time for the vows, I take the ring, the yellow diamond sun, and slide it onto her swollen finger. "I spent my childhood in a house that's more like a museum," I say, my voice carrying over the vines. "It was cold. It was pristine. It was a place where you did not touch, and you did not feel. I thought that was safety." I look deep into her eyes. "You broke the glass, Mercy. You let the air in. You taught me that love is not a weakness to be leveraged, but a shelter to be built." I place my hand on her stomach. I feel the solid warmth of her, of him. "I vow to be your shelter, I promise. I vow to be the man who stays. I vow to protect this land, this legacy, and this family with every drop of blood I have. I am yours, completely, Irrevocably. Mercy is crying. The tears track through the perfect makeup, but she does not hide them. "I vow to let you in," she says, her voice trembling. "I vow to stop running. I vow to trust you with my heart and with our future." She squeezes my hands. "I love you, Killian, the wolf and the man. I love you," I say. And this time I do not run away from it. The reception is a blur of toasts, laughter, and the rich scent of roasted meat and wine. The vineyard is alive with joy. But I am impatient. I watch Mercy sitting at the head table. She is laughing at something Leo said, her hand resting absently on her belly. She looks exhausted. The adrenaline of the day is fading, leaving her heavy and tired. I stand up. "We are leaving," I announce to the table. "Killian, we haven't cut the cake," Maya protests. "Send it to the room," I say. I walk around the table and offer Mercy my hand. She takes it, relief washing over her face. "Is it time?" she asks. "It is past time." I lead her away from the party up the path to the main house of the vineyard. The master bedroom here is rustic, filled with the scent of cedar and lavender. It is not the cold marble of Italy. It is warm. It is home. I close the door and lock it. The silence wraps around us. "Come here," I say softly. Mercy walks into my arms. I hold her, careful of the bump between us. I breathe in her scent, vanilla, flowers, and the milky sweetness that drives me insane. "I'm huge," she murmurs against my chest. "I feel like a whale in this dress." "You are a goddess," I correct. "You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." I turn her around. I undo the buttons of her dress, my fingers moving with slow, reverent precision. The silk falls to the floor, pooling around her feet. She's wearing simple white cotton underwear. Practical. I spin her back to face me. My gaze travels over her. Her breasts are heavy, spilling out of her bra, the veins blue and delicate under the skin. Her stomach is a miracle, tight, round, stretching the limits of her skin. A dark line, the linea nigra, runs down the center, a path leading straight to the place where I claimed her. Well, that escalated fast, and unfortunately, escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version.
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. Later, the room is cool. We are lying in the bed, tangled in the sheets. The window is open, letting in the scent of the night-blooming jasmine and the cooling earth. Mercy is curled on her side, and I am spooning her from behind, my body curved around her like a shield. My arm is draped over her waist, my hand resting flat on the high, taut curve of her stomach. The house is quiet. The vineyard is sleeping. Suddenly, a sharp thud hits my palm. I freeze. My heart kicks against my ribs. "Did you feel that?" I ask, my voice hushed in the darkness. Mercy chuckles sleepily, shifting back against me. Hard to miss. He's waking up. He usually does after that. Another kick. Stronger this time. A distinct roll and a push right against my hand. I spread my fingers, trying to map the movement. It is alien. It is miraculous. It is my blood, announcing itself to the world. He is strong, I say, a lump forming in my throat that I can't quite swallow. He's stubborn, Mercy corrects, covering my hand with hers. Like his father. He is fighting for space, I say, pressing a kiss to her shoulder. Like his mother. I press my hand firmer against her belly, communicating with the life inside. I am here, I tell him silently. I'm not going anywhere. I've spent my life building empires of glass and steel. I've chased numbers. I've accumulated assets and protected them with walls of ice. But lying here, with the scent of my wife in my lungs and the kick of my son against my hand, I realize that I have finally closed the most important deal of my life. And it is perfect. Epilogue. Killian. Killian Thorne, retiring the wolf title. My new boss is 8 pounds and screams when he is hungry. I have met my match. Mercy Thorne. He is just like his father. Send coffee. I stare at the screen of my phone. The tweet has been live for 12 minutes. It has generated 40,000 likes and a thread of comments debating whether the baby has my glare or Mercy's attitude. The answer, logically, is both. I lock the phone and place it on the railing of the porch. The sun is setting over the Boyd Roots winery. It is a California sunset, different from the Italian twilight that nearly destroyed us. This light is golden, hazy with heat and dust, smelling of ripening grapes and dry earth. It is the smell of legacy. I look down at the bundle in my arms. Marcus James Thorne is 3 months old. He's small, fragile, and currently staring up at me with eyes that are the exact, unnerving shade of gray as my own. His skin is a rich, warm bronze, a perfect synthesis of Mercy and me. He has a head of dark, soft curls that I find myself touching constantly, just to ensure they are real. He lets out a small, squeaking yawn, his tiny fists clenching against my chest. Do not look at me like that, I tell him softly. I negotiated the diaper change. Your mother is currently in breach of contract regarding the night shift. Marcus blinks. He does not care about contracts. He cares about milk and movement. I begin to pace the length of the porch. I do not wear my signet ring on this hand anymore. I removed it because I was worried the cold metal would scratch his skin. It is a small adjustment, but a significant one. The wolf does not remove his armor for anyone. The father does. The screen door creaks open. I turn. Mercy steps out onto the porch. She is wearing one of my white dress shirts, unbuttoned at the top, the sleeves rolled up. Her legs are bare. Her hair is loose, a cascade of braids falling over her shoulder. She looks tired. There are shadows under her eyes that no amount of concealer can hide. But she is radiant. She holds 2 glasses of wine, deep, ruby red. It has been a long year of sobriety for her, a year of watching others drink the product of her labor while she settled for ginger ale and water. She walks toward me, the floorboards creaking softly under her bare feet. He's quiet, she observes, handing me a glass. He is plotting, I correct. He is calculating the most inefficient time to wake us up tonight. Mercy laughs. It is a warm, rich sound that settles in my chest, filling the hollow spaces I used to fill with work. She leans against the railing, taking a sip of her wine. She closes her eyes, savoring it. God, she sighs. I miss this. The tannins. The oak. It is a 2018 Cabernet, I note. A good year. A difficult year, she corrects, opening her eyes to look at me. We had the drought. We almost lost the North Block. And now? She looks out over the vines, stretching away in neat military rows toward the horizon. The irrigation system I installed is humming quietly in the distance. The debt is gone. The bank is a memory. Now, she says, we have a harvest. She reaches out, running her finger down the arm of the baby. Marcus stirs, turning his head toward her scent. He knows her. He knows she is the source. I saw the tweet, she says, a smirk playing on her lips. Retiring the wolf? The board will panic. Let them panic. I am delegating. To an infant? He has a strong grip, I say, looking down at my son's hand, which is currently clutching my shirt. He will be ready for hostile takeovers by preschool. Mercy shakes her head, stepping closer. She leans into my side, resting her head on my shoulder. I shift the baby to one arm so I can wrap the other around her waist. She feels different now. Her body has softened in places, hardened in others. She is lush, maternal, and undeniably mine. The memory of the wedding night, her swollen belly, the way she took me deep inside her, still wakes me up in a cold sweat of desire. "Do you remember the deal?" she asks quietly. "Which one? We have negotiated several." "The 3 days," she says. $5 million. Debt forgiveness. All I had to do was stop running. I tighten my grip on her waist. "I remember. I was so angry," she admits. "I thought you were trying to buy me. I thought you were just securing the asset." "I was," I say. She looks up, surprised by the honesty. "I was securing the only asset that mattered," I clarify. "I knew if you left, the numbers would never balance again. My life would have been a column of red ink." I look at the vineyard. I look at the woman and the child in my arms. I lived in a museum. I grew up believing that love was a weakness, a structural flaw that brought down empires. My father loved too much, and it destroyed him. My mother loved too little, and it froze her. I thought I could cheat the system. I thought I could sign a contract based on mutual disdain and profit, and remain safe. I thought I could keep the walls up. But Mercy didn't just climb the walls. She planted vines on them. She broke the stone with her roots. I flinched, I say suddenly. The memory still haunts me. Mercy frowns. "What?" "That night in Italy, when you told me you loved me." I flinched. She softens. She reaches up, her hand touching my jaw, her thumb brushing the corner of my mouth. "I know, Killian. You explained. You were scared." "I was terrified," I admit. "I am still terrified. Look at him." I nod at Marcus. "He is so small. You are so vital. If I lose this, if I lose you..." My throat closes. The fear is a physical weight, heavier than the baby. "You won't," Mercy says. Her voice is fierce, the iron vintner. "We aren't your parents, Killian. We aren't a tragedy waiting to happen. We're a partnership, a merger." She kisses my chin. "Besides," she whispers, "you signed a contract, to have and to hold. You can't back out now. The penalties are astronomical. I am not backing out." I lean down and kiss her. It is a slow, deep kiss, tasting of wine and sunset. I feel the hum of her contentment against my lips. I feel the baby shift between us, a warm, solid reminder of the life we created out of whiskey and grief. When I pull back, Mercy is smiling. "You know," she says, looking at the ring on her finger, the yellow diamond sun that replaced the cold band of our first marriage. "For two people who hated each other, we made a pretty good team." "We never hated each other," I correct. "We hated that we needed each other." "And now?" "Now," I say, "I need you like I need oxygen, and I am efficient enough to admit it." Mercy laughs again. She takes the baby from my arms, cradling him against her chest. She sways gently, humming that off-key tune she used to hum in the shower in Italy. I watch them. The sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and gold. The air cools. I take a sip of wine. It is complex. It has notes of struggle, of rocky soil, of roots that had to dig deep to survive. But the finish is sweet. I reach into my pocket and pull out the old contract, the folded, worn piece of paper that defined the terms of our contract 5 years ago. I've carried it in my wallet as a reminder. I look at the signatures. Mercy Boyd, Killian Thorne. Two strangers who thought they could outsmart fate. I take out my lighter. "Killian?" Mercy asks, seeing the flame. "What are you doing?" "Closing the account," I say. I touch the flame to the corner of the paper. It catches instantly, curling into black ash. I hold it until the heat licks my fingertips, then drop it into the empty planter on the porch railing. We watch it burn. The old contract turns to dust, carried away by the vineyard breeze. Mercy smiles. She leans her head on my shoulder, our son asleep in her arms. I wrap my arms around them both, pulling them into the shelter of my body. I look at the ashes, and then at the woman who taught a wolf how to stay. I signed a deal for a wife, I whisper into the quiet night. I ended up with a life. The ROI is infinite.